Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central and I'm here to answer one specific question. What's the meta? And I would answer, I don't know, what's the meta with you? And I will continue to use that joke until I'm about 90, even though I look about 90 now. But in all seriousness though, I do want to talk about some of the data that we've seen from that first week of action in EMEA and Americas in Ignite. Bear in mind that the players played on a old patch. It was the hotfix that came out on March the 19th. So the White Fox buffs that we're about to see, the Deadpool mobility and Elsa having less HP, we are going to see that in action this upcoming week. So stuff is a little bit different. And also, as the pros will say, they're still working out the meta themselves. Lots of stuff is going to change and we're still building up the sample size, which includes adding China and Pacific to the action this week too. But there is a very easy place to start. Elsa versus Gambit. Which of these characters is the most powerful in a competitive sense in coordinated play? And the answer when it comes to presence, how often we're seeing these characters, is actually Elsa. There was 68 maps played in Americas and EMEA this last week, and a hero could show up twice in a draft, right? You can either protect a character and then the other team protects them, so you can both play them, you can both ban them, or you can have one team protect it and then ban it to make sure that they can play something like Elsa and the other team cannot. So it can show up twice. Elsa showed up every single time without fail. And certainly towards the start of a draft where you're looking for those first bans and first picks. In comparison, Gambit was missing like once or twice. Some teams just didn't want to include him at all. But the big difference between Elsa and Gambit is one is being banned out a lot more than the other. And surprisingly, it is Gambit that is actually being taken out more. So for example, a lot of the drafts will look like they will on screen, right? Where you're seeing Gambit being banned out first and then both teams will go and protect the Elsa, so both teams have access to it. Naturally, it makes sense. Elsa is really strong. Why would you not want to ban her out first though? It's more the case that Gambit, despite him being nerfed individually, being hit by the strategist ult generation nerfs too as a whole, he's still strong in his own right, but he enables so much as well. Heroes like Star-Lord, Galactic Legend with a Raging Royal Flush from Gambit, an incredible combination, and characters like Rogue, who are pretty like middling, I suppose, when it comes to the rankings of Vanguards on their own, get pretty much S tier because they have the Gambit team up to work with. You remove Remy from a draft, you're removing 3 to 4 other strong heroes alongside, so it's so much value. So you take off a lot of the options from the enemy team, and protecting Elsa means that you at least have something to work around, no matter what your composition or idea is going to be for a map. Whether you're playing Dive, Poke, 2-2-2, Triple Strategist, Triple Vanguards is something that we're seeing as well at this point. With flies, against flies, Elsa just works with all of it. It doesn't matter your comp. You put an Elsa in, and she's so versatile, she will go and just absolutely destroy people in her own right. Outside of these two fighting for first place, you do have the likes of Vanguard Deadpool actually being right behind them, both in protecting and also banning him out. And similar to Elsa, he just fits into a lot of different compositions and ideas, and he just is very good in his own right. But also, it's how good he is on stuff like Domination, because he can still build up his ultimate very quickly, certainly in comparison to some of the other ult generation nerfs that we've seen. That first fight is really good for Deadpool because he can get a ban hammer early, put it on the enemy strategist, lead to an elimination, and so your backline strategists are up on ultimate charge before the enemy. It gets so much value, and it makes sense why Deadpool Vanguard is so good, not only on Domination, but just in a lot of first early fights. If you enjoy these kind of breakdowns, let us know, and we'll continue to do more. But until next time, ignite the battle, and I'll see you in a few.
Just in case you just now missed out and you want a quick little recap, Day 1 of the preseason, you can see all the scores right here. You guys can read, so we're not going to go match by match. But obviously, you know, if we were all to pick out one kind of shocker here, I think to start the day would be the one. Actually, I think this is a great way. Starting and ending the day. You had the upset with Cafe Rose, and then you had NRG beating 100 Thieves on day 1. And Shib, I'll throw it to you. I mean, listen, I think we learned that the MRC teams are anything but an easy walkover, and that the top of this thing is a bit harder to predict.
Yeah, I think we made assumptions, namely like Cafe Rose. We assumed they were not going to play great because they lost a few players, right? And stuff like that. I mean, it goes to show you that's not always the case. They looked really, really good in that matchup. Of course, things change later on, but we're talking about day 1. And yeah, you know, Fly, this is a team that has history behind them, but they're a new roster, and that's something you got to keep in mind. And NRG with 100T, I'm going to be honest, I was one of the few casters that put them ahead of them because I knew this team had the talent. So, you know, just quickly gas myself on that one. We're not going to talk about the rest of my predictions.
Man, as Sentinels as number 1. But moving on, Vicky, I know you and Shiv, did week 2 or day 2 together. And I thought at first this day, you know, there were some like more mild games, but they actually turned out to be pretty heat, especially match 2 there. Kind of like both those teams lost day 1, and it kind of came down to that. Also, our first appearance of Yeah, We Lost a Nightmare. You want to break that down for us?
Yes, absolutely. First off, I had a fantastic time casting with Shib. That was such a fun day to break down a lot of the action. The fact that we opened up with that banger between Yeah, We Lost versus Nightmare, dude. So let's just talk about the fact that, like, Yeah, We Lost just forces so many teams to play in such uncomfortable situations. That went down to the wire, though. You know, it went down with Yeah, We Lost getting 2-1. Then moving on, before we break down way more of, like, the intricacies as what could have been, why Yeah, We Lost, like, actually ended up winning that series. Sentinels, they woke up. We saw that FlyQuest fell short against our MRC team, Cafe Rose, where Cozy, you and I had taken over that grand finals where Cafe Rose, you know, didn't even find themselves in the grand finals. We're wondering, okay, yes, this may be a different iteration of Cafe Rose. I love, by the way, their duelist lineup. That was a lot closer of a series between FlyQuest and Cafe Rose, or rather seeing how Cafe Rose was just doing in general, than we were expecting.
For sure. And listen, I know, Alicia, you watched while Vicky was casting as well. Day number 3, I think, you know, I think Swamp Gaming NRG was like a big, you know, game to open up because you had both these teams like looking towards that top of the group of death, right? So that was definitely a way to get things rolling. I feel like just like all the other previous days, you're seeing a lot of 2-0s, but I'm telling you guys, these matches were a lot closer than you thought, yeah?
They always seem to push to like the end. I mean, no matter what. And then, you know, we'll get to the later games in a moment. But dudes, especially like Fly 100 Thieves, that was one of the most exciting games I have ever watched in Marvel Rivals history.
I believe it was the first time that we got to see Kunlun too, right? Like that was the first time that map popped up. But that was because you know what? It felt like even though this is preseason, I feel like because of the orgs and everything around it, there's already so much at stake, right? Like it already feels like there's so much at stake here. And that's what happens when you have an org like FlyQuest, for example, opening up, you know, not getting a win. It just has them that much more determined to bring everything they have against the wall. So I felt like every day had something, even though some things were kind of clinched already and we're starting to figure things out. But all this means, of course, we have a lot of great matches for elimination contention in week 2. Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot coming at you.
Class is in session and reality is about to be rewritten. At ESU, brilliance takes center stage. Rianne Landau dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Danum Kett turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. Step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rianne Landau and the debate, and Mr. Fantastic's Denim Ket Professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. It's available now as of April 2nd. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what's real.
The city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Welcome to Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards. In the shade of the Alchemax building, then descend into secret labs pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. From street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York. It's what lies underneath it. Available in-game now, the city is only the beginning.
And what is going on, guys? Brand new Twitch drops arrive with the Ignite preseason. Tune in to participating channels like this one and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards. Yes, exclusive, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and a exclusive Gambit costume. Again, this is March 27th all the way to May 30th. Watch, support your favorite teams, and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up. Well, what is going on, guys? And welcome back to week 2, day number 2. My friends, this is where things start to break. Some teams are one win away from massive victory, and some a loss away from big disaster. I'm your host, Cozy. Today, we have a lot of fun, and I'm joined with a legendary desk between I Run Ship and Gaskin. Gaskin, I know you were behind the mic yesterday. I mean, give me a quick recap. What was, if someone missed it, what was week 2, day 1?
Oh, it was insane. There was a lot of 2-0s, maybe some unexpected 2-0s that happened for us, but we saw dominance from Swamp Gaming yet again. I think that is the major headline, and maybe some teams slightly underperforming. We saw another fallback from Nightmare. They weren't able to capitalize on the domination win. So can they change things here today?
Yeah, absolutely. Ship, I mean, listen, man, I know you're stoked to be here, ready to cast some great games. I mean, today's games are going to really set, I think, a lot of the stage and the standard moving forward for the America region. Yesterday, I know you were watching over there on your side. What did you think, man?
It's just been chaos in the best way possible. There's 3 teams tied in Group A alone, and some of the teams are winning against teams that maybe aren't up to their level. So it's really anyone's game at this point. So there's so much going on, and any given match is all about just who shows up on that day. And that's going to be the case as we head over to game 1. What'd you think? As all of yesterday was mayhem, I think today is going to be mayhem as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if anything we've learned is expect the unexpected. And with it, we've got our preseason schedule. Again, happening right now all the way to tomorrow is the group stage, and we set everything up for the playoffs in the preseason, right? This is for seeding. If the teams don't make it, they're not completely out, but they have stage 1 moving forward. But this is still mattering for a lot, not only, their egos and reputation and the players playing for these orgs they just got signed for, but also a big chunk of change, big prize pool to be had, fellas. And obviously, that's always going to be enticing. Shib, looking at it, man, are you ready to see I think none of our expectations shaked out the way we thought they would.
Yeah, I honestly don't know what to expect anymore, right? I think that's kind of the theme of what we're seeing. I mean, we're going to start off here in a moment with 100 Thieves and Sen, and I truthfully don't know what the answer is as to which team shows up. I think either can absolutely do that. And, talking about this preseason, like we're saying, that's kind of the theme of this whole preseason. And not only is there some serious cash on the line, but the titles moving forward with better seeding, all that is super important. What are you thinking of the matches so far, Gaskin?
The matches have been unbelievable. I mean, yesterday was nuts. We saw both sides of the spectrum. We saw complete control and amazing structure from some teams, and then we saw unbelievable chaos to finish the day, which was I didn't know what I was seeing at some points. It was like watching a ranked game in certain moments, but I think that teams are learning to kind of just breathe through that chaos and be the perfect version of themselves, Cozy.
Well, friends, if you don't know, we have a Spanish watch party, so go on and check on all the action over there. We have 5 awesome streamers ready to bring it to you in Espanol Spanish. And, listen, I'm not are you fellas fluent at all? You guys know any? Again, I know to ask, like, where donde está, the people, I keep saying that. I got hola, como estás. You guys got anything better?
A little bit, buddy, but I'm going to be honest. If I attempt it right now, I might sound like you, and we're both just going to butcher it. Which is, I love it.
Yeah,
but again, if you're a Spanish watcher,
It's a good time for sure. It's a great time over there at the Spanish watch party. But again, y'all, big time prize pool here for first, all the way down to 12th place. You can see, and still getting a little bit of a takeaway, but $50,000 at stake. Gaskin, as we like to say, it's a lot of costumes, a lot for. I mean, let's say a lot of these players are young kids, right? It's like, man, this can even on the preseason can be some life changing money.
That's what's crazy. It's just preseason. This prize pool is just going to increase the further we get into Marvel Rivals Ignite. I mean, I would dream of playing for prize pools like this when I used to compete back in the day. So these young gentlemen and ladies are very lucky to get this prize pool. Let's put it that way. And I'm very excited to see who is going to be able to take it home.
Yeah, Shibby. I mean, come on, man. We've seen a lot of great prize pools over the course of what has been year one, now into year two. Obviously, things are just now heating up, but all these players want to go ahead and carry on their momentum. And listen, we'll go and look at the graphic here in a second, but we got a great map pool today. I mean, obviously, looking at some of the maps yesterday of what we saw through it all, this prize pool that you guys are watching right now is going to go through the maps of today. And we pointed out Shin Shibuya. We've seen it almost every single day, Shib. And so outside of that, which map don't we see a lot? Is there anyone because I don't think we've seen Symbiotic Surface at all.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of surface, and you know what? Just kind of on the, which I think is a great answer to that question. And on the other side of that token, we're seeing a lot of museum, and I personally love museum. I know there's a little bit of controversy back and forth on the third point and how it can be a little tricky, but it's a great map in my opinion. It's very bright, and there's some off angles, good plays. There's a lot of different potential compositions that work well. So personally, a huge fan of that. But in terms of a map, we don't see a ton. Even on domination, just from the luck of the draw, there hasn't been a ton of Burn and T'Challa.
Yeah, no, great point. And with domination, Gaskin, I mean, really, we saw yesterday most of the time. I mean, obviously, we have one team there at the end, but domination, whoever wins that is going to be usually such a leg up in a best of three, right? And just such an important map in a tough mode. It plays much different than Convoy or Convergence.
So there's so much differences in it, and we've definitely seen teams have been weaker on domination or convoy or convergence, depending on where their strengths are. Whether that's just kind of raw aim and their DPS output is insane, usually they will perform well on domination. However, if their macro is a little bit better and they understand kind of how to maneuver the team and how to plan their attacks and their ultimates, convoy and convergence seems to be a little bit more comfortable for them. So it's interesting to see how that is developing and how people are picking their maps as well to try and increase those strengths on those particular modes, and I think that's just going to keep changing and developing the further we get through the season.
Yes, guys, and I saw some confusion every now and then. I see an Invisible Woman ban or a Psylocke. Why are they still playing Psylocke? These are one-sided picks and bans, right? So if you ban Psylocke, that's going to be for the enemy team, and if you save it, that's for your own team. And Ship, I always talk about how this just creates such unique comps. We don't get a lot of mirror matches, but also allows you to identify the key threats. And obviously right now, a bunch of Elsa and Gambit decisions.
Yeah, and we got to look a little bit in when we spoke to Coach Fox over there on Swamp about how it kind of works and what that macro level looks like and how the target priority begins. You want to get rid of Gambit, you want to get rid of Elsa, and it's really just dependent on who you think the biggest threat is on the opposition. Is it the backline or is it going to be those duelists? And that's fun to listen to. I think it's very different, obviously, than MRC, where the bans stay consistent universally. But here at MRI, it allows for a lot more diverse team comps, and teams rarely match up equally across the board. And when it is the case, usually the team switches fast and they realize they can't quite match it to the same level. So definitely love the way this pick and ban works, for sure.
Yeah, and there's so much to break down about this, Gaskin. But I want to move on and talk about these team rankings. If you missed out yesterday, there was a whole bunch of change up in the rankings outside of obviously what we've seen kind of towards the top. I feel like a lot of people, they predicted the top and the bottom somewhat right, but man, Swamp Gaming looking all the part. We're obviously going to see them to end the day today. But man, Group A is still wide open, Gaskin.
It really is. There's actually a lot of permutations where there's a possibility we could get a three-way tie, if not even a four-way tie, depending on what happens in the games here in Group A. Swamp Gaming, the only team that is guaranteed to be through at this moment. They, of course, are just going to be playing to try and secure themselves first seed, which is pretty much already secured, depending on what would happen elsewhere. But they should be fine, and with how they've been playing, they're looking like they should be on 5-0. As for FlyQuest and Cafe Rose, there is still hope. Albeit, it's a small chance, they still could get through, and we'll have to see whether they can actually find their way and find those wins that they so desperately need.
Yeah, I'd like to say they don't control their own destiny quite, right? And that's what happens when you drop 3 at the beginning, and some of these were a lot closer, but controlling your own destiny is what everybody obviously wants to do. And so looking at today, keep your eyes peeled, and we kick off the day with Sentinels 100 Thieves, which, as we've highlighted, will be a lot of that discussion of clinching or being moments from disaster. Group B, though, taking a look at the other side of the team ranking. We've got TLC at the top. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. SSG was able to lock their spot as well. Talk about getting that stress and pressure off you, which looked like a dominant performance. Shib, I know you watched that game. SSG, after, struggling a little bit against Nightmare, dude, they looked all the part.
Yeah, they found their footing. I think SSG struggled early on just to kind of figure out where they wanted to put all their eggs in terms of the basket. And I'll tell you what, they have found that. And Nectar is very much one of those answers. Nectar's been absolutely dominant, and they just showed up and looked incredibly strong across the board. Again, I think Space Station Gaming is a team that I slept on early on, and I think that's the beauty of Ignite right now. There are so many different teams that are up at the very top of this talent, and Space Station is without a doubt one of them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, they're at the bottom. Lunex, getting that win over Nightmare was such a big kind of monkey off their back, if you will. And Nightmare, obviously, if you guys don't know, won domination 3 times in a row and have lost those following 2 matches, which has just been, it's a tough, doesn't matter what sport, especially esports, it's just a tough pill to swallow. And so they're definitely looking to get right, during their downtime, if not in the rest of the season. They still have a shot. They're going to have to go up against a tough TLC, but we'll see how that shakes out today. Either way, Group B looking like, honestly, both these is all we could ask for. Just no one, a clear cut, I would say second place and down. But with that, guys, we have what today's matches are. And we've got some fire today. We started out with, I always like to say, the tale as old as time. I mean, just such an epic, interconference division. Doesn't matter how good or bad these teams are. Sentinels and 100 Thieves is a classic, Shib. And listen, Gaskin, got to ask, when you look at this board as well, what's the other match outside of match 1 that just screams must watch, must hype?
I mean, in football terms or soccer terms, it's El Clasico, and we will slowly get there. I think that we are getting there with these 2 teams in their histories. But outside of that one, which is the obvious, for me, it's about what actually matters and what's on the board for the table. Like, who needs a win more than anything? If you go to match 5, it's a must-win for FlyQuest. If they lose, they're out. So for me, that means, it's a must-watch because they've got to do it against the team who is number 1 in the leaderboards and who has been absolutely smashing everyone. So for me, I'm keeping a keen eye on match 5.
And Shib, for you, man, obviously, those are 2 great matches to look out for. Anything for you that stands out?
Yeah, I think NRG Cafe Rose, both teams right now 1 and 2, and it's going to be very important for them to take this W home just to make their life a little easier to move forward. And I think that's going to be the story of today. You want to get a win now, despite if it guarantees your spot, because you need that momentum. You want to move forward. Playoffs are ever closer. You only have a few days left.
Yeah, for sure. So, guys, we're going to go ahead and start off with what is our opening. All right. I already saw Sentinel's tweet, seen 100 Thieves. These teams, they don't like each other. These orgs, they don't like each other. But that is what makes esports great in the best possible way. Again, you guys know the history if you've been watching a long time. If not, these are kind of the 2 titans of rosters that are, I would say, mainly still the same. You have about 3, at least, from the core teams all the way back in the alpha and beta. When they used to win the tournaments, it was just these 2 teams claiming victory over and over and over. And now they find themselves in a little bit of an awkward situation. I mean, Gaskin, when you look at it, Sentinels, they're the one that control their own destiny. And that's pretty big because I would say, looking at all of the match history, they play 100 Thieves pretty well, whereas 100 Thieves looking way more on the line.
Yeah, if Sentinels win, they progress. It's as simple as that. They don't have to worry about anything else happening in the group. They get their 3 wins and they're guaranteed to be through. There isn't going to be those kind of simple math for everyone else in the group. Sentinels' destiny is in their hands, but it's going to be difficult against 100 Thieves. That being said, I do feel like 100 T are in a little bit of an identity crisis at the moment with how the meta has been changing. They are kind of wanting to do the triple strategist roles, but then they're also trying to do the diving at the same time. And there was a lot of confusion yesterday. Certainly they through pick and bans, they kept Daredevil but then didn't use Daredevil, and they went for a triple strat that just didn't work. It looked very messy, so I'd like to see 100 Thieves clean things up here today against Sen.
Somewhat a little bit of I would say somewhat of what we see from Nightmare. They're having a hard time closing things out. Like, they'll look strong for a point or up to a last second. Even in domination yesterday, I think it was Celestial Husk, and it's like, oh man, it looks like they have it, and then kind of let the ball down, and then from there it went away. But looking at the roster, guys, we have 100 Thieves, and the roster pictures are here, and they've delivered. Look at and Blue Jays looking absolutely swole. Gonna have to get on that routine. But across the board, you know them by now. But if you don't, obviously you have Delina and Self. These two are just the duelists that really hold down a lot of the pressure and aggression that does define this team. Shib, who else do you want to highlight here, man? Because obviously we know these guys so well.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Self Delena, great duelist line. Winnie's looked really good in the back line. Winnie, a new addition to this team, has looked very confident, and I think that's necessary for a team that's trying to be a top org in the scene. TTK, right, for all of those who play on the sticks, on controller, might be an idol of yours, an incredibly strong Vanguard. Although I do think this meta maybe doesn't suit his main picks. Vinny still pulling out that Groot, which has looked really good, not afraid to run the cap, which I think is really strong right now. And then Mileti in the back line looking strong on that Luna. This whole team has a ton of talent, but just like you guys are saying, I'm with you. I think it's a bit of an identity crisis issue. They're running things like Thing and Groot with a triple Ultron or triple backline with Ultron. It just kind of is a mess. They need to commit to one style.
Yeah, if they're the offense in the aggressive team, I think Sentinels is somewhat of the defense, right? If you look at some of the ways that they play overall, obviously Crimzo going back to cap, right? We had a couple days with the Angela. We've been more on the cap of recent, and that's the Crimzo of old, if you will. Yusher's done a great job. Gaskin kind of stepping up there and being that kind of other 1B to what Rymazing offers. I feel like Yusher's going to be the more meta picks, whereas Rymazing, you never know what you're going to get. He is Iron Man himself, Mr. Tony Rymazing. What do you think of this team?
I think that Crimzo is going to be one of the key features here for Sentinels, certainly from watching their games and looking just purely through statistics as well, in terms of like solo KOs and also how much casualties that he's been having on Vanguard. Very important for how the team survives. I noticed that in a lot of fights, if he was to go down first, they would struggle a lot, whereas that isn't always the case with Vanguard. Some teams can recover quite well. Yesterday, we saw Swamp Gaming win a 4v6, for example. It is doable, but I do think that Crimzo is just such an integral part of this team, so I'll be keeping a keen eye on him.
For sure, guys. And listen, if you don't know, with those subs and how they work, obviously Swamp Gaming does that so well, but with Sentinels, we've seen Crover twice, the Mirror once. Mirror did a great job, Ship. I know you were able to cast that game. I feel like they obviously have rhyme and reason to it. I would be hard-pressed to believe that if you are going to be on the side of Sentinels, maybe it's not Crover, or is 100 Thieves know exactly what Kurova's going to offer and they throw in Mirror this time around? I think it's not anything to say about their skill. It's just what they offer as individual strengths.
Yeah, both Mirror and Kurova have had incredible days, correct? I mean, I think after day one, they made a switch, although I do think day one, even listening to Rymazing's interview, was purely a fault due to their banning phase. It looked really sloppy, and they paid for it heavily day one. Since then, they've looked good. They haven't necessarily played the top side of the bracket, so that's something to keep in mind as we head over to these next few matches. I think this match is really going to be the decider as to which two of these teams is stepping up more and figuring things out. But again, all these teams are still figuring out metas, how they want to handle bans, and that's just going to keep developing over time.
For sure. If you guys don't know, again, so they lost to Swamp Gaming 2-0 Sentinels. Then they kind of got on their footing, beat FlyQuest 2-0, so they got right on that back on track. And then they were able to take care of Cafe Rose, which has not been an easy beat, so definitely, although they've beaten some great teams, they have 100 Thieves left and they have NRG, which is going to be really tough to kind of close it out. But they win, they're in. Gaskin on the side of 100 Thieves, though, going down to NRG early, barely beating FlyQuest, and then what happened yesterday, their story's looking way different than everyone thought.
Yeah, I think that 100 Thieves, there would have been a lot of expectations on their shoulders, and I do think that map pool is going to play a big part in it, and you can see we're going to start on Krakoa for domination. And as I've mentioned a little bit earlier, we haven't seen 100 Thieves win domination yet in preseason. That has to turn around right here, right now for me, otherwise I think Sentinels are going to take this. If we see 100 Thieves just get dom, I'm confident that they can perform in one of either Convoy or Convergence, but if they do lose dom, I'm just not sure you can take Sentinel on both of those modes. So we're going to have to see a big start here on Krakoa.
Yeah, and looking at the history, Sentinels won on Krakoa once so far in this preseason. 100 Thieves I don't believe have at all. And so that is definitely, going to set the stage there. At least look at that. The matchups obviously tell a lot more of the story. But either way, y'all, this is what people sign up for. They're ready to see 100 Thieves versus Sentinels. Yesterday, Ship, I don't know if you saw this. We got a lot of Deadpools on the other side being the best player for their team in a roster because they were wearing the enemy's org's jersey. Did you catch that?
I did. That's the next level BM that I love to see. I think the Deadpool costume in and of itself and the team bundles, shout out to those. Those are awesome. Really creative by some of those teams too. But yeah, rocking the opposition's costume and going after them is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, no, for sure. Gaskin, I'm going to ask both of you. I'll start with Gaskin, go to Shib. One player that's going to be the impact player for both teams. Who would you have? I'll go with you, Gaskin, first. Who do you think is going to be the difference maker if they need one?
I mentioned Crimzo earlier, so I'll stick with that on the side of Sen. Looking across the 100 Thieves roster, you know, there's a lot of talk about TTK, and I think that yesterday I said that TTK has, like, good flexibility across what Vanguards he can play, but the real question is, does he have the flexibility for the meta Vanguards right now? Because we're definitely noticing that Venom is very much an appeal to everyone. You need kind of a Venom to not only initiate fights, but also sometimes just be there to counter what's happening on the other team as well. So if there isn't a Venom on this roster, then are you going to turn around and require Vinny to do it? That's the real question. I just want to see a little bit more flexibility from these guys, so TTK will be who I'm watching out for.
Chip?
Yeah, I'll change it up a little bit just for different picks. Dongmin's been very consistent as that main V1, right? Playing those shield Vanguards, and I think if he plays a very strong role and just staying on point here in Dom, it's going to put him off on the right foot. And it's been a Magneto consistent pick. It's looked good ultimates. And I think that's, Mag, although maybe not in the front of the meta right now, is still in a very strong spot and can absolutely shut things down. And then I got to say Self for 100 Thieves. I think Self on that Daredevil has now added a whole nother level of what do we have to ban that DD first? Because there is enough of impact on that specific hero from Self that might be the case. So huge impact from Self for sure.
For sure, guys. Hey, the game is Marvel Rivals, and there's not bigger rivals than these two teams right here. Shout out to all the watch parties, Jay, Space, and all watching. Get yourself ready. We've got a heater. 100 Thieves versus Sentinel. The location, legendary Krakoa. Take it away, Shib and Gaskin. Let's get this thing started.
All right, my brother, let's get into our first cast together. It is an absolute honor to be here with you. And what do you know? Goodbye to Gambit right off the rip from both sides.
Yeah, not really a surprise. Both teams have been prioritizing banning Gambit so far in preseason, and then the Elsa Protect usually will follow. Of course, on the other side for 100 Thieves, they're going to have the chance to ban one first. If you're going to see an Elsa protected, you probably get rid of Mantis because you don't want to allow the 3 strat to be able to boost her, or even just having Mantis in the game in general to boost the Elsa. We've already seen how detrimental that can be if you allow it to get through. But now 100 Thieves will probably protect their own Elsa, you would imagine. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a spot of trouble.
Yeah, that Mantis damage boost enables so much. It changes breakpoints for combinations, but it also gives you ult faster across the board at virtually every hero in the game. And at this level of play, for those who are curious about the ban, it's just too much of an advantage. And that's why Mantis is consistently removed. Both sides going to remove that Mantis like we just discussed in the locked-in of Elsa. What a call there, Gaskin, as we see our next ban outs. And this is where we might see stuff get a little more unique with the Vanpool and DD, stuff that are more targeted to each team.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have struggled sometimes when they get Daredevil removed away from them. That's just a pattern I've noticed emerging. Other teams are removing Daredevil instantly. And 100 Thieves protecting the Ultron probably says that this is going to be a 3-strat attempt for them in their comp as well, with Ultron coming in and being that flex character that someone will switch over to. So in terms of now banning, maybe Sentinels will try and get rid of an Invisible Woman. Potentially, we have seen that being a big ban for them, especially just trying to take away and target some of the strats on the other side. But no, they say, okay, we'll get rid of Vanpool instead. I don't hate that ban. We know how detrimental Vanpool can be against you as well.
Yeah, I mean, in the lock-in of Ultron here, Ultron in scrims has been such a mainstay, even without the Mantis, because Fox, again, folks, this is the new week, right? So those changes have come into play that we have in our current patch. Fox is more threatening, so you can see more of those triple backlines be even more of a threat because Fox can really duel a lot of that dive stuff that's been a huge presence in this meta. So we know who pairs well with something like Fox. Ultron in the sky, just enabling your backline to play more aggressively and just constantly dealing damage and farming that ult faster than ever as we head into Krakoa, our first match of the day. And look at that removal of Cap, incredibly targeted there. I love to see that.
Yeah, we know how good Crimzo can be on Cap, so I don't hate the ban. It is the only difference that we have, really, is that the Cap and the Daredevil were banned on the other sides. Otherwise, it was a complete mirror in our lock-and ban phase. And now we're going to have to see how the Trip Strat versus Trip Strat is going to go against each of these teams, because it looks like it's going to be somewhat of a mirror in terms of composition build, but you can already see they're starting to kind of hover over different heroes. It's not going to be an exact mirror match. It's going to be 2 different styles. Remember I was saying, and we were talking about 100 Thieves, they kind of lacked identity a little bit, and they needed to find a playstyle that worked for them. Has to start here on domination against Sentinels, because there is going to be a little bit of a difference. You can see Sen going to maybe go for the Groot here, which will be a great way of commanding space here on this first point.
You're going to play a little more front to back. At least they're showing the, you can see the Iron Man right now. But also, you mentioned mirror comps. Mirror is in play here, folks, on that Invis. Has found a ton of success. I believe it was day 2, week 1. So they're going to try to, bring that right back. And instead, Amazing, obviously going back to that Ultron, is going to run that triple composition. You're going to have the double invisible boundaries while Rye plays more aggressive on that Ultron. Winnie is going to be on that Fox. And that's going to be the major change in composition outside of the Luna there for Millennia, which is a very common pick for Millennia, who always performs on that hero, playing a little more of a damage role.
Gonna keep a keen eye on Self on Ultron as well. I feel like Self obviously can be incredible on something like a Wolverine or a Daredevil that we've seen, but then putting yourself onto Ultron, it's a very different responsibility. Whilst, of course, you can output a lot of damage, you are playing a strategist after all, so we'll have to see whether he can kind of win that mirror matchup against Amazing on the other side for Sentinels. But you can already see just a little bit of poke damage at the moment. No one really committing to this fight just yet.
The Sentinel's in a pretty strong position here for Groove, because you can just essentially wall off whoever overextends, and that's the case right off the rip, as TTK is in a tough spot, able to drop back here quickly. Nobody going to go down just yet, but TTK is incredibly low. Good focus there by the backline. Flamme getting dove, staying healthy with those crystals, but that's a big cooldown to pull out. As the first pick comes through, Mirror able to find Elena, and Dogman right off the back of that able to take out TTK, and right off the rip here, Sentinels going to take priority on point.
Yeah, they'll take priority. They're also going to push their advantage here and continue to pummel 100 Thieves back towards spawn, try and stagger these spawns a little bit so they can take full advantage and, of course, get more percentage on this first point for them. Now the spawns have happened for 100 Thieves, and they just have to try and reassess how they're going to attack this one. Of course, Delina is going to have ultimate in a second on the Elsa, so that could be their perfect way to try and penetrate through this initial defense on the side of Set.
Yeah, great call there. Amazing, ready for the Rage of Ultron as well. One of those ults you can get very fast. Self going to be right behind. We'll see who gets more value as that begins. Now, Delena with a big ult off the rip here is trying to find one, but incredible crystals there by Flamme to keep the team healthy. Now, Delena's in danger down to 80 HP and a Dream. Still going to hold on for the moment. And the first pick comes through on the Mirror. This time, 100 Thieves want to find some answers. Make it 2 now. Do I see 3 from TTK? We do. And there's the retake from 100 Thieves immediately after 48%.
Yeah, nice shots here by Delena there. Sentinels, they saved onto their ultimates though. They didn't panic. They didn't just throw everything to try and survive. They know full well they're off spawn. They can now utilize their own economy to make a push here. 100 Thieves will have a little bit of defensive ultimates available to them. Of course, both strats having ult ready now. So there is a chance that they could hold off here if they pop these at the right time. But of course, we are going to keep keen eye on Elsa. Just so much damage output.
Yeah, this is going to be the battle of which team has the better triple backline. Crimzo trying to find one there with the Strangling's able to do some damage, but not enough as Vinny gets the first pick there onto Flamme, and that's the value of burning those cooldowns. That's going to be 1 up. Invisible boundaries matched, and right now we see the Glartrox now launch. Nobody goes down just yet, though, as both teams are still holding on to a few ultimates. Thieves with Winnie and Vinny, and then Dongman goes up in the sky with the Meteor M looking for something. Winnie, maybe if they don't have teleport. No, what an escape. They're using Fox to just tank some of that damage, but that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade in terms of ultimates. Flamme has the boundary available after that copy.
All the meanwhile, 100 Thieves are still getting ticks on this percentage, and we're going to see more ultimates attempted. Glartrox comes out, does tag 3, but it's not going to be able to pull back, so it's not going to be enough damage that's happening at the moment. It is just sustain on both sides. No one able to capitalize on the damage that's being out, but no picks yet. This is one of the longest fights we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, both teams are playing incredibly safe right now. I think there's a little bit of a nerve situation going on as it is a storied matchup. But Delena, while I'm saying that, looking a little bit too clean, able to find Amazing and head towards the backline. Crystal cooldown out once more, and that's going to give them a ton of free pressure here. They have the high ground at this moment. This is very much going to be in 100 Thieves' favor off the rip. But we'll see what happens on the retake. Sentinel's doing a good job of not staggering after that fight, and they will come back with just a slight advantage in ult from Crimzo.
Yeah, Sen have just lost one each time, and they've been sensible. They haven't committed to the fight. They've kind of backed off, waited for that 6th player to arrive, as the invisible boundary will now come out. 100 Thieves just trying to stop Sentinels from being able to push from multiple angles at the moment. Sen going for a slightly different way of trying to push through. And they have lost one, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on both sides.
Yeah, the pull-through comes in from Sentinels here, but I will say, Vinny doing a great job in finding Flamme in between these fights. It's just very difficult to drop a Loki with Cap while cooldowns are still available in a triple backline like that. So good focus as Millennia is able to find Dongmin and come back with a vengeance. 99% here for Thieves. Portal play may be on the table here for Sentinels. Usher with the Glartrox, and the dance floor goes out to match it, keeping everyone healthy, and they're all just staying on top of the dance floor. Self gets the next pick on a Crimzo, and at this point, 100 Thieves are holding on firm. Millennia's dance floor is gone. We have Self with ultimate in a moment. Delena with the Glartrox. Is that going to be enough on the retake? Amazing with the Rage of Ultron is going to be the next chance at it, but TTK able to find one. Millennia onto Amazing, and 100 Thieves are doing exactly what they need to take map 1 here, and it looks like it will go their way.
Yeah, 4 have fallen, just 2 more strategists left with their tails between their legs as they run hold away, and now 100 Thieves will take the first point here then in domination. What I am going to say here, Shib, is that the fact 100 Thieves have got essentially a mirror match of a 3-strat mirror match, it really benefits them. They look so much more comfortable. They don't look out of sorts. They haven't really got as many people diving on them that they had to deal with in previous weeks. And I think that when it is a little bit more structured in this way, they look far more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm actually with you 100%. So I think that Vinny's pressure on that back line in getting picks in the neutral is not something we're seeing here from a more front-to-back comp that we're seeing from Crimzo and Dongmin. And I think that's the true takeaway from right now Sentinels as a whole is I just don't see the full commitment dive comp. Granted, they do remove that cap, which is obviously very targeted to Crimzo, but the lack of a Venom in this moment, something else to just get on that back line and force them to look at each other so that front-to-back's a little bit easier might be the solution, but at the current moment, 100 Thieves are doing a great job. And I do think that talking about that triple backline comp like you're mentioning, they are winning that argument.
And a lot of it will just come down to hitting your shots as well. This is when you're looking to your duelist to try and actually, on the Elsa, are you getting those picks? Sometimes we saw Millennia get a pick initially as well. Just whoever is hitting that headshot, it can make the biggest difference in these long engagements. And sometimes it's about just listening to the IGL or communicating of someone being weak, and you just need that quick snap from your duelist or, of course, one of your strategists as well, just to try and hit that final shot. And ultimately, 100 Thieves have been winning those engagements thus far, which is why they're winning the match.
Yeah, 100 Thieves really like that team up there with Fox and Luna, making sure Luna has another answer to some of that dive if it were to come through, and clearly is working for them at the moment. Mirror holding this backside, Self owning the space on the high side, able to find one early, doing a great job here on this Ultron and winning this back and forth between Amazing. Mirror able to launch out the boundary, but it is not enough. It's just touching that edge of that point, so they can at least stall for the moment before the retake comes through. Here comes the thighs out, cries out. TTK match right back, this time from Crimzo, who's down to 1. Vinny able to find Crimzo here, and that's an early start once again for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and did Sentinels really need to waste that invisible boundary? Because right now, we can see it was a waste. They could have just backed off, played like they had before, but I think it was an attempt just to try and stay alive, see if they could wait long enough for that 6th player to respawn. Alas, doesn't really work out for them, and now they're going to be down in terms of ultimate economy here. You're just going to have potentially the Gartrots coming up shortly. 96% obviously is going to be a big focus for them going in, but can you follow up on the damage? And can, if you're 100 Thieves, actually out-heal that damage? That's what they've been doing very impressively with those 3 strats at the moment, is they've just made it so difficult for anyone really to be picked off.
100% behind you there. I'm with you on that invis boundary. Maybe, you know, the idea was just to stall for a minute for a retake, but they just could not get there by the time that it does come back around. And here goes the commitment now. Rage of Ultron from Self in the sky. Does that get value? Vinny doing what Vinny does here on a Flamme once again. And this is what I'm talking about. He's consistently on that backline, and they do not have an answer. There is no dive back in the backline on the side of 100 Thieves. It's just uncontested. Gartrox goes out this time from Usher. Is that going to get some value? That one once again does not. Great utilization there of the Fox to hold on. Another return Gartrox, and oh my goodness, Deletta. Somebody stop this man with the 3 pieces when he gets the 4th.
I mean, you can see why this team works when they get rolling, right? The chemistry is fantastic when they're actually structured. It's just when they are a little bit lost, they seem to struggle just that little bit more. Very impressed with the Captain America at the moment, though. The fact that you can just get that aggressive if you're Vinny, it shows why he has an average of around 10 solo KOs so far this preseason, because he's not afraid to put himself amongst it. And at the moment, Sentinel struggle to deal with it.
Dongmin coming back and setting a precedent here, finding 1, and that needs to be the case here for Sentinels as they need to lock in as a unit. There goes the Meteor M and the invisible boundary. A little bit of maybe overcommitment in this fight at the moment as Vinny goes down, so does Self from Amazing. That is going to be a retake here for Sen, but at this point on 100 Thieves, the reason you want to get to that 99 number is you can lose a few fights now. It does not matter. Do not press that Q button until your team has Q as a unit. Walk in and sweep them, and that's it.
Yeah, there will be an invisible boundary on Sen's side to use as a defensive ultimate, but of course, dance floor available for 100 Thieves, so they're probably just going to wait a little bit of poke damage, try and build up some of those ultimates and see if they can maybe steal something away. Just a Loki clone, don't get too excited. I almost did, but has been so good on the Elsa thus far, and very impressive, almost able to find that first pick.
Everybody resetting now. It seems like Sentinels are playing a bit on their heels now instead of taking them up to that tight corridor with Groot. Gonna stay back here on point. Out we go with the Psionic on a Amazing. Is that gonna be a pick? And it is. Well done by TTK. Pulling that crystal to ensure that extra damage. Millennia dancing on point. Crimzo able to find one through the chaos. Numbers are roughly even right now. The boundaries out as well. Vinny holding on to that freedom charge could be the answer, but no. Yusher able to find that pick on a TTK. And once again, Sentinels are stepping up in this moment. Can they keep the clutch alive? Because it is going to be necessary for them to get to this 99.
And what's even more important is Yusha's been able to hold on to that Glartrox as well. Didn't have to use it, can have it available for the next fight. And suddenly, 100 Thieves may be starting to worry about this one because they used quite a bit of economy going into that one. Sure, now it shifts over to look at Vinny with that freedom charge to create space. Self can follow up with Rage of Ultron to potentially, and then there'll be another Glartrox on the side of 100 Thieves as well. So they do have the tools, but it's the fact that Sentinels may have the answers here.
Yeah, I think the hold on here to that Glartrox is just so much. It is so worth it at the moment. Great patience as we see Amazing start with the Rage of Ultron, match right back by Self, neither of which seems to be getting too much value. Both launching just a little bit too early, but it needed to be answered. Out goes that freedom charge. Is the focus going to be there? Putting the drone on the back line to keep them healthy once again through the chaos. The Peel comment, I'm assuming, has been announced as we see Self get the first pick here on a Dongman. Not going to keep going now is once again, Thieves do have priority on position, but we'll see what happens here as the Glartrox goes out. There's the pick go through on a TTK. TTK still holding on right now as the Fox comes in. Out goes that damage reduction and healing as we see the next pick coming from Winnie on a Crimzo. And now once more, 100 Thieves are up in numbers as TTK gets another pick.
Portal will come out though just as a last-ditch attempt to try and get back onto point. Not much time left in overtime. 100 Thieves though have taken 2 down on the side of Sen. Respawners are flooding through, but surely they've got enough now. It is just dropping like flies right in front of us, and 100 Thieves get their first domination win of preseason, and they did it in style here, Ship.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think the ending there was truly the reason they lost, them not being on point, as they were heavily down numbers and the chaos was definitely cutting through the noise a bit. But you got to have a body on point there. Give your team a chance while that portal's up for Strange. Granted, an OT, the respawn timer is going to be increased. I'll say this without a doubt. TTK on Emma, a storied pick. Emma maybe not getting as much play in this season, but you remove some of that dive and just try to, you know, duel with some of those shield and brawl tanks, or vanguards, excuse me. You can absolutely pop off. Looking at TTK stats, 21-3, 6 finals.
Yeah, I think that's another note. I mean, we were talking about the mirror match in terms of compositions, but I think what's important is TTK can play on Emma, where we've seen him be absolutely fantastic all season. Doesn't have to go for something a little bit different that he's less comfortable with, and just look dominant at creating space for the rest of the team, bullying at times Sentinels off that point. It was such a good game for 100 Thieves, and I think that they can be very proud of themselves with how they have developed, especially as they had struggled in domination previously. But it is going to be the first map going in favor of 100 Thieves. Of course, we've got more matches coming. Don't go anywhere. 100 Thieves versus Sentinels coming up after this.
Alrighty, guys, we are back for the first win of 100 Thieves in domination, and we're here to break down what we saw. And boys, from what I saw, there's a couple big things to break down. First of all, want to look at the Vanguards, because if you look at strategists and duelists, it's a little tighter, but in the Vanguard role, Vinny had a great game picking off LeMay constantly to open up fights. But I'm going to be honest, Ship, what I didn't love is I didn't like the old group Magneto up against Cap and Emma, especially on that map during that, matchup between the two.
Yeah, see, on paper, you run Mag and Groot into triple because they have big ultimates, and big ultimates can help cancel some of those strategist line ultimates. So you can use Groot, for example, with Namor to try to land a big whale to cancel out something like a Mantis, one of those ults that is more annoying for your team. But there was really no combination there. So it was just like they were setting up for big ultimate opportunities with the Groot and really not having as much follow through. Yes, you could maybe do it with the Glartrox, but it just seemed a little mismatched. The Magneto ults weren't landing on strat lines at the same time, whereas Vinny, like you're saying, jumping on that back line we saw multiple picks onto Flamay alone, and that's just so much pressure. There was just not enough peel back there from that Cap.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you look at it, Gaskin himself and Amazing going in the Ultron role, I think obviously giving the edge over there to Self. But looking at it, I think the biggest thing that stood out to me, at least watching here in the host role, is, man, I think Delena had 7 Glartroxes compared to 3 or 4 from the other side. So you sure, and even though there was some close stat-wise, the big plays, man, Delena was feasting.
Yeah, Delena was feasting, but off the back of the space that was created by the Vanguards as well. If you're given that much freedom to be able to shoot for free, you're naturally going to build up so much ultimate. And I think a lot of that goes down to Vinny on Cap as well. Just seeing the kind of run through and the steam through that we saw over and over again. And it explains why he has the most solo KOs on average throughout his entire team. He just runs at someone, he's fearless, he's happy to take that fight. And if you're going to have someone on Cap, they need to have that fearless playstyle. Otherwise, they might struggle a little bit.
Well, funny enough, Ship, I mean, we watched them so much last year, right? They did this last year against Sentinels. 100 Thieves, who do they attack on that team? Crimzo, every time. They ban the Cap. They make it a bit more difficult for him to swap on over. We know Groot's another comfort pick. And then it's like Angela, right? So it's like once you shut that down, I think that's kind of how they get their advantage. Because they almost gave Sentinels the edge on the pick ban, but obviously they found the hole in the Vanguard and they kind of went from there.
Yeah, I think that's a strategy. Again, we saw some targeted bans there. Like I said, we saw Crimson and we saw the attack on Self, but Self made that switch over to Ultron and had 6 finals on Ultron compared to Amazing's 1. So more influence there. And, I think it's just off the back of their backline. They have Luna damage, a lot of pressure from Luna with the Pierce in these domination modes, which is great. And then you do have, that new team up to protect yourself. So there's a lot of damage on that team that can help supplement what Ultron needs to do, which is just clean up the rest of those. As we head over to Heart of Heaven, this is going to be the selection here from Sentinels.
And this is, Gaskin, the map that 100 Thieves narrowly beat FlyQuest in to have that dramatic, Dallas ready. I mean, that's going to be the new meme going forward now. This is where it all came down to on this map. But I've got to be honest, sometimes it's about small X's and O's. And the last 30% on that first point did not love the portal in and the ult commitments. I'm pretty sure I saw 200 Thieves commit double straddle. I think it was to hang on to it. But either way, it was kind of the end of those points that I felt like Sentinels were a bit messy.
I think Sentinels in general were just panicking at times, and I don't know if it's just a lack of communication that was happening, but they didn't seem comfortable. And I think we give credit on the other side to 100 Thieves for forcing them out of their comfort zone a little bit. And as you say, might have just been in terms of selection and particularly on those Vanguards, which is why they just struggled to have that space, which forced some ruthless ultimates that just didn't really work out in the end. So we need to see just a little bit more confidence from Sentinels and a little bit better planning when it comes to that ultimate economy, because throwing away some of these ultimates just really didn't help them in the long run.
So obviously Elsa's got to get the first save if the other opposition's getting it with the Lena. But then do you then go on the focus to protect Crimzo at that point, right, Shib? Like, what do you think the focus is to try to counter what just happened? Because it obviously wasn't working too well. Obviously, things change. I think there's a bit more room for Groot, if you will, on this map if they want to go that route. What do you think they do here?
Yeah, so there's a couple different answers. I think the reason that it was a really smart pick for TTK to run the Emma is if they do want to pull one of those more divey Vanguards out, for example, Cap, which was banned out, obviously. Emma does a great job marking those heroes and can get a ton of charge off, land a tackle. Next thing you know, they're gone, right? But so maybe we see something more brawly from the front line, pull out the thing maybe and protect and peel. There just needs to be a conversation of the peel, because I'll tell you what, every time it was a strategist gone first in the back line and the team crumbled from there as they just try to stall point. You can't allow that to happen. We need to see a change up.
Yeah, eyes on Vinny and honestly Winnie at times whenever you had the Fox in there too. So, I mean, listen, it rhymes. You can even just throw that to your team on the comms. But looking at it, man, I do think, obviously, I think Mir played great again, subbing in there. I think there's a couple picks that I liked, but wasn't a lot of opportunity. Even if you looked at the numbers between the strategists, they kept up on the heal department and kind of some of that, but a lot of it was just playing with 1 foot back. Listen, when you have the peel needed, obviously it opens up the rest of the space, Gaskin. Go ahead, throw it to, man. Do we get a 1-1? Do we get, does it a 2-0 sweep and, Thieves redeem themselves the last couple of days? What do you got?
I mean, we have seen 100 Thieves win on Heart of Haven before, so probably going to be feeling pretty confident coming into it. But again, that means there is tape available for Sen if they have studied. But again, there's a lot of maps and modes to try and cover, so it's difficult to try and plan for what those picks are going to be. I think this might be a 2-0. I'm feeling like 100 Thieves have momentum behind them here.
Hey, listen, what I got, Shib, is that Self can go out of control. Daredevil is not banned. Watch out, folks. Well, we've got our matchup underway, folks, with 100 Thieves versus Sentinels, and we are bringing you the action right here. No delay on this one. Here we go, guys. Match number 2 underway. Shib and Gaskin on the mic.
All right, let's get into it again, my friend. I'd love to see it go the distance, but that's just the caster in me. I do think this is a DD map without a doubt. Being able to see through some of that mist is a huge advantage for the hero. Some of those gimmicks that are added to these maps, I think, really benefit and make different heroes shine. And although I think DD is incredibly strong, this is one of those maps that really helps supplement him.
Remember, we saw the Daredevil ban previously, so are you going to be able to are you willing to put one of your locks onto a Daredevil? That's the real question, because initially it's going to be Elsa, we know that, but will Daredevil even get that far? Is it that much of a threat that these teams feel like they should be banning it out, or will they let it slide through? Because at the moment, it's just going to be an exact replica of what we saw in the previous one, which is ban Gambit, then protect Elsa, then ban Mantis, then protect Elsa, then ban Mantis, and then we start to go into things like Daredevil or Vanpool typically when we get to ban 3.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right there. And I don't think, we're going to see anything different because we talked about some of those different triple backline comps and which is better. I'll tell you which is better. It's wherever Mantis is, because Mantis just, applies so much additional damage and pressure and allows things like that, all trying to get far more value and be far more threatening. So we'll see that removed in the exact same ban phase we saw last map.
Yeah, I think these guys know exactly what they want to be trying to target. I mean, realistically, it should be Sentinels who are trying to change things up, but maybe they feel like their ban phase is going to be better going into Heart of Haven and Convergence, just getting rid of that Daredevil and not allowing 100 Thieves to have it. Because if 100 Thieves let Daredevil go through, as you said, it could be very impactful for them. It might be the hero that just makes that difference. Ultron going to be protected yet again on the side of 100 Thieves, so they're going to play it in almost identical composition, you would have thought. The real question is, do Sentinels... Yeah, they get rid of Vanpool again. There was a slight hover. I thought they were going to maybe try and change things up and get rid of the Captain America, but they think Vanpool is going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the lock-in. Yeah, exact same on both sides as we just see there. The final ban coming through. But yeah, this has been a rinse and repeat. Exact same matchup. I think domination is not always the best test at which is the quote-unquote better team, as I do think, holding and stalling point is an art without a doubt, but we've definitely seen teams come back after losing domination. So we'll see what happens here in a moment. But there's a lot, we see a change here. Ban out of Invis. At least that's going to shake things up a little bit. But I'm with you. I don't know. I don't know that I would have kept it the exact same. But then again, like we're saying, it's Convergence now. It's not Dom.
And this is where some teams whose macro is just a little bit better can shine. And if you look at a lot of the fights that happened between 100T and Sentinels in the previous, it came down to individuals making big plays, hitting big shots, and just giving them that pick to give them the extra player advantage and being able to dominate the point because of that. It's going to be a little bit different with when you're moving and grooving coming to Convergence. Obviously, the initial taking of the point is going to be a little bit more similar to Dom in that style. But once that convoy starts moving, that's when we really see teams shine who just have a bigger picture idea of how they want to approach things and manage their economy.
Looks like they're going to give Vinny the jump pack here. Just give him a solution. If they do try to pull out maybe something like a Wolverine, give him an escape solution or the idea and the ability to take height right here. And what I'll say, folks, is if you're trying to climb and ladder, this position that you see the side of 100 Thieves playing on is of utmost importance. You need to be dominating this height because it applies so much pressure to the backline that's unsuspecting while those Vanguards are duking it out. As you see here, Vinny is going to use that jump pack to take the height right off the rib.
3, 2,
Excited to see TTK on the Angela as well. Can be an absolute nuisance and really ruin someone's day when he's playing at his very best. We'll have to see whether he can capitalize on just the movement and the freedom you have as Angela, as Sentinels looking to try and skirt their way around. And initially, it's going to be Crimzo trying to find that space and find a little bit of a flank. But now you start to see the poke damage as they will notice Crimzo, but has he got there quick enough?
Yeah, Crimzo immediately applying pressure onto the back line and getting eyes turned around. As you notice, the whole team is then able to walk forward, and that's the true value of Captain America. And Crimzo does such a great job on that hero, allowing the escape through of the ban phase this time. And there goes the clap cooldown, a new buff recently, where if you get KOs while this cooldown is out, get it back quicker. TTK able to find Yusher, though, the first pick, as the second comes through from May out of Millennia. Evened out at the moment. TTK just trying to duke it out with the front line, and the idea here, Evangelist, is to shut down some of these offline angles, and if anyone tries to own height, is Vinny. Applying more pressure, but getting driven backwards here, and that's the power of the Fox right now, as Delena gets the next pick on to Rymazin.
I mean, Delena looking fantastic on Elsa yet again, just being given the freedom and the space to do that kind of damage, and almost just confidently pushing in against some of these vanguards as well. Fearless, because just trusting in the three supports, the three strategies that are available for her. And 100 Thieves, at the moment, they're holding off the Zen push.
We see ult advantage slightly for the moment on the side of 100 Thieves. Both Rage of Ultron's going to be committed. Which one gets value? Dongmin going to take some of that damage and send it right back into self. What a throw there. Oh, return to center as Dongmin finds another onto Delena. And that's a two-piece right off the rip. Sentinels in an incredibly strong position as the backline is driven into this corner. Dongmin finds a third, showing up exactly like we talked about in the pregame lobby. Dongmin as that mainline vanguard, getting immense value as the portal play comes through.
Yeah, Portal just to deny the capture of this point just yet. So there is going to be a last-ditch attempt from 100 Thieves here, but of course there are going to be ultimates available for the side of Sen. Two of them are going to be popped. The Glartrox is going to be sent out, and also White Fox goes into her ultimate as well, just to push away some of these strategists on the back line, but might be to her demise. Maybe gets saved, but Delena again is applying the pressure on Elsa.
You can see the ult available there for Crimzo. And we see Vinny with the next pick onto Mirror after the Meteor M, cleaning that up just a little bit. Now goes that Freedom Charge, and you do build Ultimate Charge off of that ability. So you see the strategist make a play right on top of it. Flamme with the Luna, able to find one Dongmin again onto Self. And once again, Sentinels are up in numbers, and there is no portal. Crimzo trying to get some percentage on point, and now focusing on Vinny, calling out the bubble cooldown, noticing a strategist. 3 targets, and able to find, Millennia goes down from Yusher with some great priority there, a second, and that is going to be point 1. Sentinels looking good here off the rip.
Yeah, Sentinels grab the point, can start to push this cart now. And for 100 Thieves, I mean, it was a valiant attempt at trying to stop it, but I think they were just constantly on the back foot after those initial picks from Sen. You mentioned it, how that Magneto with the Meteor M can be such an important ultimate to use. And if you could just pick and pluck someone out of the sky, and in that instance almost got 2 KOs, it really started a chain of events which allowed Sentinels to continue to dominate.
And there is a Vanguard that does a great job in alleyway-based streets phases of convergence. And that's why you see Crimzo and Vinny make that switch. When the walls are available down here, not only does it do a great job of cutting off LOSs of line of sights, but it can also stuff things like the Glartrox and just get immense value just by placing walls and shutting down some of this availability. We're going to see who gets more value off as we see Dongmin hit the sky. The Glartrox goes out, and I don't think it lands, but Dongmin turns it right around and finds Winnie and Delena. Another comes through from Rymazin. Dongmin going to be able to find a triple, and Dongmin is showing up and looking clean right now on this Magneto.
And again, it's the Meteor M making the difference, just timing it perfectly and also slamming it home for Sentinels as they can continue to push this convoy now. And 100 Thieves, they just need to find an answer, really. There's just no protection when Dongmin just slaps him in the face in the way that he has been thus far. And again, these group walls that you mentioned are just doing so well at commanding space for them.
And you can see some success right there. That wall actually stuffs the Glartrox on the return, which would have been so valuable. Out goes a ton of commitment. We see the Strangling Prison not looking like it will be enough, as matched right back is the boundary. The Foxes, what does the Fox say as both of them are duking it out? TTK able to find Dongmin here, and now 100 Thieves are holding on to this defense and resending Sentinels back to the door. Flamme says, not when I have a dance floor, though, as once again they move forward. Crimzo trying to break some of that LOS and walk them into the ulting Emma, and right now they're once again getting priority on point.
Yeah, just kind of counter-ulting at the moment, not allowing too much damage to be done when the dance floor was active and they were able to try and stabilize here. But it does look like they've all returned to the point now, so 100 Thieves can have to try and break through yet again. Sentinels continue to be on the charge at the moment with this turtle. And Groot is just doing work, and that is the space you can command on the Groot as well. Taking down Vinny, Groot on Groot action.
Yeah, Crimzo getting the full, suite here of playing some of his best heroes, as we see the Cap and the Groot. TTK with a nice pick there on a Yusher mid ultimate is immense value. Wow, going to get rid of that Glartrox in a moment they needed it most. Mirror holding on to the point, able to find TTK to trade that back. Once again, Vinny makes that switch and the portal play comes through. And now another portal has been committed to call out that cooldown for the next minute. That will not be the case once it closes down. We see Yusher trying to apply some pressure onto the high side as another Meteor M is available here for Dominic. Can he go 3 for 3 here as the Fox gets pulled out? Another boundary gets launched. The Meteor M goes up. The combination of the Strangling Prison gets shielded off. And nobody goes down as Winnie gets the first pick there on a Mirror though. And now 100 Thieves are sending them once again back to the door with 30 seconds on.
It's the first time we've seen the Meteor M not connect, and especially alongside the Strangling Prison, you thought maybe there was going to be enough damage on that side of Sentinels, but as you said, they get sent back to respawn. 25 seconds left on the clock now to try and push this cart just that little bit further to get to their second point and get some extra time on the board. So 100 Thieves just need to hold one more time here. In terms of ultimates, they've got 2 strategists to work with, but on the flip side, 100 Thieves also have their own. Eye of Agamotto is available for them as well, which could be absolutely important for this next fight.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of combining Strangling Prison there with the Meteor M when there is a shield like Strange on the field, as we see that get stuffed and 2 go down. Eye of Agamotto gets committed there, but it does not land. Now everybody walking forward, but Yusher gonna find Winnie and Vinny, and that will be point 2 as 100 Thieves realize they cannot take that back and win that point, and Sentinels are keeping the ball rolling, but with very little time, 1:20 on.
100 Thieves might be a little bit disappointed with that one, not able to hold on, but again, it was just an impressive pick that came out from the side of Sent. Rage of Ultron is going to be available for Self. On the other side, Yusha's going to have Glartrox available to throw at them if they want to try and continue pushing down this right-hand side. At the moment, 400 Thieves, I think they should be impressed with how they have held. There's not going to be much time here for Sent. They've got 1 minute to try and get to the third point.
Wow, and I was going to say, Self needs to use this quickly before they get some answers, and does just that as Crimzo falls. Dongmin goes down to Vinny, who's now made that switch over to Groot once again, and the team has locked in Winnie now on the Loki. The idea of having this Loki is it's a guaranteed answer into some of these alt combinations, into that Meteor M, and into that Strangling Prison. I like this switch here from Winnie a ton, and just dropping off the Fox.
Yeah, building up that ultimate as well. Should have it available for this final fight, essentially, as Sentinels go on their last hurrah, their last charge to try and get this third point, or at least just keep pushing it. As 100 Thieves will get a couple of defenses anyway, but you can see Glartrox is going to be there and sent out on both sides. But does anyone get a pull? Yes, Delena goes down, TTK follows, and it is going to be Yusha who gets the damage done as Sentinels continue to push.
Yeah, I mean, into these triple comps, you really look to ult in the middle of the strategist ults to maximize value. Yusher finding a pick through the ultimate and another outside of it is disgusting work. Crimzo gonna find Self and Mirror onto Winnie. The whole team gonna drop back as a unit. Sentinels really getting, a maximized take of the space at this moment. Final fight territory begins. 3 ults on the side of Sentinels, 2 for 100 Thieves. Question is, who gets more value immediately?
Well, it's going to be eyes on Winnie as the Loki, really, and which ultimate are you going to copy and when are you going to use it? Now it is the Meteor M that has done so much damage thus far. Can you connect with anything? No, you cannot. So it's going to be a whiff on that side. Sentinels don't convert, but they still have 3 more ultimates to work with here.
Yeah, the idea there was to try to eat the Strangling Prison from the side of Vinny, but just did not read it properly and threw it right into those crystals like we were discussing. There is a Strangling Prison. That one does not seem to land either. Does find one onto Yusher, Delena. Now takes Crimzo. Winnie finds Yusher. TTK onto Dongmin. And 100 Thieves are dropping them like flies. Sentinels will not have the opportunity to retake here with the portal. That should do it before point 3.
I think that 100 Thieves should be pretty impressed with themselves there. I think there was definitely potential that they could have just rolled over, showed their bellies, and Sentinels take the 3 points comfortably. But 100 Thieves had a plan. They made the comfortable switches that they needed to. I think the Loki switch that you mentioned was very important as well. And they kind of worked out the game plan from Sentinels. They noticed that Meteor M was a real problem. And I think, as you mentioned as well, maybe just a little bit of mistiming there on the side of it. But still a valiant effort from Sen. It's definitely not easy to get that far on this map. So we'll have to see how 100 Thieves do now going forward.
Yeah, just following up with what you're saying, I couldn't agree more. I think that Dongmin's Meteor M's were absolutely obscene and potentially helped them, might have been the exactly what they were looking for to push through point 1 and 2. But there at the end, that Meteor M could have been so valuable if you were able to eat that Strangling Prison, if you were able to find some of those big ultimates coming and use it as more of an answer ultimate instead of being aggro into a Loki Crystal situation. It's just so difficult to get value with it. So I think it was a bit of just, maybe the nerves or the hype in the moment getting to him. But outside of that, Dongmin has been playing lights out, 18-4 here with the ace.
I mean, looking at the statistics there as well, I mean, Sen have done a fantastic job at staying ahead in terms of KOs, but of course, when you are attacking, sometimes you will take that advantage. So we'll have to see whether 100 Thieves can now start to flip it in their favor. But this first point is going to tell us a lot, really. If 100 Thieves can play as they did on Domination to take this first one and get it nice and early, it will give them such a good opportunity to be able to push that convoy as far as possible here. So I want to see this initial fight go in their favor and then see them continue their domination.
100 Thieves needs to push this almost all 3 points here to shut this series down, but it could very much be a 1-1. What an exciting series so far as Sentinels are doing the exact same thing there. Notice again, folks, owning the high ground. Everyone else on an off angle, prepared. And we get to see Crimzo is going to be on the side of that Venom, which I think has been a mainstay for Dive in this meta right now. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. More commitment goes through as we see the strategist line, Winnie, going to be on that strat pool off the rip.
I was going to say, how are 100 Thieves going to deal with Venom and the dive that's going to come to follow? Well, maybe that's one way of dealing with it, as Delana gets both, makes it 2. That's both Vanguards eliminated. So now Sentinels are just going to have to back off with their tails between their legs, and that should be the first point taken and will be. So I said we needed to see it quickly, and 100 Thieves have done exactly that. They have 5 minutes and 30 to push this one.
Yeah, I just don't know if I love Dive on defense off the rip like that, especially with a later engagement. The whole team was already past point and set up before the full commitment came through. I like the change here for point 2. I think this is what we're talking about. We're going to see Groot come out on both sides. Does a great job, on the offense and defense in these tight alleyways and see who gets more value. But that's a tough start here for Sentinels. 100 Thieves took that personally and are bouncing back heavily. Delano with a huge opportunity. Oh, it could be massive, but it doesn't seem to land. Good focus on damage there to burn down that Glartrox instantly.
And remember, this is such an important match for 100 Thieves as well. If they lose this, they put themselves in contention of potentially not making playoffs, depending on what happens with results elsewhere. As Delana again gets another kill onto Mirror, and 100 Thieves now will have the player advantage and can push in past these group walls and continue to force Sentinels back, and actually just finding more KOs. Yusha's gone down, and they now will be staggering these spawns a little bit, so a lot of space is going to be taken from this convoy.
Yeah, we see Flamme start up with the dance floor now. Dongmin gonna have that Meteor M available. Crimzo with the strangling, I believe. Oh, tried to launch it. No, actually Vinny with the launch there as Crimzo goes down from TTK. Mirror starting up with the Fox now. Also falls in the moment. Dongmin getting another pick there with the Meteor M. We see Vinny, trying to wall off some of the LOS and stop them from moving forward. Great walls there. Wow is gonna be able to find Dongmin. Now 100 Thieves are playing very clean throughout the chaos. And again, forced out, unfortunately, there for Winnie on the Loki. Invisible boundary, gonna go back and switch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't mind the little bit of strat ball. We haven't seen too many teams get used to strat ball, but strat ball can certainly be an incredible addition to the team if utilized correctly. As an avid Deadpool player myself, I always enjoy it when someone goes for something else than just Vanpool. Obviously, it gets banned so often. Now we're going to see the push-in, and a lot of aggression will happen on the side of Sentinels as well off the back of Rage of Ultron, but they've not been able to convert with anything just yet. No early picks. 100 Thieves are surviving.
Yeah, the Glartrox gets launched here. Vinny able to find Crimzo off the rip, and 100 Thieves are not stopping this momentum. Looking so good off the back of a huge Psionic from TTK, and everyone goes down. Plenty of time on the clock here for the side of 100 Thieves. This is very much in their favor, folks, and it would be a tough hold here from Sentinels. They are going to be switching up composition. Right, Mason going over, for everyone who's a fan of Iron Man, over to that Iron Man. The idea here is to burn some of these walls that have been a problem. Iron Man does a great job of that, as we can see a full compositional shift up. And 100 Thieves, though, are looking so good. Winnie with ult available. Vinny going to be very close. Millennia as well. And we will see Yusher, Mirror, and potentially Flamme in this next fight from the side of Sentinels.
Now remember, Sentinels only had a minute to try and push this final convoy to its point. I think 4+ minutes is going to be more than enough for 100 Thieves. They get so many stabs at it. They can force ultimates out of Sentinels. They can purposely lose a fight if they needed to and then come back with their own. But at the moment, they've committed enough because they feel like they have the advantage with some of the initial damage that has been done. Glartrox comes out, gets denied, and on the back of it, they will find 2 kills of their own. And 100 Thieves with those KOs can now get so aggressive and continue to push this.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Panic Ultimates come out here for Sentinels. These are just stalling ultimates, trying to get them on point to buy as much time for the retake as possible. Telena with a huge Glartrox is once again going to be able to find Mirror as TTK takes out Ryan Amazing. The writing is on the wall here, folks. I'm not sure Sentinels will have enough pressure on the retake, especially not now, as Telena with an insane chase is able to find Yusher. The Ultron's Rage comes out here for Self, and wow, 100 Thieves on that attack were dominant.
100 Thieves. I'd say remember the name, but I think it's pretty ingrained in our brains by this point. They've definitely had some disappointing times so far in preseason, but now they seem to be on the rise with a massive win, not only over someone, but it's over Sentinels as well. Knowing the history between these two teams, that will be a big one for a confidence builder going into playoffs. And speaking of, 100 Thieves with that win, they're getting there. It's still a chance if results go elsewhere, but they have certainly put their best foot forward here for playoffs.
Yeah, Thieves are looking so good, and what an attack there. You can see MVP once again, TTK coming out on top, 31k damage, almost 32, and Telena with the 13 finals there was also incredibly dominant. Cozy, I know you'd had eyes on this match with us, buddy. What did you think of that series?
Oh, man. Vintage Vinny over there on the group, what he was able to do. And honestly, I think it was just about solving the issues of yesterday and not finishing strong. And Sentinels were kind of plagued with that today. I mean, talk about that first 70% of that push. Looking great. And it came down, I know you guys saw Dogman's 360 into what was a Loki lantern. Like, if they could have popped those lanterns, maybe they would have gotten that extra space to end it. But on the other side, man, I don't think anything was stopping the aggressive nature of what we just talked about of 100 Thieves. They found themselves definitely now in this lineup. You know, a lot of tough matches going into it. Can't wait to talk to them more. But this definitely felt like what we've seen of old. I mean, Gaskin, they answered every question that they needed to.
Every single question. I think that they probably had a hard look at themselves after a couple of losses that had gone their way, and it's just not the kind of team that deals well with losses. They know they're better than that. They were one of the best teams, if not the best team in the region at one point, and they want to return to that kind of stature. So I'm very impressed with how they've responded in this match in particular, especially looking at domination, which was particularly one of their struggles. Sentinels, on the other hand, I think they just got outmatched in what was a bit of a mirror match in terms of compositions. Both teams trying to do the same thing, of course, with a few flexes happening here or there. Back to the drawing board for Sen.
I mean, what did we say, Ship? We said once domination's taken in the best of 3, it's so tough to get right so fast because you have such small time to kind of correct those mistakes and get things rolling. You know, they gave him Cap. And it's funny, look at the pick ban phase, right? And I'm like, oh, they're probably going to save potentially Deadpool Vanguard or Tank Pool here. They go with the Ultron save, and we saw why, man. Self, obviously, we know he could do it all.
Yeah, I'm not sure I loved the change there from Sen. I mean, they really didn't change too much in the ban phase, and I think shaking things up might have been more of their... I don't know. I think we just needed to see something else. I think 100 Thieves didn't need to change a thing. They looked so dominant on Dom, and a lot of those team fights were very much in their favor. All the ultras seemingly getting more value. So I think we needed to see Sentinels just kind of shake up the ban phase, and they did not do that. Like you're saying, keep in you know, trying to run the Ultron back, keeping it saved on both sides. Although you kind of didn't find as much success, just really wasn't the correct play. I think we needed to see. I'm not sure exactly. I think the Van Pool might have been the right call, like you're saying.
Yeah, and if you look at like the strat line, they did great on the numbers. Like, I mean, obviously a bit of the healing numbers weren't quite, or the damage numbers weren't quite there, but they were able to do what they could in that way. Crimzo, I thought, was looking strong at the start of the cap there, like that, but obviously things I think got out of hand pretty quickly, you know, moving on from it. Gaskin, when you look at what this team now in Sentinels, they find themselves in the position that 100 Thieves is in a bit more now, right? And it's more of, you got to win to get in. 100 Thieves make it way less risky for their chances as they look towards their next matches.
Yeah, Sen are going to have to play NRG tomorrow in what will be most likely a must-win. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a tiebreaker situation. And again, you don't want to be putting yourself down to results happening elsewhere. An interesting thing with this victory for 100 Thieves, it does mean that FlyQuest have to win later against SG. If they lose, they are completely out. There was a world where if 100 Thieves had lost, then maybe FlyQuest could have snuck through even losing to SG. And those are the kind of implications they need because of how good SG is. But anyway, that's for a later discussion. At the moment, it's all about 100 T, baby.
I love, there's nothing better in sports than when like opposing teams are rooting for another team to win or lose, because it helps your chances that much more. But listen, man, I think, what do you think moving forward, as we are going to, obviously give 100 Thieves their flowers, but for Sentinels, Shib, what they got to do against NRG to shake things up? I felt like the Vanguards, especially Dongmin, man, dude, he hit some shots. He got an ultra midair, he got a 360 no scope on others.
Yeah, I just think they need to lock in on a comp and find an identity almost. It's like they do have that mainline Vanguard with the Magneto, which is really not even necessarily being played across the board anymore, although that was a mainstay, I'd say, in Ignite 1. Now, it looks really good, right? At least right there from Dongmin. But as a team, the front to back's just not working for them. You see partially they try to run dives sometimes, but them not really ensuring they're committing to either style is forcing them into a weird position. So I just need to see this team come up with a uniform composition and see how they can perform on that uniform composition.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's kind of like both teams at different times. And I felt like Sentinels, it doesn't matter really who you kind of fill the rest of the roster with. They do play unique. They play very different. Obviously, day one, week one, we saw the most too unique. It got out of hand very quickly. And they're kind of coming back to form a bit, but it felt like 100 Thieves. I mean, talking about TTK coming right back into form. No Angela today, no problem, man. Just went straight back to mother. Knows best as always. And obviously, to me, looking at it all, it felt like the Vanguards kind of did a lot of the heavy lifting, Gaskin.
I think so, and the Vanguards were my kind of players to watch when you asked me as well, and TTK was someone I highlighted because he has been under a little bit of criticism of not being able to flex into some of the meta Vanguard heroes that we have, and we've just demonstrated that you don't necessarily need to. You can kind of create your own meta. I do feel like Sentinels in particular are trying to play the meta and looked a little bit uncomfortable today, and almost like we were saying in pre, identity is everything, and rather than just playing what everyone else is good at and banning what everyone else is good at, it's about actually finding what works for you. And I do think that we will probably see a different Sentinels tomorrow.
For sure, guys. We're getting our interview ready. Shib, I want to talk about this because we did highlight this, I believe, in the green room going into it. Delina, when you go and have Self, a player of that magnitude, go on to Ultron, it does put more pressure on Delina to make sure he performs great. I always say this in football, if you take away the best wide receiver, so much goes attention-wise on the WR2. And when Tara was gone, Delina now has that spotlight, even more so when you're single duelist. So talk about Delina and what you saw from him today.
Yeah, I think both Yusher and Delena did great in the neutral, right? They both had some really strong neutral picks. They had some good chasing, but I do think Delena came out on top in terms of ultimate. You saw more aggressive ultimates, and yes, some were whiffs, which is just going to be the case when you try to be aggro with these ults, but some were game-winning ultimates, going through strategist ults, pulling out invis, pulling some of the strategists that are thinking they're safe in those moments. That's ever more value. You don't just want to get a pick. You want to trade an ultimate for an ultimate and get a pick. And if you're able to do that, or you prioritize a target that is close to ultimate, that is so strong. And I think I saw more of that from Delena than I have from a lot of these players right now on Elsa.
Well, guys, the interview is ready. We've got our winning team on the mic. And as I said it, right when the match in, welcome in Vintage Vinny. We've had him on here so many times in the past, and he's here once again. What's going on, buddy? Good to have you back on the show.
How's it going, guys? Good to be here.
Hey, man. Well, it's been fun to watch your journey all the way back, a year and a half now. But this is such a different chapter. Obviously, 100 Thieves, you guys were one unit for so long, going back to console and other games. Now, for the first time, a new kind of roster built together, and we've seen some growing pains, right? If you were being honest. But I want you to walk me through that, because as you guys find your identity, talk to me about losing a player like Tara, replacing it with a great player like Self, and then finding the new way you guys click and what showed off today.
Yeah, I mean, losing Tara was kind of tough for us, right? Because everyone knows Tara's such a great player. But when we went through all the trials, we wanted to keep our core just very similar. That's why the 4 of us returned. And then after weeks and weeks of trialing, people like Self and Winnie were just completely the best fit for us.
Awesome.
Yeah, and just following up on a similar question with that, I know Tara did a lot of the comms, right? And I don't want to, keep saying the Tara thing because I have so many questions for you alone, and we'll get to those in a moment. But how does the comms work for the team now? Because I know your team very well. You guys are awesome players, good people, but you more so took a step back in terms of comms and banning. What does it look like now for you guys?
I mean, the banning, it's more of a team thing now. Like before, Tara just took control a lot of the times, and if he felt like it was what we needed, he banned it in the face. But now it's just more listening to remix and as a whole, just talking about it. And then, wait, what did you ask before that? I'm sorry. There was one more thing.
Just like comms in game too. What do the comms in game look like?
Oh, I mean, I've always calmed. Like don't want people to get the wrong idea that I just sit there mute all the time, right? Like I'm talking the whole time. But like my role, I'm mostly like I play main tank, right? So I call engages like Groot. I call when to swing on Venom. I call when I'm diving Cap. Same thing. It's just more, I'd say more split. Like TTK, he calls tempo.
Cool.
I call engages. Our backline calls if they want to rotate, if they're ult tracking, just all stuff like that. It's way more team oriented, I will say.
Beautiful insight. Thanks, buddy.
In terms of domination, which has been a buzzword for you guys, I feel, because you hadn't won a domination coming into today. You were 0-3. Why do you feel like you were losing dominations previously, and what did you change coming into today?
I mean, honestly, I think we were just mostly losing to ourselves and just not trusting each other, and that kind of just bites us. Like versus the Swamp game yesterday, if I truly feel like if we played our dive comp versus dive, we could have won in the end instead of like the first round. It was just complete waste. Like we got stomped, right? But the next two were really close, and we just needed to trust our instincts. Like take the dive mirror. We really want to do that, but we just didn't trust ourselves. And when I walked out on the comp, that was really bad.
Awesome. Hey, man. I mean, it's looking like you guys are starting to find yourselves more as a team for sure. I mean, listen, I had you guys at #1 over here, Group A, going into it. My predictions are
I'm sorry
shaking
about
up a little bit.
Everybody. I'm sorry about that.
Hey, no, you're good,
still
man.
learning.
Don't worry
We're
about
still learning.
No, but hey, it's what makes it fun, man. It's what makes it fun. But let me ask this, looking at the groups, right? Obviously, Swamp's doing well, but like, who are the teams that have your respect? As a lot of people had you guys as that 1 seed right now, but who's some of the teams that you guys kind of had circled or kind of looking forward to in the playoffs?
I mean, of course, Citadel and Swamp. Those are like the top 2 dogs, I'd say. Swamp, if you guys don't know, they're all like landing. They're all in a house, and I swear you do get a land buff when you're all together, right? Like that team has come they were good before, but they weren't like this. I'd say like right now they've reached like that next level, and maybe hey, it's just landing together.
Hell yeah. Chip?
Awesome. The question I have for you, Bud, is we've seen a lot of different triple backline comps. Obviously, if Mantis is in play, she's going to be on that line, right? So I want to take Mantis out of the composition. Can you give me a quick rundown as to what do you think is the best triple backline right now? Because we've seen so many different iterations.
Yeah, without Mantis? Without Mantis, I mean, you always want an Ultron in there. You always want an Ultron, Sue. It's like Ultron, Sue, Fox, Luna. Like, those are the 4, just all interchangeable, right? Because people have realized like Fox is a new character. She's really strong against dive compositions, right? She can literally just solo with her melee form. She can solo live a lot of dives and help her other 2 supports.
The self-hate Ultron duty.
I mean, he doesn't complain, but I know deep down he wants to just play Daredevil every single game, right?
For sure, we love to see it. Now, Black Panther last year, Daredevil this year. Vinny, man, so fun to watch you and your flexibility grow. Obviously, man, I love vintage Vinny on the tree. It's always a good time. I know how much playtime you got on that the silent hero over there. But anyway, wishing you guys luck. Big matchup. Well, thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate you coming on in, and hopefully we see your team again here in the next interview.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. See you guys later.
Thanks for your time, bud.
That is Vinny, the tree, always back to the one-trick tree, as he says, and great insight, man. I think it's always so cool outside of just celebrating the win, Chip, to get insight onto why they do their picks, who does their comms. Man, he said TTK. Does this guy? Is he yelling? I mean, I picture TTK so quiet, man. I gotta get into more of these comms, bro. But it does feel like they're finding their identity more. No, Chip.
Yeah, I like it's cool to hear, right? The inside look, like he's calling these early plays, when to swing, when to focus Venom, when to, obviously play off Groot Ultimate. But then you also hear that TTK is running tempo stuff. It's more so the flow of your team. When you want to press, when you want to kind of hold back as a unit, where do you want to position? I love that different take and when comms are split like that, because that just shows a team that's been together for a long time. And I think the longer a team stays together, the less they have to talk about the micro stuff and the more they can just kind of play on that macro.
Absolutely. And I love that he kind of owned. He's like, we felt like we won yesterday and, we just completely let it fall apart. Gaskin, I know we were watching that a lot as things move forward. Well, that was our first matchup. It was a 2-0 clean win from 100 Thieves to get right back on track. We've got another heater coming up for you guys. TSM versus we lost. 2 teams that lost yesterday need to get some wins today. We're going to come right back to that action after this quick break.
누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah.
쓰러지는 마법인 거야. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there. 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해. 어딜 가든지 극복해. 힘은 너에게 있는 걸. 소리 높여 노래를 불러. 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 결정을 쳐봐. 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐. 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나. 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나. 널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah. 한 명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go. 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야. 좀 더 기다려.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Clear the way! Feel the pull! Disappear!
What is going on, guys? We want to welcome you to match number 2 today, and we've got ourselves a great one. It's a great day to be a Rivals player, because if you look at it, we have win and get in at this point, or win to survive. I mean, TSM, they don't win this, they're done here, moving to the playoffs, Gaskin. but I want you to break down how important it is for these two teams as they get this match underway.
Well, I think that for TSM, it might feel like they're done, but they would still have a last-ditch attempt of trying to take down Nightmare tomorrow to maybe squeak through, but it certainly wouldn't be comfortable. It's as simple as that for TSM. If they win, they're guaranteed to go through. If YWL were to win, they would also go through as well. So it's just winner goes through. If you lose this, it just looks a little bit more dicey. Still not completely done, but certainly dicey. I think because of YWL, they have good tiebreakers against other teams, so there's still a world they could lose to TLC tomorrow and progress. But certainly, to make it simple for everyone, winner goes through.
Well, listen, I went on over to Guru stream yesterday, and I was like, hey, man, like, how are we feeling after the match against TLC? And he's like, I don't want to talk about it, but we could have been a lot cleaner. And listen, let's go to meet that roster and throw up the team of TSM right here, right now. And this is a team that I feel like, Ship, they go like triple Vanguard sometimes. They lean on that, but other times it's Gale to save the day. Break down what you see here, what you like.
Yeah, honestly, I want to see more of that triple brawl, just push forward comp, but we haven't seen as much since that one series they took home. As we see here, Gale, one of those hit scan demons, Pizza in the back line looking incredibly strong. BTS is one of those, again, I think this whole team, just in terms of hit scan, is shining stars, but BTS has shown up on that Star-Lord in these series, and I think that Star-Lord is kind of been taking a backseat in the meta, but is still incredibly strong, and if you can play him, especially in those triple frontline comps, you can dominate. Guru has been playing a lot of those different Vanguards. Gilbert has played a ton as well. Cal in the back line making the switch over from a duelist and showing up definitely and playing some Fox. And then you got the subs when you look over at Unovan and Breddy, who have, I don't think I've yet to see play quite yet, but we might see him today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when things have been a little shaky, you might need to change it up. But let's talk about, we lost. This is the team that had the best win of an MRC that we've ever had. We always say from like couch to pro. And then they were very tough to rank. Where are they going to land? They have a meta that favors them, but they're going up against a lot of talent with experience. Well, they looked like they were not going to be stopped until yesterday, Gaskin. We saw a little bit of that momentum start to run out. What do you think of this team and their roster?
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a reality check for, we lost yesterday going up against SSG, who just had their number. They had planned, they'd strategized, and they found where the weaknesses were for, we lost, and they punished them in several areas. But the good news is that has happened kind of in the middle of preseason, and we lost can now learn from that and convert into a better performance here against TSM. I'm going to have keen eyes on Jitwood. Didn't really get the chance to shine as much as he would have liked to against SSG, but of course we know loves to play that Spider-Man, can absolutely demolish a team. Kendrick, another key aspect for this team for me, playing flex. I mean, typically known to play a little bit of DPS, but has been playing a lot of Jeff and also moving over towards Doctor Strange when needed to as well. So I think flex characters are always going to be important on your team. So Kendrick, can he be the one to really make the difference for, we lost?
Yeah, for sure. Shib, to me, what it looks like, and this is kind of what I'm going to lay it out as. Yesterday, Jitward would go in, get a couple big flashy plays, and then Nectar kind of always was the calm in the storm. This team is going to throw you off and try to make your team disarray, get to the mental, and just absolutely devastate with the dive. That's going to be on the responsibility of potentially someone like Gale, right? And if not him, Bedtime Story. One of those are going to have to calm things down, get the picks, and continue on the momentum fight. I think that is going to be what I'm looking for if I'm TSM, if they want to get the win.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct there. Once they start the ball rolling, they seem to keep it rolling. But once they struggle a little bit, they seem to really struggle. Even yesterday, we saw some touch come through from the side of SSG, just holding the point there in Museum for like 3 full minutes at the very end. And it's like, to me, that's a tough look, or maybe it was 2 days ago. But either way, this team seems to just kind of get held and then stay held. But when they're rolling, they are rolling. What I want to see on the inverse token, too, is I want to see TSM lock in and use that brawl comp into this known dive team. They have the comp that does a good job into dive. I want to see it succeed again.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, I mean, right now, it's tough to be able to flex into what you can do, but I think flexibility is kind of tough for we lost. They have their identity, and if things kind of go from there, it's that second, third, fourth option. Gaskin, I know you casted that yesterday as we find ourselves at Hell's Heaven, and, obviously, I think Domination's going to favor more of that dive aggression comp. When you look at them, I think we're going to see more of the same. Last time the game plan was, hey, we got Cart. He is the Hulk. Let's save him. Use that, save on that and go from there. Do we see something similar today?
I think we might do. I think that it's tough because with the loss happening, maybe they will change things up a little bit, but they are going up against TSM, who have struggled in domination. I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit with some of these teams, but they just seem to be very bad at domination and not finding their way through, not finding their identity there. CSM 0-3 at the moment throughout, but on the side for Yeah We Lost, we have seen them lose Hell's Heaven, so perhaps that was a bit of a target from TSM, trying to find some weaknesses on the side of Yeah We Lost again, because what happened is at the start of preseason, we saw two teams really take off. We saw Swamp Gaming, we saw Yeah We Lost get their victories, and everyone just started to study, because everyone was like, oh, these two teams are playing a little bit differently than everyone else, and Yeah We Lost maybe are going to be victims to that, of people just studying their tape.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Ship, I know me and you talked to the cast about it. It's like, all right, this is where kind of things are shaking out week one, but wait a second. We've got to look at who they played and talk about when you're looking at, Yeah We Lost, you know, they have TLC next, so they've got to win this or things look dicey. We've got the matchup ready for you guys right here, right now. We start off in domination. It is Hell's Heaven. It's TSM versus Yeah We Lost. TSM, if you lose, you go home. Yeah We Lost, can you fix the cracks? Here we go. Ship and Gaskin, take it away.
All right, buddy. They're already, or at least floating something different than we've seen today with the DD ban out off the rip, and that is going to go through and instead going to allow the Gambit lock potentially to be here.
Yeah, Gambit lock again, potentially, but I mean, the Daredevil is really what they were scared of, because I mean, with Jitwood, I mean, I guess he could be playing on the DD, but maybe you want to force him into Spider-Man because Spider-Man just isn't as meta, but we'll have to see whether they maybe switch things up as they go through. But with Elsa being protected, maybe we can see... Oh, yeah, it's going to be Mantis protected with the Elsa ban. That makes sense. I think that Mantis is actually incredible, and I think we heard in an interview yesterday how integral a part of the team Mantis can be if you can get her locked in.
Yeah, and I like this lock, honestly, from Yeah We Lost. Like, I mentioned that they're a dive team, but they're honestly kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it. It's a rush snowball team where they just stay as a stack and run at you and try to get as many of you as possible, and Mantis is going to enable that even more, not only because the ult gives that overhealth, but just that damage boost in general. It just makes things like some of these more divey brawl heroes even more impactful. So that is a great lock there. The removal of Jeff and soon to be locked Jeff on the side of TSM is definitely, there to shake things up. And what do you know? Goodbye to Elsa and Loki.
Yeah, both of these teams have been very successful with Jeff in a trip strat composition, so I don't really blame them for getting rid of the Jeff on the other side. But I guess with Loki being removed on the side of TSM, maybe Yeah We Lost can get Loki for themselves, and then they can just kind of copy any of those ultimates that are on the other side, and they'll feel a little bit more comfortable. A Star-Lord ban also kind of makes sense, especially with Mantis being in the equation. Star-Lord can be very oppressive to go up against, and there is that Loki lock that I was thinking might happen. And then one last ban then for TSM, and the real question is, what are they scared of? Maybe... Well, yeah, okay, Gambit. Yeah, makes sense. Finally, the Gambit ban comes through.
I was going to say, is there going to be a full no-play Gambit, no-ban Gambit for the first time in Ignite 2 history? But yeah, we're going to see that ban make it all the way to the very end there. And we're going to see the floated compositions. We will see Mantis on both sides. It looks like Gale is going to be on that Mantis, where Zatex will be on the Mantis for the side of Yeah We Lost. BTS is floating, at least for now, the Psylocke. I think Psylocke, we may talk about mainstays heroes in the current meta. I think Psylocke is now officially one of those heroes that can hard carry lobbies. We've seen it in the past. We've seen it from Nectar. BTS is absolutely one of those players that can pick Psylocke and run a lobby. So we'll see who gets more value here in a moment. But I'm liking the composition off the rip.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of changes here and there as they have their discussions, have their talks about what they should be playing. I think this is going to be a very different matchup than what we just saw in match 1 of the day. We were discussing in the interview as well, you heard him talk about just having the dive versus dive, and do you try and run for trip strat? Do you play any dive characters as well? You can already see Mask going for a White Fox just to counter potentially any dive that's going to happen on the other side. But also the fact that we have 2 Mantis in the lobby means that this is going to be a very different game indeed, and expect to see some interesting styles of play coming forward.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as we see an early portal play. This is a TSM classic. Potential kidnap right now, or at least they just want to play aggro because they didn't set up with a penny, which is what they've known for in the past with some of those kidnap plays, sometimes using invis to pull into the mix as a portal gets matched right back here from the side of Yeah We Lost at Kendrick, and it was just potentially an off-map solution, but does not seem to work. Good idea there as Kendrick now starts going right after the back line, able to find Pizza instantly. Are you kidding me, Kendrick? And make it 2. Falls off map, goes Gale. Oh, from the portal that was hiding on the staircase. Oh my goodness, Yeah We Lost. We'll get point early.
And one thing I was saying about Yeah We Lost yesterday was just how impressive they are at making other teams uncomfortable by playing things a little bit differently. I mean, look at Jitwood, for example, on the duelist pool. You don't really see much of that throughout MRI, whereas they just do things a little bit differently, catch you off guard, and at the moment, look at the sheer aggression. They are just jumping down the throats of TSM.
Jitwood pressing forward now. Xantho on the high side with Loki. Great positioning here as Guru gets the first pick onto Jitwood. Zatex finds Cal, and that's a strategist trade, which is very strong, especially because Cal's on that invis, which is going to be one of your mainstay strat heals right now. Zatex in a dangerous spot with great crystals, and that was forced out from the side of Xantho. Gale able to find Cart there, and looking for another here onto Kendrick. Gale on the Mantis now, looking incredibly strong. You don't need Gulk, I guess, when you can play Gantis. I don't know, as Mask now falls off the reset with the team.
Yeah, Cal and Gale as the strategists actually winning their individual fights at the moment. And I have mentioned a few times, if you're on a strategist, you need to be comfortable in those 1v1s when you are getting pushed and pressed by some of those vanguards or even duelists as well. And TSM will take the point now. And yeah, we lost. They're going to have to try and find a way back in. I do feel like, yeah, we lost kind of outplayed themselves there. They were trying to hunt down members of TSM and split and allow TSM just to find those early picks.
Yeah, I'm with you that the neutral picks there from the strategists were game-changing. I mean, multiple picks there from Gale. Cal able to come back after getting picked early and get a pick, and no BTS pulls out crystals, and that's all that he was looking for. Now has the Q available to dance with the butterfly. Gonna get matched right back by the Soul Resurgence, but it is going to be a moot point as another eye gets landed, and it's on Gale, who does fall. Kendrick, the nice pick there now, as yeah, we lost are up in numbers, but the percentage is heavily in TSM's favor with another massive eye coming through. This time, I believe, from the side of Guru.
Yeah, it was, but it's not going to work out. TSM still going to be on the back foot here, and they get absolutely slammed. Dr. Stranger removed from the lobby, and yeah, we lost. Should be able to take control of this point, which they will, but a lot of time and percentage gathered by TSM here, and they should just try and regroup a little bit, but look at the ultimate economy on the side of, yeah, we lost. They have almost everything you could want, so TSM, when they do decide to push, yeah, we lost, are going to have plenty of answers here. It's just a matter of waiting, biding your time, and bringing out some of those ults as responses to what TSM offer.
Exactly. Yeah, the idea now is maybe to use Pizza, try to use that It's Jeff to pull out something from the side of, yeah, we lost, because realistically, you just need to win one fight before the portal play comes through. So the idea now is to force out as much as possible. It's matched right back this time from Cal. Instead, going to answer that ultimate and give the opportunity again to Pizza to have something. Typically, you use that It's Jeff to counter a strategist ult when they're stacking heavy, especially on something like Soul Resurgence where they're forced to be on top. Out goes the Fox now. And that from the Kimono Unleashed doesn't seem to be getting too much value, but Xantho finds Pizza, who does use that It's Jeff. We see Mask now onto Gilbert, Cal onto Jitwood, but the numbers heavily on the favor of, yeah, we lost. And Guru seems like he might be setting up Portal here in a moment for the retake.
Yeah, TSM just having to back off and going to have to try and go for a portal play to try and get behind enemy lines. This push through this choke is not working at the moment. But as I say that, they're just kind of still there. They're hovering. And yeah, we lost are going to take advantage of it by just getting aggressive, getting in the face of TSM right now, which denies any chance of a portal and is slowly but surely ticking time in their favor as Guru gets his face ripped off.
Oh, I mean, this is just disgusting play here from Yeah, we lost. That was gross from Cart, followed up by a huge ultimate from Kendrick to answer the Soul Resurgence from Gale. And that was just clinical finish there from Yeah, we lost, who struggled in that mid game.
Struggled in the mid game, but once they had control and once they were able to just apply that pressure, that's when they looked most comfortable, fearless, and looking more like themselves after an off week against SSG. But as I said, I think it was a little bit of lesson learned for them. Just having that lesson is very important for moving forward as a team and learning more, because coming through from MRC, there was always going to be those eyes on you of, oh, well, you're the new blood to the group. Are you going to be able to perform? We'll watch you. We'll try and counter you. But now, yeah, we lost. Look like they have found their footing once more here. And especially having the Mantis available to them, just being able to give that extra little bit of a damage buff where they need it, in particular to Jitwood, who we know how impressive Jitwood can be when he's playing at his very best as well. So they're looking good right now. What do TSM have as an answer?
Yeah, having that Dance of the Butterfly up and available early is huge, but again, those crystals will be available for Xantho, who is without a doubt noting and have been tracking that ult charge and is just waiting to try to counteract that ultimate. So it's all about forcing that out as soon as possible. The portal play comes through, and they're going to walk in trying to counter portal, but at this point, they're already on point. Not sure it's going to get too much value, but we'll find out in a moment. Trying to isolate here the strat line, not a bad play. Trying to off-map them, and they do not fall off, but A great idea here from Kendrick, who's going to jump through the other side just to get back into the back line. Smart play here from Kendrick on that Strange, and I think Strange portals as a whole have kind of taken a step back, but love to see them come back into the fold. Pizza able to find Mask here. Bad time story with that ultimate takes out Zatex. Guru with the eye, is it big? It is, and Xantho's now in danger, holding on with 1 HP in a dream, resetting with a team, and I do think TSM wins this, but they're already bouncing back. Yes, BTS is going to find Jitward. Jitward takes out Gale, though, prior. Xantho in a dangerous spot, but is able to escape in the moment, and the point will be owned by TSM.
3 ults used, though, from TSM. Don't know if they needed the invisible boundary to follow up there. They probably could have saved that one. They already had such an advantage in the engagement that, yeah, we lost. We're kind of backing off and conceding. And now Cal's going to have to regenerate that ultimate for a fight a little bit later on. Only Gilbert's going to have an ult available on the Venom. That being said, yeah, we lost don't have any ultimates at the moment as well, so they also need to go for a little bit of a poke battle here to try and get some ult generation of their own. Zatex is going to be the closest on Mantis, and as I say that, Jeff's just got his ultimate as well. It's Jeff could potentially be popped to throw some people off the map.
Yeah, you can see on the top side, Gilbert and Bedtime holding that height, was ready to re-engage, but great tracking there, and they're walking in heavy using that resurgence from Zatex. Is there going to be an answer? Pizza goes under. Will the It's Jeff get value off the sleep? Zatex is looking for that Jeff now, and goodbye Pizza. It's just so difficult to get value in a brawl composition like this. Cal, 1 HP, but still able to hold on. You see the Unleash come through from Fox. Gilbert able to take out Kendrick, though, in the mayhem, and they're just stalling for as long as possible here. TSM at 52%, but the switch will come through in a moment.
I mean, Kart is just disgusting on Hulk as well, getting in the face of TSM, and they just have no real answer. You can see that they tried as they might to defend those strategists, but Kart was just on a mission and now has ultimate available as well to be even more of a nuisance here. Will Yeah We Lost do similar to what they've done in the previous and continue to force them back in this choke here and maybe try and force a portal out of them off the next play?
Cart takes the pressure, moves forward, and is going to commit now as we see Savage Hulk making some serious ideas. Can they off-map in that moment? Still dancing around, a ton of HP, and just kind of forcing these strategists to stare at each other, and that is value as the ticker is at 32% and climbing. Wow, Cart almost got away from that, but they do find and do follow up, onto Cart, putting them up a number currently. A huge Eye of Agamotto from Guru, able to take out Xantho. And another now on Zatex, in the retake potential is very much alive here for TSM, as they will get the point back.
Impressive hold from TSM just from the push that we saw from Kart, and then if one strategist had gone down there, then they might have just found themselves getting sent back to respawn and allowing so much time to go in favor of Yeah We Lost. But they knew exactly what was going to happen when they saw Hulk jumping on in. They prepared for it, and they have now succeeded in not only surviving, but then retaking that point. Again, Eye of Agamotto was absolutely a massive win for them, have been timed perfectly by Guru thus far, and now they just need to kind of defend one more push here to try and tie us up.
Yeah, ult advantage going to be slightly in the favor of TSM. Keep your eyes on Gilbert and Pizza in this next fight. Got to get some value on this It's Jeff, which hasn't seemed to land too frequently, and immediately goes under right now. Pizza heading towards the back line, potentially. So we see another pick coming from Gale onto Jitward from downtown. What a throw there. Some good tracking as Kendrick is able to turn that around on Cal. But all that matters right now for TSM is that 99 number, and that's exactly where they are. They heard the It's Jeff get committed, and they just walked towards the back line, knowing that the idea from Jeff was likely to go trade back lines, and it looks like instead it went in the favor of Yeah We Lost. Jitward making that switch on a Spider-Man.
Here we go. This is a prime Jitward now, ready to see what he can do onto the Spidey, which he has been so known for. Can you actually make a difference and try and destroy that backline whilst Yeah We Lost now hold? A lot of it came down from Kendrick. I'm going to be honest, on the Strange has looked very impressive indeed, knowing exactly when to push in onto those strategists. Speaking of, Bedtime Story does notice Spidey's come out and Jitward not quite able to get the conversion, and it's going to have to back off now as TSM start to press onto this point, and they get the opener from Guru.
Wow, that is huge with the two-piece there. They needed to press fast before Fox got on. They did just that, but now Mass is going to start off with the ultimate. The Fox is unleashed. Will they be able to find value? They do. Cal with some good tracking, pushing Jitward away. Another pick comes in as Jitward falls to Pizza. Gilbert onto Xantho. The stall is at least being held for the moment as the portal comes through. They're going to have to take out Card here to push it to the next map, and it looks like they will. Back to the portal now for the moment as BTS tries to clean up this KO. Oh, Card with some insane movement there is able to get that said health pack and does fall finally to BTS. Commitment on point from Cal. The eye of Agamotto gets canceled there, so they will not get value off of it. Guru onto Zatex, and it seems like a matter of time now, but Kendrick starts off the It's Jeff lands, but that grabs a bunch of teammates at the moment. Getting off map now. Again, these teams are duking it out, and it looks like Jitward is on top as Gilbert gets the next bit. Jitward onto Cal, Guru onto Kendrick. The number's still up here for TSM, and it looks like they could win this right now.
Surely, finally, they've done enough. Forcing Cart away, has to jump onto the point. Someone's got to go for a touch, and they will, but then they get pushed off. But now they've got a touch again, but again, just been removed. Gilbert gets the final hit, and we're tied up 1-1. So impressed with how TSM have just responded to that one. They were not bullied as much as they were in the previous round. They had answers. They were happy to change on their heroes as well. And yeah, we lost. They just couldn't find a comfortable spot for themselves. Jitwood constantly changing back and forth, didn't have the success on the Spider-Man that perhaps that he was looking for. And even though with Kendrick's impressive strange work, still wasn't enough for them to try and hold on to that point.
Yeah, the pressure from Gilbert Noodle has been looking really, really strong. Finding a lot of those neutral picks, getting 6 finals. And folks, note, last stats screen we saw, the max scales was 2, and that was from Gale in terms of finals. So the team is definitely locking in here, taking that first loss personally. Yeah, we lost, though. Needs to bounce back heavy and get back to where they're comfortable. It looks like they had some really strong attacks, but struggled a bit after losing 1 and not just stalling the point for as long as possible, whereas TSM was able to do just that as we start up on our final map of domination.
Well, we've wanted some closer games, especially after yesterday where it was just duos almost across the board. But knowing that both these teams, whoever wins goes through. It's as simple as that. If you lose, sure, you still will have a second chance, but right now it's about just trying to put destiny in your own hands and get the job done right here, right now, and both are fighting tooth and nail for it. In terms of
huge opportunity,
he's got Agamotto yet again here.
Yeah, exactly. Huge opportunity was available. Gale goes down early to Kendrick, though. His ult's got to be committed before they get answers. Bedtime able to find Kendrick. Xantho onto Pizza. The number's still up for yeah, we lost. There's that eye. Does it land? It does not. Gilbert holding on as Cal from downtown able to find Jitward and keep the team healthy with some insane positioning. Now back on to Gilbert, just playing on this health pack. Disgusting positioning here by Cal, playing off some of those cooldowns while the Vanguards try to peel, but it's going to be difficult as Cart is in your face. Zatex finds Cal. Cal goes down. Cart goes back into Bruce form. Zatex tries to find more, but Guru is going to clean up Bruce now. The point is being held by yeah, we lost 12% and climbing.
Gilbert just trying to dive yet again and see if he can find anything, but at the moment just has to back off. Cart is going to be able to get back into Hulk form now. Zatex also going to pop the Mantis ultimate to try and give a little bit of coverage and space for this team. Jitwood's going to open up. Demon goes down as well, and that's 3 now fallen for TSM, and they're going to have to back off. This is going to be a wipe unless they don't retreat, but it looks like they are going to retreat. So yeah, we lost. We'll be able to take and continue this scoring on the point.
That was genius, using the bounce there to find Cal around cover when he had nobody else up, and a massive stagger there as Cal is still waiting on that spawn. Incredible work here by yeah, we lost to, or maybe Bruce Banner in the last match, but they're definitely the Hulk right now. Gonna have ult advantage too in this next fight. Cal, Pizza, and Guru now will have ults to try to even those numbers in a moment. So it looks like it's anyone's fight here. It's all about who gets more values with these Qs.
Battle of the big boys happening on the point. Elsewhere, it's going to be battle of the backlines happening as Cal is going to be able to take down onto Kendrick as well. Xantho falling means, yeah, we lost. They're going to be at 6s and 7s here. Do you even try and save anything with ultimates? The answer's probably no. You just back off and give this one up. Save the ultimates for the next push. You've already got 70%. As I say that, though, Cart says, You know what? Mask, let's work together. Maybe we can do something with these ults.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, the portal does come through, so that's the commitment, and that's why you try to keep Strange available with a huge opportunity. The eye is massive here from Kendrick. Match right back with the boundary, though. Team stays healthy. What a stall right there, using the Fox and Hulk to stay on point as the portal comes through. 90% and climbing here for yeah, we lost. A ton of ults getting committed. Pizza goes under with time, finds Jitward Xantho onto Guru. Pizza tries, but to no avail, and the numbers are ticking down. It is going to be a tough position here for TSM as the portal will have to come through from Guru.
Portal surely has to come through, but at the moment they are stalling well enough. But we saw pretty much 9 ultimates used, I think. Finally, we're going to see Cart get back onto Hulk as well and get the ultimate Hulk just in the face as Zatex takes down Gale and Mantis on Mantis action. Yeah, we lost controlling over time here, but TSM still desperately trying to cling on to this one. But is it going to be enough here?
Jibward coming back in and finding Pizza. Guru goes down too, and I think the writing is on the wall here. Yes, it is. Yeah, we lost. Coming back with a vengeance after map 2 and take this Dom home.
I mean, I was so impressed with their commitment towards ultimates. Yeah, we lost, recognizing they had the portal. They just delayed enough. And then the ultimate coming out from Hulk and White Fox at the same time, because not only does it apply pressure from Hulk, but also the fact that White Fox is then going to be healing at the same time, just at the perfect way to stall, really, for the rest of the team. And then it was just an absolute manic fray of ultimates over and over again from both squads. And in the end, yeah, we lost, just able to out-heal TSM to take our first map here on Domination.
Yeah, I mean, such a beautiful synergy and combination on that hold from the side of Cart and Mask. So the idea was Mask goes into Fox form there, gives Cart CC immunity on hold to just try to stall and try to do whatever you can for the moment while Kendrick sets up Portal on the retake. And that is why having Strange available for Portal is always incredibly impactful, especially when your strategists have ults available. Shout out there to Yeah, we lost on that map 3. It was beautiful to watch.
Absolutely incredible on the side of Yeah, we lost. And I think that's going to give them such a confidence booster as well going into these next ones, especially after losing to SSG in yesterday's matches where they probably felt a little bit deflated. But yeah, we lost. We'll find their victory here on Domination. And I think you guys probably need a breather after that one, so you will take it. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll see map number 2 of Yeah, we lost versus TSM.
What is going on, guys, and welcome back after that chaotic match. And how perfect was it that Jitward is he's our Deadpool player, and that full match felt like it, a battle of momentum that built up a little slow as we saw Jitward go online with the Deadpool, and just the trades that happened. So much to break down if you're just now coming in. Shib, want to go to you first about the Vanguards. I think whoever had the better Strange on the map got the W, and obviously Kendrick was an animal. We'll get to his fat Agamotto later. But Guru stepped up match 2, really did a good job kind of being that calm in the storm, I felt like, in a lot of it. Break them down and what you saw.
Yeah, I'll say first, both these teams are really bringing back portal ingenuity and trying to do some crazy stuff with portals, which I love to see. We got to see some very strong neutral play from both. Granted, there was an invis from the side of Cal that there was not an advantage out for Kendrick. So, Guru did have that pull in, which does help Strange a lot. So had some big value from that. Looked really good on the hero. Got 9 finals. And then on the opposition, Kendrick, who was playing really smart with those portals as well. 23k damage, looked very solid, and had that massive eye at the end. And not only the eye was huge, the portal play was massive. The communication to the team to say, stall with whatever you can. We will be back as a unit. They all get back on point. And from that play alone with that eye, it was curtains.
Dude, bro is Dr. Steven. I mean, did you see him go under the portal into it with the float off the edge?
I loved
that just
it.
gave me, like, man, I held my breath for a second. Gaskin, want to talk about the Mantis, because both these teams had that as their game plan going in, right? Obviously, compliment to Jitwar getting the Daredevil ban against him first, but Mantis was the core identity. I mean, Shib dropping the Gantis is the best way to say it. I'm shocked that Car wasn't matched Hulk to Hulk. We hear about the Gulk, but this time it was Zatex coming on top with 10 finals as a Mantis. Insane.
You can have so much fun on a Mantis, and really some strategists really shine when Mantis is let through, and that's the reason why sometimes you shouldn't let Mantis go through, because even though Gale did a good job on the other side, but I'm very impressed with Zatex. 10 final hits. You saw a few times the Strangers were getting aggressive onto the strategists, but they had to defend themselves, and to be fair to both Mantises, they were doing well at winning their 1v1s and keeping things alive for their team, but it was Zatex who won things out in the end. But I love you mentioned Cart as well on the Hulk, just unbelievable aggression at times. I was very impressed.
Yeah, we oftentimes see these teams kind of overcommit to try to keep that stall on. I don't think we've seen a more perfect stall to have that happen. I mean, Hulk is obviously a good vehicle to get the engine rolling. No one was expecting the Agamotto. It's a little bit of ult tracking in that, right? I think they knew the portal might come. You got to expect the 5-piece coming with it. A couple other shout-outs I want to do. I think Cal, I've been watching him as a player go from duelist into strategist. Kind of felt like Ship, we had the duologist come. In that mixed degree, the guy popped off, did pretty well.
Yeah, Cal played lights out. I don't think there's anything else we really need to mention about it. I mean, his positioning was great. A ton of final 6, one of the most in the his entire team, and that's on Invis, who does a great job of dealing damage. But yeah, looked absolutely incredible.
Yeah, so guys, we've got the matchup number 2 underway right now. Will they rely on bedtime stories on the side lock, or will we get a different look from Gale and TSM? It is 0-1. Winners looking a lot more comfortable. Here we go, guys. Let's get it underway in Central Park.
Oh, and my friend, another DD Gambit double back and forth off the rip. It doesn't look like anything's going to change just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the Daredevil ban is a very targeted one against we lost, because we've not really seen TSM ban Daredevil previously in any of their other matches. They've typically been going for getting rid of Gambit themselves. When it comes to their protects, the real question is, do you get Mantis again? And the answer is going to be yes. So we're going to see but Mantis on both sides. And I do think we are starting to see teams now wondering whether Mantis can do more damage than a Gambit, because Gambit now sliding through every now and then to the later side of the bans means that people feel like Mantis perhaps is just that little bit more of an addition to the squad.
Absolutely. I also, just kind of piggybacking off that, the Mantis damage boost, right? It does just help with some of these compositions that are like, you just become more threatening. It enables new breakpoints. We hear a lot of why Cap is getting more play, and we're seeing some success with some top caps at this top level. Why he's more threatening, and that's because he got a little bit more damage on his neutral punches before the shield throws. So that little bit of damage has allowed him to have breakpoints anytime he wants. And those small changes now happen when you have a Mantis across the entire roster. So it changes the way everyone can play the game, and it helps enable your duelist, and that's why we saw some success with Psylocke, even through the Loki pick, as we see the ban out of Loki once more.
Now Loki gets taken away, but of course on the other side, the Ultron is going to be just protected on this side. Now we lost. I mean, what are they trying to protect it with? They like Invisible Woman again, potentially for them? No, they're going to protect Hulk. They feel like maybe Hulk has been so oppressive at the moment that TSM could potentially try and target ban there, but that will allow TSM, of course, to get rid of Gambit in the final moment, as they had done previously. But yeah, we lost. Just defending Cart every single opportunity they can.
Yeah, we did see a ton of pressure there from Card, and we saw how long he was able to just duel with the 3 back line and just stay healthy while just dismantling them. Granted, they did a great job patty kicking and staying healthy, but just so difficult to look forward when you have a Hulk just punching you for days, as we see the floating compositions now. And I think we might see things change in a moment, but it is going to be Central Park Convergence, TSM on D.
It is TSM's pick as well. They have played Central Park Convergence twice already this season. They're 1-1 at the moment in preseason, but we've not seen we lost play it. So TSM clearly feel like they're pretty well practiced, and maybe they've got a trick under their sleeves, or up their sleeves, should I say, against we lost here. And they need it. Otherwise, they can find themselves 2-0 down, and then needing to go into tomorrow's matchup against Nightmare and winning it. And remember, Nightmare, their backs are against the wall. They're in a must-win matchup against TSM when they play them as well. So you don't really want to leave it down to the last day to try and progress through to playoffs, that's for sure. So we need to see TSM finding a little bit of something different here in Convergence.
Yeah, we can see a change in composition, something more front to back, and they are going to put Cal on that Ultron. Cal has had a ton of success in the past on things like Adam Warlock because, Cal's essentially a duelist transitioning over to the strategist role, has that aim, has that focus, really good aimer, so that is a hero that benefits from that. We can see Gale on the high side here, going to start the damage boost on a BTS, and let the games begin, folks. Yeah, we lost on attack.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on Gale versus Zatex yet again, because as we mentioned, Zatex just kind of had the upper hand when it came to the Mantis play. And also, there's very different areas, but speaking of mirror matchups, it's Guru who gets the initial KO onto Kendrick in a little bit of portal action.
I believe it was a counter portal under his feet or through his body, jumped right through it, and whether it was by accident, because likely it was under. It causes the mayhem, gets the pick, and shuts down the portal coming from Kendrick. Guru with an insane counter portal right there. We'll buy them a few seconds on this first fight. Jitward goes down here for BTS. BTS now, shifting backwards. The whole team is pressed forward, but they're down numbers. They got to clean this up as Cal does just that. And we lost is going to have to regroup here.
Bedtime Story on the Phoenix is going to be a fun one to watch as well. So we lost. Need to be careful that they don't group together and allow that AoE damage to just absolutely punish them. Gilbert takes down Xantho as well. And now we're going to see Captain America start to dominate. As really, if you have got a good Captain America player on your team, it just creates so much space for the rest of the squad, especially like for Bedtime Story, for example. If you can fly up in the air whilst Cap is distracting, you're going to do so much damage to the team.
Could not agree more. Cap is known for just surviving, very similar to something like Fist, who obviously does a great job burning down Vanguards. Cap also does a great job burning down the strat line with the new damage increase. Jitward trying to dive towards the back line in a dangerous position. The stun comes through, but Kark is going to clap and find a two-piece out of BTS and Gale, and that is a huge start here for We Lost on their second take. 2 minutes and 25 on, and a tick will begin. The portal play is going to need to come through, but I'm not sure Guru has it after that early cancel.
I'm not sure there's going to be time as well. 4 seconds until, I think that this is going to be a comfortable take for We Lost. And TSM just going to back off, give it up, and We Lost get their first point and now start to push their advantage here. A little bit of pressure they're going to apply as they wait for that convoy to join them. And Guru is now going to be the first point of contact, of course. I've really enjoyed the kind of mirror match between the Strangers and the Mantis, indeed. It really has changed the dynamic of this game.
And we can see now, defense begins. Mass trying to play a little more aggro. The idea here, and last time we saw TSM hold this card on the front line for a significant portion of the match after losing the first point quickly. That's the exact situation, but this time, We Lost us not up in here with heavy ult advantage. Kark gonna run down as many as possible. 1 falls, and we're gonna see 5 available ultimates here for We Lost, and almost 5 for TSM, but the question is, who gets those initial picks? Because that's gonna set the tone. Up goes the end song. It lands, does not seem to get as much value. Cal able to find Zatex. A huge eye again from Kendrick. Does anyone go down? No, they do not. Guru trying to find a reverse eye, but that one does not seem to get as much value as nobody has gone down just yet for these ultimates.
Yeah, TSM did well. I think one member of We Lost fell, and TSM now have the advantage and are able to push We Lost back. Even though We Lost initially had the extra player when they were pushing, they were hesitant to ult first. Because they had the extra player, they were like, we could probably win this fight and continue to push without it. But TSM were the first ones to pop their ults, and now it means for this next fight, We Lost have far more to work with, and perhaps that was their game plan all along, just to allow TSM to burn through some of theirs.
And we see some commitment now. The spin comes in from Peter, who just gets destroyed by Pizza. Goodbye to Jitward. Pizza now looking on the high side towards Cal. A lot of pressure here from Kendrick. Back and forth go the strategist. Card able to take out Gale. Cal falls to Kendrick. And once again, We Lost her up in numbers. They do a great job in the chaos, and there has been plenty of chaos as Guru gets off map. And a second pick coming into Gilbert in a moment. What insane movement, but at this point has already been taken.
Frustration on the side of Jitward, I think, of how did he not get that KO, but it doesn't matter. As you say, they get the second point, and Jitwood, you got to give credit where credit's due. Just sticking with the Spider-Man, sticking with what works for him as well. And even though sometimes you see the Spider-Man go down and you're like, well, he hasn't really done anything. What he's done, a big distraction technique and also damage on the side of TSM, because off the back of it, yeah, we lost. We're able to convert a lot of those KOs thanks to the damage that was done. And now, yeah, we lost continuing to push this cart, and TSM, they're going to look towards maybe Cal with the Rage of Ultron to try and give them a little bit of something in this fight.
Yeah, and that is definitely going to be the initiation, but Cal's taking so much damage. Good movement there. They head towards the back line and reset as a unit, and there's that Rage that we're discussing. Cart's in a dangerous spot. Good positioning now, but not able to see much else. Looking for anyone to get value on, and BTS going to clean up Jitward. Good shots there by Cal to find a ton of damage, as BTS now is looking towards the Fox, and the Fox can't say much when it's on the KO feed as the team retakes once more.
Nice damage coming out, but again, they're just deflecting at the moment and backing off. No one really overcommitting. Eye of Agamotto is going to be available on both sides, and we've seen how impactful they can be on both of them as well. Kendrick and Guru have been so impressive on the Strange, but who's going to blink first? That's the real question.
And here goes the commitment from Cart, matched right back with the dance of the butterflies. Mask goes down, BTS finds one. Zatex going to take out another. At this point, just trying to find a way through that invisible shield that is holding on the back. What a pull there, and the chase from Xantho almost takes BTS out. Can he escape the chaos? And it looks like he was able to. Not for long, though, as Xantho gets that pick. Forces out a long KO. Jitward now onto Cal. And yeah, we lost. Up in numbers heavy as the boundary comes through. Pizza Demon able to hold on with the team once more. But Kendrick has that eye available, waiting for the opportune moment. Until strategists overcommit. Out goes the Freedom Charge. Gale trying to take out Jitward and does that. What a shot there onto the dome with Jitward on that chase.
But Gale was distracted temporarily there, so wasn't able to heal the rest of the team. I had to focus elsewhere onto Jitward. There's the Eye of Agamotto that will come out, but now a response. An Eye of Agamotto of their own. Kendrick pops it, does get a little bit of tag, and there is going to be damage to follow up, but now Zatex, Kendrick, and Mask all fall. So yeah, we lost. Going to have to just back off at this one, and they're going to have to reassess how they want to push. It should be a full wipe. If not, it's just 5, but that's going to be more than enough for TSM to hold on, reset, and regather.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful play with Gale and Guru there, using the Soul Resurgence from Gale to keep the team healthy. Guru shields off the eye that comes in, and eyes after when the Fox is there to make sure the Fox doesn't get much value. Great trades there for TSM, but is it too little too late? A minute and 38 on, and the point is right at the end of point 3.
And even if, yeah, we lost, don't get all the way to point 3, I think they've got far enough that it's going to be difficult for TSM going into the next one. That being said, they would love to make it the 3 to put any extra pressure on, as Kendrick now, speaking of pressure, is under a lot of it at the moment, but is able to just back around the corner and reassess how they want to approach this one for yeah, we lost. They are gathering, and this is going to be one of their last attempts at a push. Of course, with 1 minute, they probably got 2 on the board, and Pizza Demon finding that opener means that suddenly, yeah, we lost. They're going to have to utilize some ults, and Xantho will use that invisible boundary.
See now the movement, and the point is retaken here by TSM. Card going to start off with Savage Hulk trying to push into the backline, and the backline trying to dance with each other. Isn't going to be enough to keep them healthy. Stalling the point for a moment as it is retaken completely by TSM, but Kendrick's able to find Gale. Out goes that dance of the Cutterfly. Goodbye to Pizza Demon from Jitward, who's trying to find Cal and might just do that in a moment. Yes, Jitward does with 1 HP in a dream. Guru trying to stall, but not for long, and that should do it for all 3 points here. Yeah, we lost. Gonna make this a forced overtime, if anything.
Yeah, we lost are just so fun to watch, aren't they? They do things a little bit differently, a little bit off meta at times, and I think that's what's so entertaining about them. Jitward refusing to go off of the Spider-Man, and for good reason, was able to find so much damage on the back line and also just be a nuisance and a distraction, a thorn in the side for TSM. And now we're going to need to see a response from TSM. They have to get all 3 points as well to take us into OT. Real question is, Shib, can they get there? Because at the moment, yeah, we lost. Have looked so good in their engagements.
I could not agree more. Yeah, we lost. It's definitely locked in. We saw some good fights from TSM, but it just seemed like in these neutral, in the downtime, you know, they just found a huge fight loss, and for some reason, the cart was just able to take so much free space. I would say the idea of, yeah, we lost his comp here on attack is so threatening because they're constantly just steamrolling towards the back line, and they already guarantee space. What needs to happen is there needs to be someone who could potentially sneak point, try to bide more time for some of these lost fights so that they don't just lose in 1 or 2 after they've won a few of these downtime fights. Again, I think TSM can pull this off, but it's all about how this first fight opens up.
A lot of eyes on Bedtime Story on the Psylocke as well. has had a little bit more support going into this one than the previous when they were running Loki, and there just wasn't really the support that they needed from those strategists. But Bedtime Story has been making it work, but sometimes coming up against a Zatex or a Xantho, for example, who have just been able to take them out on that backline. Now, Zatex is switching over to Phoenix for this defensive side on Yeah, We Lost, so we were interested to see how this one goes. Mask over to the Mantis now, and Jitwood onto the Black Panther, baby. I can't wait to see this one.
Yeah, Guru on the Vanpool, too, is another great decision, in my opinion. Does a great job, getting onto that backline, but also peeling. There's a lot of raw damage there as Jitward is able to find a two-piece here on the Panther. Now looks upward towards the sky, misses that spear, and is going to have to drop back with the team. But that is a huge start in momentum on the defense for Yeah, We Lost.
Yeah, this could be a playground for Jitwood if things go this way. If Yeah, We Lost can control this lane and allow Jitwood to continue to do this, just to pick, poke, and be that thorn, eventually does get shut down by Gale, but was the damage done? Because now initially they had that extra player. Bedtime Story is out of there, so the duelists are not going to be there for that fight from TSM, and instead, Yeah, We Lost now are just going to be able to back off. Wait, Kendrick's under pressure though, just gets round the corner. It will allow TSM to step up.
Gilbert owning the space here on the high side, putting a lot of pressure. This should give some free space for the team to walk forward. Crystal's forced out as well. Is huge for TSM. Yeah, We Lost it. We're making that switch over now to the Spider-Man. The aggression is still very much there on the Xantho, and that is going to be a pick as Gilbert cleans that up on the back of the ultimate there from Guru. And we will see another pick now from Cal onto Jitward. And this looks like it might go in favor of TSM after Yeah, We Lost looked so dominant in the first fight.
Car is still alive, could potentially jump onto stall here, but I think it's just being pushed back, not going to be able to even try and touch it. So that's good time from TSM, pretty similar to what we saw from Yeah, We Lost, but now Yeah, We Lost are looking to get aggressive, trying to utilize Jitwood on that Spider-Man yet again. Bedtime Story, the first one to fall. It does seem like Jitwood just has eyes for Bedtime at the moment, and he is reading him a good night story as Zatex also gets one onto Pizza Demon. Look at the ult economy on Yeah, We Lost. I think TSM are going to be pretty scared to go into this next fight.
We can see now some, and by some, I mean every single ult here for Yeah, We Lost available. Soul Resurgence gets committed, matching Bedtime Story there. Out goes the End Song Inferno from Zatex, but nobody goes down. And Psych Guy lied goodbye to Pizza in that moment as Cal starts off with the Rage of Rage of Ultron on the high side. Puts a lot of pressure on. BTS cleans up one, but no other value yet. Even trade so far, and now BTS goes down for Mask.
Bedtime Story, Guru gone. TSM having to back out slightly and just reset. And Yeah, We Lost its job done to keep them at bay and keep them in this lane is what is important. Because remember, Jitwood is just having a field day as they're trying to approach from this spawn. Venomolt does come out to get the initial damage, but now is being absolutely pummeled by Kendrick alongside the rest of the squad. Yeah, We Lost get that opener, and now they can push their advantage here against TSM, who have to bring out ultimates of their own on the strategist. Mantis was used. Now Pizza Demon going to get the dance floor. They are throwing everything at them.
Yeah, as Gale's able to take out Jitward, it's another trade. Ults get committed once more, this time from Kendrick. It does find some value through the dance floor, though it won't find too much. But their whole team is stacking so heavy on point here. TSM cannot break through it. Incredible play from Yeah, We Lost. Losing that first point and just acting like they haven't. Playing directly on cart and winning consistently. Still up in ult advantage.
We are going to see changes now for TSM. Gilbert switching over to Thing. We've got Wolverine on the go as well. They're just trying to see if they can get aggressive and maybe pick someone out on this back line from this position. And we're going to see Vanpool start to lead the charge here from Guru. But are they actually going to get that opening pick? that's the real question, because at the moment, Yeah, We Lost have been winning these initial engagements.
Jitward finding Bedtime. Another pick comes through from Mask and Cart. And the feed is just consistently red here. Cart commits that ultimate. And now Jitward and Zatex will have ults available, while Guru is the only one holding on to Q for this moment. It will apply pressure to the backline. The eyes are going to be on Mask, likely, but that ult will be available from Mask as well. That's Soul Resurgence to answer. We'll see now what ends up happening as the ult was committed, and there's that answer as discussed. Soul Resurgence. There goes the spin from the side of Jitward. It seems like Gale's the first to go down, and they're just trying to find a way through this. This is absolutely disrespectful here from Yeah, We Lost, who have not stopped the pressure.
Yeah, we lost just kicking them whilst they're down at the moment, TSM, and it's constant hero changes trying to find an answer. Gilbert going to move over to Groot now as a last-ditch attempt to try and move over. I mean, they still have 1 minute 55, but remember, they have to get to the full 3 points here. Mash does get the opener onto Gilbert yet again, so it doesn't matter what hero you move to as a Vanguard, you are just getting focused down by a we lost team who are ruthless with their aggression.
Ult advantage on the side of TSM here. This is their time as Jitward now goes down. TSM up a number for the first time in these early fights in quite some time. 1:30 on as an Eye of Agamotto comes through, using the end song in the sky to just negate that ultimate. Well played there. Tries to land towards Xantho, who's able to escape. More pressure gets put on. We see a pick coming through likely as Cart is able to retake onto Hulk in that last moment. And what do you know, goes right back to Banner, but it doesn't matter. It's a huge end song opportunity from Zatex, able to take out 2 at the spawn door. Guru finds Cart, but it will be off the back of the whole team going down. And Gilbert Noodle has the strangling prison, but is that going to be the answer with 58 seconds left?
Yeah, I think the writing might be on the wall here. It may have been on the wall for quite some time with how we lost have been playing, and our impressive MRC team that has now come into MRI. They're back at their very best. It was a little bit of a blip against SSG, it would seem, but they are running riot here against TSM. Gilbert does get one onto Jitwood, though. Could this be the opener and their chance to finally gain control of this cart? Because they just haven't been able to touch it thus far.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. The communication here from We Lost has to be lights out. 2 ults available from TSM, but again, once they use those ultimates, they might be in trouble. BTS goes down after finding Zatex. Mask on a BTS, Kendrick on a Cal, and Jitward's already back fast as Guru takes out Cart, make it a 2-piece onto Kendrick. 12 seconds left on the point here. Still holding on to that strangling prison, but got to keep your eye out for the crystals as Gale's able to find one onto Jitward. Point with 3 seconds on, the touch needs to come through. It looks like the touch is there, but Guru's in a dangerous spot at about 17% HP. Now getting back up a little bit. Out goes the resurgence once more. And the strangling prison comes through, and that's going to be some big plays here, forcing out an ultimate, but also goes Kendrick again with a huge eye to find Gale. Are you kidding me?
Every single time Kendrick goes in with the Agamotto, he's always tagging multiple enemies, if not all of them at this point. We lost. Nothing to lose here. They've thrown all of the ultimates, and they are pushing TSM back slowly but surely, down to just 2. Make it Gale, the last remaining player.
Wow.
And overtime is done. TSM are done, and We Lost will not only win this one, but they will also solidify their spot in playoffs.
Oh my goodness. That was an insane thing to witness with a ton of time on being held right at the door there on point 2 is just a masterclass of communication, not overcommitting ultimates and making sure your team can stall while you reset again and somehow don't go down. I cannot believe what I just witnessed. Really well done by We Lost there to take home this series and make themselves known in the playoffs. Looking at these stats, buddy.
Yeah, stats are going to be impressive on the side of We Lost, to say the least, because it was very much a one-sided affair in that second one. And they are ugly numbers to look at if you are a fan of TSM, that's for sure. Cozy, I mean, we just got to see We Lost at their very best yet again here.
Oh my gosh, their name says one thing, but their gameplay says something completely different. I'm going to go out and say it. I think you guys, Kasky, you led to it. This is the most fun team to watch in this tournament. I mean, bar none. I mean, they play aggressive, loose. Obviously, yesterday, sometimes that can come back to bite them, but we kind of circled it. If you don't have an answer to calm the storm of chaos that's around you in Jitward, in what looks like everybody wanting a piece of the highlight reel, right? I mean, you can shout out anybody at this point. They're going to quickly win and make it look one-sided sometimes. And so it's been fun to watch this team, again, come from the MRC, but a lot of people look at us, some tier 2, if you will, looking dominant at this level of play. It's been fun to watch them.
I think there's some communication to mention, sometimes it's a joke when you say, I'll be back fast when you're on Spider-Man, and Jitward going down 13 times, but getting 15 finals, right? That's the value. Going in and fully committing onto whoever the target is, getting a pick or 2, falling back and being back before the spawn's even done for whoever the pick came through as. You got to show some love to this team that was not afraid to run some unorthodox stuff and constantly find value. Really well played.
Yeah, I think, honestly, you circled it best. We saw it some yesterday, obviously, but in their other matchups, even if you can wipe a couple of them, there's always just one more, cut off one head, out 2 more. It's like the Hydra over and over, and then they can stall. And that's how they ended up winning some domination points. And on that case, dude, just never giving up the very front of that point. And also on the inverse, when they're on offense, they're kind of always there. You got to get rid of all of them at once, and it takes perfect play, Gaskin.
They're fearless and they trust each other. I think that if a team is slightly disconnected and the vanguards are moving a little bit quicker than the strategists, for example, sometimes you get caught out, but it's absolutely not the case for Yeah, We Lost. They are working in tandem so successfully and have been it's such a joy and a breath of fresh air to watch as well, just to kind of change things up and not play the way that everyone else is, and instead creating their own kind of style that I think other teams are starting to learn as well and develop themselves. And ultimately, that's how a region is always going to get better, by someone doing something a little bit different and pushing those to elevate themselves as well.
I mean, I'll say, especially even if you look at the pick ban phase, right? Like Jitward being him on being the lawyer Shib himself. You know, you got the Daredevil bans coming in. That opens up more and more. Then they use saves on the Hulk. They don't really care about what the tape says you should do. They've got their own game plan going in.
Yeah, they weren't worried about Vanguard pool, and I think that is a testament to strength on a team. I think Vanguard pool is in the conversation for the best Vanguard in the game right now, especially what he can do to dismantle a backline, and they're not even stressing over it at all. And then, you know, another thing to call out that I want your guys' take on is Zatex, the main pillar of staying hit scan on a team that just walks forward all the time. You have to have so much talent to be able to keep that role, but then going 39-6 with 17 finals and the most damage on your team, that's just absurd.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was going to highlight it, Gaskin, because Zatex came from a team called Ego Death last year. Self from 100 Thieves was on that, and they were kind of the first version of this, like this kind of sexy team that is like, you know, bringing the non-traditional stuff. And Zatex kind of already fit into that mold, right? I mean, he was doing some Psylocke and whatnot, but he still was on that team. Now he moves right into this team, which feels like more of the same. Gaskin, I mean, that definitely can lend a hand, if you will, to playing with, you know, new teammates and players and a team altogether.
And I just having that ability to flex and go from Mantis then into Phoenix on the defensive side as well, and being able to just output that amount of damage, it's so hard to keep up with, especially when you've got Kart doing what Kart was doing and creating the space. It just means that as a Phoenix, you have just so much freedom to deal that damage. It's an incredible feeling as a duelist when you have a Vanguard who creating that space for you. And I think, Yeah, We Lost are just everything you could want in a teammate in every single role.
I mean, Shib, we've got, you know, obviously a great interview coming up. Before we go into that, I want to ask you, I mean, how far can this team go? Because, yeah, you look at MRC and how they did. Guess what, man? They swept the MRC. I mean, it wasn't even a challenge for them. And so I think they easily don't belong into that conversation, really. But we do need to see them against some of these other competitions. And tomorrow, I believe TLC is going to be a perfect way to look at how they stack up against true, you know, solid meta approach.
Yeah, I mean, they guaranteed the spot in the playoffs now, which is huge for them. I will say they're incredibly fun to watch, like you're saying. The thing that we need to say, kind of what you're insinuating, is we need to see them against the top teams, the teams that are able to adjust a lot more to some of this stuff that's maybe considered more gimmicky in the meta, although at this point they maybe have proved it's not a gimmick, right? It's something that's working for them. So, you know, we just want to see what it looks like. So TLC's coming up here soon. That'll be a big test, and we'll definitely look forward to that because they did struggle against SSG.
I mean, Gaskin, I think you could boil it down to communication on both sides. Dive requires a lot of it and perfection at it, but then to counter that, it takes even more so, right? Like whenever it is all on top of the team and you're having to respond to that, that's what we see the great teams do. SSG did that yesterday. TLC, I expect them to do all the part as well to handle the quick cart on the point, going crazy, Jitward in the back, you know, throwing people off the map. It takes that kind of grounding, if you will.
Yeah, it's going to be the teams throughout preseason and the season following. It's going to be the teams who are able to adjust in the moment, right? If you're having that mirror match, it's not going so well, how do you counter it? Is mirror not actually the answer? Do you have to flip over to maybe a trip strat to try and take down a dive comp that is just absolutely destroying your backline so you've got a little bit more sustain via your healing? These are the kind of things that are not easy to make a decision in that moment, but through learning and gelling as a team, that's when you're going to be able to find that success.
Well, guys, we've got our interview ready, and it's the man we were just talking about in Zatex, who came from the team of Ego Death into the new team here that is Yeah, We Lost. And let's welcome him into the interview. First of all, hey, congratulations, buddy. It's good to have you here on the Ignite broadcast. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, especially after yesterday's loss. We did not play good, but after today, I feel like we played a lot better. Listen more like ourselves.
For sure. for sure, man. I mean, listen, we've been following you for a while. I remember Shib and I used to talk on the phone after y'all's play of Ego Death. I mean, man, the Zatex guy was a great compliment to self and what y'all used to do back in, last year. And then you look towards this year, this team is not play by the book. You guys are aggressive. You take fights early. Talk to me when this team was founded and, brought together about the identity and the non-traditional approach, and you're used to it.
Yeah, I am. I mean, playing with Self, I mean, most of it comes from Jitward, to be honest with you. He's always been very creative with his comps. I mean, like, the reason why Self was on Black Panther originally, like, I mean, yeah, it's his comfort character, but, like, Jitward has been, I don't know, his comps are just insane. But I'm glad I get to play what I like to play, and I think I'm really good at it. So...
Hey, listen, I heard the air horns on the MRC when you guys were winning, so the comms are crazy over there, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was hysterical to listen to. We were talking a bit about how you kind of do that mainstay duelist line, not afraid to pull up the hit scan, but in a comp that is consistently go and leaving you kind of to your own focus. Can you walk me through the mentality, what your focus is being that mainstay duelist that's probably getting a lot of attention?
Yeah, so when I'm playing... I mean, it matters what I'm on. When I'm playing Phoenix, my biggest job is my right click. I feel like because the right click is so broken, if you're able to hit the right click in the back line, they get stunned and you just do like tons of damage. They can't even react sometimes, especially if you have another diver with Jitward or even Cart. Like they'll just explode instantly. And I mean, that's just like my job is just to like shoot my gun and hit my shots. That's my main job. So when I'm playing Phoenix, I mean, when I'm even Psylocke, I'll go backline. But like those are my two main characters, and yeah.
Yeah, you did it great, man. So shout out to you for sure.
You did fantastically today, but you said yourself that you struggled yesterday against SSG. Can you pinpoint that? Yeah. Is there any particular reason? Do you feel like SSG kind of read you guys and studied you guys, or was it something you did wrong in your gameplay?
I think it's a mixture of both. We played really bad, and like we just weren't looking like ourselves. Like we VOD reviewed it for like literally like 3 hours yesterday. We definitely just didn't play good, but we didn't expect them to play the Psylocke triple support, and we thought like a lot of our we were just getting forced out permanently, but we weren't able to really dive. And I think we've been in our warm up today before our match. We practiced against it. I think now we have a good understanding of how to beat it. And I mean, yeah, I think that we did work caught off guard, but I think now we understand what to do now, and I don't think it's going to happen again.
Well, I'm very excited to see you guys against Liquid tomorrow. I'm sure you'll put on the show for us.
Yes. Yeah, don't worry.
Hey, I mean, listen,
let's just say...
You answered the...
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. Cooper is one of my Cooper. I go to school with him. I think we go to the same high school. Yeah, and I want to beat him. He's my rival. So hoping to win.
Oh man, I love the backstory there. I'm telling you, this team doesn't have an S on their keyboard. Like you guys are just always just holding forward. And I mean, listen, I got to cast the MRC with you all and just see. I mean, you made my job easy. I was done in like 30 minutes on the grand finals. Usually that can last hours. But I gotta ask, man, like, how far can this team go? Because SSG, we saw, what you went there is. Are you guys looking tomorrow's test as kind of, stretching the limits of, what you guys can do in this tier 1 scene?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I said, I think we're gonna win. Like I'm pretty confident. I mean, all of them are really experienced players, and compared to our team, like a lot of these guys have never played professional before. Like I mean, like 3 or 4 of them on our team, like this is like their first ever like big tournament. And compared to the enemy team, like on TLC, have like all of them are experienced. So I think that's definitely got to play a part. But I think. It's like, I think we'll do this really good, and I'm excited to play them. I don't know. I think we'll show up. Yeah.
Awesome. Hey man, well listen, I had Jitward as my player of the week for a reason. I think he's so fun to watch. You guys all are fun to watch, Zatex, and we're glad that you came on here taking the interview. Big congrats to the team. Celebrate the win. Get ready for tomorrow. And again, thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, buddy.
Absolutely. Well, folks, that was Zatex. And, dude, I think that was our first time talking to him. I don't remember talking to him last year, Shib. So it was just fun to welcome him in. I think Sombel was usually the one that took those interviews back then. So cool to see him adjusted on. And, man, the confidence is off the charts. Yeah, Gaskin?
Amazing confidence, and also great lore behind going to high school with Cooper as well, and the fact that they're going to be walking the school corridors, just eyeing each other up, saying, "I've got you tomorrow, don't worry," that type of thing. Like, amazing. The fact that they're both playing on different teams and from the same school, but I can only imagine. I think back when I was at school, it would just be like, who am I playing basketball against tomorrow, let alone playing Marvel Rivals. So shout out to the high school apparently breeding some incredible Marvel Rivals players.
Yeah, seriously, man. I was like, just proud of my Zanzibar play or something like that at LAN parties. I was as good as it got, not in the pro scene for thousands of dollars. But either way, guys, such a fun matchup. Definitely a fun team to watch. We have way more great matches on the way. Don't go anywhere. Reset, reload. We'll see you right after this quick break.
Shine on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. Turning up the heat, get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐, 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive, 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져, fade away, moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려, turning up the heat. Get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time we switch to flight mode. Fly, burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time we switch to flight mode. 올라가, 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Hello and welcome back from the break. And listen, I saw it all the chats, guys. The discussion was high school. Like, this is crazy. And, you know, I remember looking back, I think it was Jinxie, you said, like, your peak age is 18 to 20, somewhere in there for esport gaming. Like, someone like J3 way past the prime at this point. But you know what? We're all just getting better each and every day. It was fun, though, man, to get that interview in. We now look at I would say, such an important match for NRG and Cafe Rose. Shib, I want to ask you first, with both these teams, kind of how they've looked so far, what team is the win more important for?
Yeah, great question. You know, I'd say for Cafe Rose, it's still kind of up in the air if they win this, if it really affects them. They did beat Fly as their one victory, and Fly is towards the lower side right now of the bracket, being 1-3. NRG, on the other hand, has taken out 100T. So that is a huge win for them on a team that's playing pretty well right now. They need this win to get their record in a better spot to get out of this 1-2 bracket that a lot of these teams are finding themselves in. For
sure. Started out, you know, obviously really hot, and then now looking towards a team at Cafe Rose that obviously, Gaskin, we're about to be going into the rosters, but with this team, you know, I think they kind of looked like Lunex in some ways, where it's like, wow, they're not the easy beat, and they've proven that they are a team to go up against. I mean, they've been saying they're just having fun playing loose. Do they just continue that up, or do they look at NRG and think, hey, we can definitely beat this team?
Well, I think they were on such a high when they took down FlyQuest as well, and they were probably thinking, yeah, this MRI stuff's going to be easy business. And then suddenly you get SG and you get Sen and you get run through a little bit. But just as I said previously in the matchup that we just saw, that you really just need to learn from those mistakes, and you need to learn how to build. And I think now they've had that time after the Sen loss, going up against NRG, who look like they are on the side of being a little bit weaker at the moment after their loss to FlyQuest. It's simple math. We beat FlyQuest. FlyQuest beat NRG. Why can't we beat NRG? We'll have to see whether it'll work out for them.
Yeah, no, for sure. That's a great point. And I mean, we've seen this team. They've put together really solid roster, Shib. You know, obviously, I know you've been very high up on this team, and I think they've proven their, you know, point on a lot of cases. But also, when losses start to spiral, you know, that's when you lose that momentum. And one of these teams got to get that snowball pushing for them. Anything you want to close on NRG before we look at Cafe Rose?
No, I just think, yeah, NRG's young talent. They've got the skill. They've just got to kind of believe here. I feel like they're crumbling a little bit in these last two matchups. They know they can win. The question is, do they believe it? You know, you've got to believe it in these matchups. You got to know that you can take these teams down. And if you're going to find a win, it's got to be right now.
Absolutely. And we look on the other side. This is NRG looking at Cafe Rose, the opposition. Man, listen, this team's got a lot of cool ways to play. I think No Binds is a fun player to watch. This is a team that they had to pick up a brand new roster. We talked about that in week one, having two players out and having to bring two new in. That's a lot to rebuild and reload a bit. And, man, they've done that. Zanji is so fun to watch. And I got to ask you, Shib, you know, with this team, who are the standouts to you?
Yeah, you mentioned No Binds. I think No Binds is in the conversation for one of the best Venoms, and I think Venom's incredibly annoying to handle right now. Lyric is great on that Van pool too, which is way up in the meta. And then the backline, Pixel and Respect, also really strong. I mean, you know what? I could virtually talk about everyone. Shout out Pro Builder, who had one of the best Atom performances we've seen of this whole tournament, which is a rare occurrence, I would say, at this stage of Ignite. So, yeah, I mean, the team just has the talent. It just seems like, you know, maybe a little bit of a nerve situation or being up at this level of play for the first time.
Absolutely. So when we look at players clashing and who's going to get through, I think Madara had a really strong week one and want to continue to see that build into it. And so I am going to look at the Vanguards again in this role. Gaskin, I mean, we watched a lot of this team play yesterday in Energy Shock. For them, was it one thing in particular that stood out on why they struggled a bit?
I think they were trying to throw stinkers at the enemy line quite a lot, whether it be through Daredevil or whether it was Wolverine, and just sometimes got caught out and they found themselves in a 5v6 a couple of times. So I just think that if they're going to go for that attempt at a kidnap, essentially, there needs to be a plan behind it of, if this goes wrong, are we going to be able to fall back, or are we just going to commit off the back of it and use it as a distraction? I just think there was a little bit of a lack of a link up in chemistry when it came to their gameplay yesterday against FlyQuest, and they also came up against a FlyQuest who were very hot with a point to prove. I think now it's going to be NRG who will have their chance to prove themselves here against Cafe Rose.
Took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, you know, when we saw what FlyQuest did against 100 Thieves, it was like kind of the same thing. It's like, man, this team, they will not keep losing. And so you went up against, you know, a very tough momentum push there against them. And listen, they won a point on Dom, so they were looking almost the part. They took it to Shin Shibuya. We saw that as this kind of team's what they want to do when they do end up losing. I think we'll probably see that again today. Celestial Husk, though, is going to kick us off. Man, NRG, you love this team. Tell me more on why and what you expect to see opening up in Dom.
Yeah, I think they're a really good team with good comms. We talk about how important comms are in the mix, and I think cutting through the chaos and domination in some of these modes where there's a lot of dive success right now, being able to just be direct as a team and not have too many people speaking at the same time is big value. This team definitely has that, but it does seem like sometimes when they're on their heels, they stay on their heels, and they need to be able to try to find a way to say, all right, let's wipe that slate clean, let's start fresh, and let's go at them. I like the cerebral map picks. I like when they do different stuff because they practice it more in scrims than other teams. I think that's big brain, but you got to win if you're going to do that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you kind of highlighted a bit. I mean, Stinkers this guy can go on another level and absolutely go crazy. But here we go. I mean, we've got these two teams. They're hot. They're ready. They have something to prove to get the snowball pushing down the hill for the momentum to get into these playoffs. NRG Shock up against Cafe Rose. Piping hot action coming to you from Shib and Gaskin. Take it away.
All right, my man, and here we go once again. We haven't really seen the full suite of all maps just yet. Shock and Cafe Rose want this one bad. Off the rip, the band's going to be more traditional. Gambit and Elsa each taking a piece of the pie. They're locking a Mantis again.
Yeah, looking at Mantis, maybe hoping that somehow Elsa squeaks through, but not going to happen. I mean, even without the Elsa, we've already seen how impressive Mantis can be. Vanpool usually is a ban on the side of NRG as well, so I wonder whether we'll see them pick that as their third ban. But now on the other side, here for Cafe Rose, yeah, you target the strategist now a little bit, especially after seeing that Gambit has been protected. With Gambit getting through, you don't really want to allow a Loki to go alongside it, otherwise it just becomes far too difficult. And there is the Vanpool bans that we expected.
Yeah, saw that one coming for sure, and you're absolutely right. You do not want two Raging Royal flushes. It's just too much to handle. But when you do get to keep the Gambit, you know who goes along Gambit incredibly well, and that's the wife, Rogue, who just gets a whole tier stronger with that team up, becomes an absolute problem, as we got to see yesterday with Vess, was cleaning the floor with everybody on that hero.
So then Daredevil is going to be removed away from that one, and they're going to protect the Invisible Woman. I mean, a good chance of using that invisible boundary sometimes to try and get rid of the insane amount of damage that is going to follow once the Gambit Raging Royal Flush comes off. And then on the other side, now we're going to see whether NRG can actually take full advantage of Gambit plus Rogue. We've seen this before from them. They do like to protect the Rogue once they get the Gambit locked in as well. In fact, they've been able to lock in Gambit 3 times so far this season, which I guess is kind of a surprise considering how much Gambit has been focused in the bans. But alas, they get away with it, and now we're going to get to see NRG with Gambit.
And how about this strat line, my man? I mean, you see, you know what? It's been a while, and who knows if it's actually going to end up being the case, but we talked about Pro Builder playing that Adam very well and finding some success. I think it's enough to potentially change what teams have been scrimming against. I think there's so much value in shifting things up against a team that maybe isn't used to it. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I do think that playing the unexpected is very important. If you're just going to try and play the meta against a team who is a little bit more well-drilled and well-versed and more experienced, you're probably going to lose 8 times out of 10. But if you can just do something a little bit different, catch them off guard, maybe surprise them here, then that might just be enough to give you the edge. I mean, we saw that from We Lost, not being scared of playing what's comfortable for them. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing with a slightly off-meta pick here of Cafe Rose. I'm a big fan of Adam Warlock, maybe because it's the only strategist that I can play. But I do like seeing someone actually get into it, and especially a good Adam Warlock can be such a difference maker for the team.
Yeah, Warlock's been great in the meta, especially throughout Ignite Stage 1. A little bit of a seat back with the 15% healing reduction, but that ultimate and the flight have definitely been impactful. You're not going to see as much Storm combination, so you want to have that extra healing, but we're going to see the team start up now. Pro Builder on the high side here, looking for Rainco. Oh my goodness! From downtown! That was so clean. Goodbye, Rainco.
Oh, that was beautiful. More of that, yes, please. Now, Cafe Rose are going to have the extra play here. They can push in. No Binds is going to be the target. Tries to see if he can just catch off guard the Gambit. But now NRG Shock are going to be able to come back into things by taking down that cap. And even though with that incredible pick from Cafe Rose, NRG Shock still able to stabilize.
Yeah, we can see more of an aggressive comp here from NRG. They're trying to do exactly what Cafe Rose loves to do, and that's just get on top of you as a team here. And they are doing just that. Sneakers making the change is going to be on that Magneto, but outside of that, the triple Vanguard comp looking very solid with that Gambit from Velocity. And we talked about how incredibly strong Rogue is with that team up. Essentially plays like another duelist with a ton of movement. We will see if this is still going to be the case in a moment on this next fight.
Yeah, I do wonder if Cafe Rose will regret letting Gambit get through, but had they not gone for that situation, they would have been playing against an Elsa. So again, it's just about what you think is more difficult to play against, depending on which players are available and who is going to be controlling those heroes as well. Stinkers on the Magneto at the moment, just trying to protect the rest of the team, as NRG Shock are just waiting for Cafe Rose to make their move.
The fight begins. There is a Raging Royal Flush available here for Velocity. That could apply a ton of pressure, likely waiting for Chime to get ult available too. And they are going to commit. And there is going to be some follow through now. No binds in a dangerous spot. 50% HP in a dream, but it won't last long as Madara is able to find one. Chime, it also takes out no binds in that fight, excuse me. Looking for more at distance, but at this point, 60% in climbing. Cafe Rose kind of on a tough position right now.
Tough indeed, especially when Chime's able to pluck you out of the sky as well. Pro Builder going down. Cafe Rose going to be on the back foot here. One player down, one strategist down. So they are just going to retreat and try and reset. But all the meanwhile, that's going to be more time for NRG Shock here, who are just going to be gathering and gobbling it up. And no binds does find one onto Chime though. So there's the opener. And now they can start to press themselves. And NRG Shock trying to get away. Wow. Capped again, just being such an important tool to your attack.
Well done there by Binds. Find Renko early on. Madara's in a dangerous spot trying to hold on for the moment. Zanji almost goes down in that trade. Good movement there, but Madara will pay the price for some force physics after the fact. Pixel taking out Stinkers, but at this point, 92%, 93, and the stall from Window is just immense. With the Feast available, we might see a portal retake here if Window's able to keep it going, but instead going to drop back and reset as a team holding on to those ultimates. Probably the right call.
Well, look at the ultimate economy for Cafe Rose. They've got everything, and because Pro Builder has the Karmic Revival available, it does mean that they can get a little bit aggressive here and try and just push in, use these ultimates to their advantage, and then be brought back to life if things go wrong. But it might not go wrong, as now you see Pixel and Lyric will open up here with ultimates, and it's going to be a massive chance to try and find some damage. Chime and Window will get the two.
Again comes through here from Pro Builder. They come right back into the fight, and everybody's going to be rezzed back up, but it's a matter of can they get to this point, and will they be able to stall for long enough, as it will likely be recapped in a moment. No, great movement and good patience here to hold on for at least a short while. The tick is almost all the way through. Out goes a Freedom Charge now, this time from No Binds to keep the team healthy. It's Jeff coming in. Will this be big? Finds a few, trying to off-map in the moment, but Chime able to take out Lyric now. NRG Shock once again up a number even after the res. Madara able to find Zanji, and I do think it will need to be a portal play coming in for Cafe Rose if they want to retake.
Yeah, it has to be a portal play, has to be a last-ditch attempt potentially here, and they are going to go for it, but they are just being picked apart by NRG Shock, who, yes, they allow Cafe Rose to have a little bit of control, but slowly but surely, they've been able to force them away. There is that strange portal that has the last-ditch attempt now into overtime, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They get forced back, and now there's going to be just desperate attempts to throw themselves into the point, but they are falling like flies. 1, 2, 3, you get the cocoon that comes from Pro Builder, but it's going to be job done from NRG Shock surely here.
I mean, just beautiful play around this portal too, as the ticker ticks 100, where they do not stay in that LOS of the portal. They play on the sides, and they just use all of their AoE to just burst whoever comes through, forcing them to retreat back to the spawn door for health every few seconds. Beautiful play there by NRG across the board, and I gotta be honest, this ban phase just looks so in favor of NRG. You lose Elsa, Gambit on the top side, you know, you lose Vanpool and your favorite Venom. There's just too much gone from the side of Cafe Rose.
Yeah, I think that NRG Shock will be laughing at the fact they're able to get the Gambit Rogue combo, which is just so difficult to play against, especially when NRG Shock are playing in this kind of way. Similarly to when, we lost, saw that Daredevil was banned against them, and they were like, cool, we get Elsa then, we can kind of move into whatever we want. As soon as you start to try and target something, there is always going to be a fallback that could be even worse if things go wrong. For Cafe Rose, I mean, they gave it a good stab. They did regain control of the point. They did have a good chunk of time that came in their way. After the Karmic Revival, I thought maybe they would be able to stabilize a little bit, but NRG Shock were wise to it and more than prepared, and Renko with the It's Jeff in the end was enough to force them off the point.
Yeah, still holding on to a lot of alts too, right? So NRG Shock really came out on top of this Dom map 1 without a doubt. We're going to see some commitment early, likely, if they're tracking ultimates. Notice the slow walk there to ensure there's less sound being committed. There goes the commitment now of the Feast of the Abyss upon a bunch of ultimates, able to find Pro Builder, who likely will have res available. Renko goes down to no binds. Some more commitment on Window. Up in the sky goes Stinkers now with that Meteor M, who's able to find Pixel. Zanji onto Chime, though, to trade it back just a little bit, and the invisible boundary is committed by Respect. Nobody has point just yet.
Are we going to be able to see Zanji go off with the Daredevil is the real question. When Daredevil does get through and it's played correctly, it can be very difficult to go up against. But with Stinkers going down, Nobine's has been able to find that one, and now they're going to have the extra single player on this point. But if they can sustain a long enough NRG, they can probably get Stinkers back onto the point to join them here.
See more commitment now. It's Pro Builder holding this back line. Has that bond available at the moment, waiting, and is going to commit it now after Madara jumps in heavy with the Heartbreaker, reducing some of that alt charge from the back line. But is it enough here as nobody has still capped the point window? Dives in heavy onto the back line. Binds goes down. Stinkers onto Zanji with a team up there from Gambit. And now they are going to try to find the rest, but the res comes through here from Pro Builder, and everyone's back in the fight, and the point has yet to be capped still.
Back in the fight, but are they in a position where they're vulnerable? It looks like they have been able to gather and group, and now they start to force Energy Shock back because they've already lost one. Freedom Charge is going to do exactly that as well. Create the freedom for them, and they find another KO as Cafe Rose now will surely take control of this point, as that's going to be a third, make it a fourth, and Energy Shock sent back to Sport.
Yeah, incredible work there by Cafe Rose, being down 3 ultimates in the first fight, losing, a few to some ultimate commitment. Battle back the neutral, res up with Pro Builder with a huge res, take the point, and that's exactly what their comp is designed to do. They stall, res, force out as many alts while the res brings everyone back, and then it's essentially a one trade for as many alts that get committed for those picks. Point commitment begins now as Velocity gets down there, and bang, everybody is in that alt. Will they get value? Out goes the eye, and it's pretty big as it's able to find Chime as down goes one. Vines gets that pick. There is a bond committed now, too, from Pro Builder. And we're going to see now who else gets picked in this fight. It's back and forth, and nobody's falling. And there's the next pick as Velocity goes down. We see Madara go down. Window finds one on the picks, but it will not matter as Cafe Rose are doing a great job on this point.
Yeah, Cafe Rose looking far more comfortable now, starting to synergize just that little bit better with their targeting and their focus. They have been able to just take out one of those vanguards and then move over to a strategist or a duelist, and it just means with their focusing and prioritization, Energy Shock have just fell a little bit victim to it. And for Cafe Rose, now it's just about building these ults back up again and get Pro Builder back on that Karmic Revival so they have the fallback and the safety net of it. Pixel's going to have an ultimate available, but Energy Shock do have the advantage when it comes to ult economy at the moment.
Yeah, you're definitely right there. Meteor M with a very good combination with the End Song Inferno from Chime could be a huge deal. Eating up all that damage that could burn the bird coming from the sky. A lot of low ceilings here to use that bird to stay low, making it very difficult to get taken out. Out goes the commitment now, the Soul Resurgence from Pixel in the back line. No answer yet, and here goes that combo. Meteor M and the End Song bang. Goodbye to Pro Builder, but if that res is available for Pro Builder, that will be a 2 for nothing. We'll see now. Looks like no res is available just yet. And nope, Psyche Light, Pro Builder back in the fight. Lyric onto Velocity. Window able to find no binds, but Zanji takes out Chime, and Cafe Rose back with a vengeance now. Up in numbers on alt, using some alts as a huge eye goes out. We see more with the Heartbreaker. The res comes through now for Pro Builder, and this is Cafe Rose's fight to lose.
Yeah, having the Karmic Revival is just absolutely everything for Cafe Rose because now they can get back on top. As I say that, though, Window gets one, gets that opening pick, and there will be a follow-up as well from Madara, but that is going to be traded out, but they are fighting tooth and nail to try and keep this point here in overtime.
See movement here from Binds, trying to stall the point now, reset as a unit, as that was a huge retake, a necessary retake from NRG, who come back with a vengeance, take over point, but at this point, 99% for Cafe Rose. It is a one-fight game for them to push this to map 3.
They were trying to hold on to it as well, just seeing if they could dip a toe in and delay enough, but now it's going to be going back to the drawing board a little bit. They do have the Freedom Charge available initially, but on the other side, Window is going to have ult available on the Groot, so there's definitely going to be ways of answering anything Cafe Rose want to try and do here, but the real question is, can they win an engagement without the Karmic Revival? Because they used almost everything in that previous fight.
And we begin again. Chime on the high side, out goes early, the Freedom Charge from Binds. The team walking in heavy with a ton of health, and there goes the Strangling. Is that going to be enough? Answered back with the Soul Resurgence. So much damage comes through. Ayavagomoto goes out, and it does find a few as Pixel takes out Rainco. No more Fox in play. No binds on the window. Ayavagomoto committed right back, but this time from the side of Chime was not able to make much happen. Zanji with a 2-piece. No binds out of Velocity, and the numbers are dwindling. Trying to hold now is Madara, excuse me, who is not able to hold, and OT falls. And that will be a 1-1 situation.
That's going to be all tied up. So what a fantastic response that is from Cafe Rose. And, you know, we said we wanted to see something different work. The Adam Warlock, was it going to play in their favor? Well, the timing was perfect. Getting the cocoon, getting back to life, and then Karmic Revival a little bit earlier just meant that they were able to really absorb so many of the ultimates from the side of NRG Shock. And then when they got into the next engagement, Cafe Rose kind of had the ult economy advantage. So we're all tied up 1-1. And for NRG, well, in terms of ultimates, they are going to have the advantage in this initial fight, especially with Velocity so close to that Raging Royal Flush, which is going to mean it's going to be such a difficult take for them. But NRG Shock on this trip Vanguard, it will be very difficult for Cafe Rose to try and kind of out-damage them, because they're just going to have to try and get through so much of the health bars.
Yeah, ult advantage is there, but I'm with you. I think this comp right here for Cafe Rose, it might have been that map. That's a very strong map for what they're trying to run, and it looks like they're trying to elect to run something different at the moment. Pro Builder is showing the Penny, which might be the first time we've seen that here in Ignite 2. Shout out to all the Penny mains, all three of you who are watching this right now as we see the team begin again, retaking point. There goes that portal, and that's why the Penny's played as they try to get a kidnap there, but it turns around. It's like I lied. 2 go down. Velocity and Window able to take out Zanji and Lyric through that trade. And that is a huge start for them. 7 seconds on point, still up ult advantage, and now up in numbers. It's not what you were looking for Cafe Rose on that commitment.
No, not at all. And Cafe Rose just going to have to kind of back off and allow this point to be taken by Energy Shock to begin with. As I say that, though, we are going to see Invisible Boundary get used. Meteor M is going to be the response as well. Do you find anything? The answer is no from Stinkers. And Energy Shock now just having to back off themselves. So fantastic use of the Invisible Boundary to create space. That being said, though, Madara taking down Pro Builder. Respect follows up and gets taken down as well. Pro Builder will use the cocoon to try and stay alive, but Energy Shock surely have won this fight.
Yeah, Madara's disgusting on that hero. I mean, that's some good chase right there out of the sky as Stinkers takes out Pro Builders. Another pick again from Madara as Chime finds no binds. And this team has found their footing again. Maybe this map will work in their favor. Cafe Rose will have a slight gain advantage in terms of Lyric, no binds, and Pro Builder, soon to be Pixel as well in terms of ultimates. This is their next fight to win. It's all about, can they get the most value? And on the side of NRG, they just cannot overcommit here because Pro Builder will have that res available.
Good time initially, just 20% at the moment from NRG Shock. Slightly elongated fight that they were able to come out on top of, just gives them a little bit more. And No Binds is absolutely ripped away from the map with Window taking it. And now Cafe Rose are going to find themselves at very much at a disadvantage here. And you're just going to see more pressure coming through from NRG. They do not want to allow Cafe Rose to escape.
Madara finding another pick in the neutral, and it's on a huge target onto that Adam, who looks like the res was not available at that moment. Again, another pick here on a Pixel, and you can't let the wife and husband group up because it's too much pressure. Those ults are there for Cafe Rose, but NRG ensuring there's at least another fight where they don't have to commit too much and still get time on that point. 60% roughly here in climbing. Cafe Rose with heavy ult advantage, but not for long as NRG is right on their heels.
LG are on their heels, so Cafe Rose need to take advantage of this here and now and start to pop some, and you're going to see the initial one. Solar Resurgence comes out, and now we will see the Karmic Revival that's going to follow just in case anyone does go down, and there are going to be the reses that happen as well. Eye of Agamotto follows up, but it's not really going to connect with anything too much, and NRG Shock are doing so well to survive this.
Yeah, they held the point there too. Really good communication. Thought they were going to let that slide for a moment. Madara committing. Stinkers as well with the Meteor M. Renko holding on to the Visible Boundary should they need it. And there it is. Another pick coming through on a Lyric. Zanji on to Chime. Numbers even. Advantage in favor of Shock in the ult for the current moment. Madara looking for another backline pick. Let the devil out as our lawyers chasing that backline. Renko tries to escape, but it's too dangerous as Zanji gets one. Make it 2 on the backline now. But now a reverse position as to what we saw last map. NRG at 99, Cafe Rose at 0.
I mean, that's what we really need to see from Cafe Rose, is getting Zanji behind enemy lines, taking down those strategists if he can. Because if Renko or Velocity go down, Energy Shock will really struggle to sustain in that fight. Cafe Rose maybe needs to try and just protect Zanji a little bit. Potentially just get a little bit of pocket healing on him as well. You can already see he's hunting at the moment, having the wall hacks via Daredevil, and just trying to get a little bit of info and relay that to the rest of the team.
We can see now the movement begins. Cafe Rose trying to set up themselves as best as they can to make sure they do not fall early, but they lose the point instantly, and that's why they're playing just a little bit too safe there. Immediate retake from Energy Shot gives them positional advantage. Now they can play around the safe parts of the point while the team has to overcommit to step forward to touch to ensure the game does not end. Out goes an eye from Window, and it is big as Renko takes out No Binds. Out again is the resurgence, this time from Pixel. A pick comes through, numbers up for Energy Shock, and out is another Raging Royal Flush, this time from Velocity. Window onto Pro Builder. Lyric trying to find something with the eye, but it doesn't seem like it gets enough. One pick comes through, Pro Builder reses back up, but the ultimate is not available. Madara onto Lyric, the numbers are dwindling. Can they get there? I don't know that they can. Cafe Rose in a very dangerous spot. Seconds ticking down. NRG will take this.
NRG will take it in the end, and wow, I mean, a lot of it was just protecting their backline against the Daredevil in the end. Chime doing so well to just force Daredevil away and say, look, I'm not going to allow you to just bully my backline. And as a duelist, sometimes that is your job, to just go and protect the strategists if they are being focused so heavily. And in the end, just that sheer protection has allowed them to take the victory here and take a 1-0 lead here in this match.
Yeah, that was a lot of... It's difficult to go into a comp like that because you just don't want to overcommit at all times because you never know when Adam is ready. I mean, obviously, you're alt-tracking Adam, but there were some big reses in map 2, and I think it kept them a little nervous, but those early fight wins, getting to 99-0, was pretty much all she wrote there for NRG. Look at these stats. Window with 22 finals, playing that Venom, saw on the Strange as well, just really consistent there.
Yeah, the Strange play that we've seen so far today, everyone has been incredible. It just makes such a difference if you've got someone on that front line who can do that much damage, Shib. But, of course, with the first match done and dusted, we still have more to come. We've got a second map coming up between NLG Shock and Cafe Rose. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
There's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable? Please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저리로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high, it's our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it home. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기 속을 realize 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it home. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This comes with
What is going on, guys, and welcome back to what was a pretty interesting domination map with NRG Cafe Rose. I mean, lots to break down here. I mean, holy Vanguard play just today has just been tremendous across the board. For me, Ship, obviously, let's talk about the Vanguards because No Binds had his Venom ban. You had Window pop off with 22. But for me, it felt like combined with that, Cafe Rose kind of lost in the pick ban phase and had to make up from there.
Yeah, I was going to say, just mentioning the Venom ban, it was just a pick ban L immediately. You can't allow that kind of stuff through. And then you had Madara, running the Rogue. They're running the triple Vanguard. There was no real solution. They weren't running anything to stop it. They didn't pull out the Wolverine that looked good or any sort of percent-based damage, heavy damage to stop some of that movement. They looked really good on map 2. I think with the Atom Reses, being essentially the reason, the driver behind it. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, I think they just struggled as a unit for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And Gasket, I mean, looking at what they, this is kind of been Cafe Rose. They're hard to beat even when mistakes are made. I mean, obviously when you have something like an Adam Rez, it does help out. But even there were some mistakes. Last map, I think Mantis ended up ulting when they had the Born Again, and then they double ulted. And so it just can get out of hand quickly if you're not having perfect comms with even a comp like that with the Born Again and Pro Builder, who has proven to play that at a good level. But, man, for you, what do you think they need to adjust going into this next map? I mean, Zanji's Daredevil was clicking towards the end. What do you got?
Might not want to allow Gambit to get through. Could help out a little bit. It's one of those scenarios for them. I think I love an Adam Warlock composition, but you are sometimes relying on timing to be absolutely perfect for it to work. And there were a couple of times where the timing did work out for them and they were able to take advantage of it. But when the timing wasn't quite there and the ult was just a little bit off or the cocoon wasn't ready, it just meant that they fell victim to getting overpowered by the 3 Vanguards at times. So I think that Shib is completely right. They need to find some way of taking down the triple Vanguard if that does come out again from NRG. And we'll have to see how it is on Araco, because we have seen Cafe Rose win on this map, but we've not seen NRG take it yet so far this season.
Yeah, Fly picked it as their map after they lost the domination. The Cafe Rose is like, okay, we're going to make this our safe pick now. They discovered a little hidden map for them for themselves when they, went up against one another. For me, too, I mean, I'm telling you, Window, we've seen this time. First of all, this guy's the master staller. He could just, the point at the beginning on all 3 of those just took forever because of how much stalling you can have. Window showing ultimate flexibility, went from Venom to Groot to Strange. Obviously this is a player that when he's hot, this team clicks a ton. But yeah, giving Mater as well, that rogue. Ship, when you look at it, Stinkers, we saw Vision yesterday play that Magneto. Stinkers doing that same role today. I know they're chopping at the bit, but Vanguard Triple is working for them.
Yeah, I think Triple's a really strong composition right now, Vanguard frontline. There's answers when it comes to things like Fist and Wolverine, but if you don't have that in your bag as a team, you're going to struggle into that composition. Even, not necessarily even if they are running that counter comp to it, it can still be successful, especially when Rogue just has a ton of movement, has a ton of ways to self-sustain and, use her cooldowns to just stall and CC. There's just so much going on there. So I think if you're going to allow Gambit through, the lesson is you do not allow Rogue through.
For sure. And I mean, at the very least, we talked about it. There's some teams you probably want to prioritize the Yells over the Gambit, depending on it. I feel like even Velocity Gambit might be one of those that is a dangerous path. But when you look at it, I think they did a great job, if you are NRG Shock, looking at the tape and identifying, hey, No Binds, he's a big key to victory for this team and shutting down that stall, and with, Zanji as well and the Daredevil. But guys, we've got another matchup right now between the two teams. Match number 2 underway. NRG Shocks, they bring the series home at Cafe Rose. NRG at Araco. Here we go.
Last time we saw these teams here, Cafe Rose at least was able to hold 0.1 against Fly, a team that now is looking better than ever. Will Cafe Rose be able to repeat history here on the NRG Shock as they attack first?
Yeah, well, Cafe Rose will go for the Elsa ban as expected, but now do they do what Cozy was talking about? Do you remove Rogue now that Gambit has been protected? And they say, well, no, we can't even afford to do that because Loki is going to be too much of a problem to have to deal with. And instead, now they're going to have to look onto their own protect here and probably be Mantis. Yeah, Mantis is going to come up. So Cafe Rose, it looks like they're going to go for a similar kind of style going into this one, but now NRG, are they going to get the Rogue is my real question. Will they get time, or will in this third ban Cafe Rose take it away?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new map, right? But I will say that I don't know that the value was there on Mantis. It does enable that front line. I think it gave Binds more KO pressure, found 11 finals there on the cap, and that's due to the damage boost from Mantis. But, I just don't know that I love it if they're going to run that same comp here, but we will see what it looks like in a moment. Removing that DD, goodbye to the lawyer, and locking in Gambit for themselves is probably the correct call. So we'll see if they keep that.
Yeah, it's interesting that NRG Shock are just not worried about the Gambit at all and are allowing Cafe Rose to arguably waste one of their protects, because would NRG have even banned it in the end? It does feel like NRG are winning the mind games of the ban phase at the moment, and they are currently hovering, getting rid of that Venom again, just trying to target Cafe Rose a little bit, and then onto the protect. They're probably going to try and protect. Oh, they're going to protect Vanpool here. Okay, so maybe the Rogue is just going to get through in general, and Cafe Rose aren't going to really worry about it, because now you're just going to be going up against a Vanpool that is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I think Vanpool is a big problem, and Window is very strong on that hero.
Okay,
we've seen a little bit of a step back in terms of banning of Vanpool, but you know what? Later in the line, it's been pretty consistent. We see here, looks like it's going to be a reverse in comp, just a little bit. Pro Builder showing for the moment potential Panther pick. I think if you're going to run Panther, this is not a bad map, but on defense, it's a little bit tricky. On offense, there's a lot of portal escape potential, giving him more routes to essentially, get away. But I have no doubt that we are going to see that, husband-wife combination that was so threatening in the last matchup, but this time from Cafe Rose.
Yeah, Cafe Rose getting rid of Rogue eventually. NRG Shock just not protecting it, instead trying to go for something a little bit different and getting the Vanpool on the go, which is funny because if you look across the ban so far from Cafe Rose, Vanpool is actually their most banned hero at times, so they've for some reason just allowed it to get through. They don't feel like it's as much of a concern for them. Anyway, Cafe Rose, can they do just what NRG did to them and really pile on the pressure, having the Rogue plus the Gambit? On the other side for NRG Shock, look at what they are cooking up right now. This is something that is definitely a little bit different and might just catch Cafe Rose off guard.
This is the old spawn break comp. If they are going to run triple, a lot of these teams, especially at the top level, will find a solution, a weird composition that gets rid of that triple Vanguard that has been such a problem, the triple. But Cafe Rose is actually running a 3-2-1, if I'm not mistaken, or a 3-1-2, excuse me, at the moment, which is definitely different. So they're going to have some damage from Zanji instead of running that triple backline.
Yeah, triple and then into the one is going to be very different. A lot of responsibility to output that damage as the sole duelist, as NRG have been able to kind of force their way out of spawn. So it's not going to be successful hold initially from Cafe Rose. And NRG are kind of hunting Cafe at the moment because they've noticed there's a couple of players who are weak and they're trying to take full advantage of that. It is going to be Window getting the opener on the Vanpool.
Yeah, this is absolutely working for them right now. They are just stacked up as a unit, staying behind Madara right now in case they need to wall up any Vanguard that overextends, and they are just pressing W, and they do not need to stop. Another pick there onto Respect from Madara, who's looking to wall up that zone in a moment. Make sure that is a very dangerous position to go against a Groot who will have absolute accessibility into just stuffing you out the door and dealing so much damage. And they are following up as Bynes goes down from Chime, and the point has already been taken. They could not touch from those walls. NRG, what a start.
NRG just starting to flow now, and Chime on Storm is going to have some fun here. And sadly for Cafe Rose, it might just go from bad to worse as they try and get back into this one. Of course, you've got the Strange Portal to make it a little bit quicker so that NRG Shock aren't going to get as far. But are you going to be able to actually win this engagement when you come out? Pixel is going to have Rage and Royal Flush to kick us off.
And Window again finds one. Renko onto Pro Builder. 2 go down here. On the side of Cafe Rose, once again, NRG Shock up a number, even through that early play there. Meteor M from Lyric, looking for something at this point, but Ensong Inferno as an answer to come back down, waiting to get more from Velocity. There's the commitment, bang, onto the back line. Pro Builder goes down now as Bynes falls from Madara. This team is not stopping with ult advantage. Can anyone stop them now as Stinkers find Zanji? Oh my goodness, NRG.
And I think Cafe Rose just learned that Rage and Royal Flush is not an instant win fight button, as some of my ranked teammates seem to assume that it is. It needs to be planned, and there needs to be something behind it. And Cafe Rose just got punished as they came through the portal. And now NRG Shock are very much in command of this game. They have the ultimate economy to go alongside it as well. They're just waiting for Cafe Rose to get into distance here so they can start to slam them.
Chime using ultimate now, the Hurricane to force out the boundary. Just waiting for the right target at this moment. And there goes the commitment onto the back line. Does it force out the boundary? It does not. Good patience there and movement by the side of Rose, but the point's already, oh my goodness, 3 meters away, almost gets taken. We'll see more commitment as the Venn diagram is committed, this time from the side of Renko. Both boundaries up. A little bit better from Shock as Stinkers, Renko, and again, Stinkers find 3. Bynes tries to trade onto Chime, but it won't last long as NRG takes point 2.
That is the cleanest wipe that you could see from NRG Shock. And yes, okay, Chime went down, not going to matter. They get that second point, and Cafe Rose just look a little bit lost now, and this is where the compositions start to change. And I do think they should play something that's a little bit more comfortable for them. I feel like they're trying to play NRG's game at the moment, and it just isn't working out. I know that Rogue plus Gambit is very good, but if you're not used to playing it, if it's not a comfort pick for you, it doesn't mean it's going to instantly give you success, as Lyric will take down Stinker. So they get that initial opener as Freedom Charge now follows up.
Starting up now strong. Bynes walking them forward. Anamadara goes down quickly. This is the retake, the momentum shift they need. There's already some pressure onto the back line there from Window, who's looking towards the strategist line. Good movement here by Zanji to protect as the sleep comes through. And now goes the ultimate commitment. Will that get value? Chime able to find Pixel. Zanji onto Window for the trade at the moment. Cafe Rose on the defense looking a little bit better as Zanji gets a pick on Chime, but Chime finds respect first. Madara onto Lyric, and it's just back and forth here on the feed. Will Cafe Rose keep this momentum, or will NRG walk this thing home with 4 minutes on still?
Pro Builder is going to have Karmic Revival available in this next engagement, so NRG Shock just need to be aware of that. We might see an overcommitment from Cafe Rose to almost bait out some ults so that they can get the revive and then retake this point, essentially. The NRG Shock continuing to march forward, continuing to try and wait and see if Cafe Rose will blink first.
Heavy ult advantage here for Cafe Rose. Bynes almost goes down, but immediately the Soul Resurgence comes through from Pixel to keep everyone healthy. Res available for Pro Builder, and out goes the Raging Royal Flush. Chime gonna combine with Pixel, and Respect go down, but the Res comes through, and that trade of 2 for 1 may not be enough unless Chime can find more through the Res. Not able to do that yet. It's a huge ult there, but again, everybody will retake. It looks like you're up in numbers. The commitment gets dicey. Zanji holding on to ult here for Cafe Rose. Renko and Madara as well for NRG. That could be a huge strangling prison here as it gets launched. Out goes immediately a combination of the bind and the invisible boundary, so those are some good cooldowns pulled. Now NRG Shock needs to win this if you want to move forward as an NRG fan. Cafe Rose does have ult available from Zanji. Renko popping ult here for Shock. Pick comes through from Chime. Madara, Chime again, and wow, Shock are clean right now.
Chimes in, and Cafe Rose falling apart, and that is going to be enough surely to push this through, and it will be. NRG Shock put 3 points on the board in what was a very commanding victory in the end. Cafe Rose sadly just couldn't find their footing. They tried something a little bit different, didn't work out. They went back to what was more comfortable, and you know, I'll say it, the Karmic Revival, it did work for a short while, but NRG Shock almost expected it, timed their ultimates correctly, and saving that invisible boundary in particular really helped them in that final engagement and just allowed the Psylocke to go off. If a Psylocke gets behind you like that, it's so difficult to try and deal with her. And now Cafe Rose are really going to have to try and pull out all the stops here to get 3 points themselves to take us to OT. Otherwise, they are going to find themselves losing this matchup and putting themselves in a very dangerous position going into tomorrow's matchup to try and stay alive and somehow qualify. Because remember, they'll be playing 100 Thieves, so it would be a chance maybe if they beat them. But of course, 100 Thieves look pretty good after what we saw today.
Yeah, you can look at the stat line here. Zanji finding 4 finals, the most on the team, 1 from both the Vanguards after that. And right now, they need to try to play heavy off the Raging Royal Flush combination. Respect likely going back to that Loki. It is very attack-sided. This is a focus for Cafe here where this could absolutely come into play with some big Raging Royal Flush potential. It's just all about maximizing the value throughout that ultimate. A lot of commitment, a lot of combining needs to be in the discussion. We'll see if they're able to do that as they attack here. Attack-sided map if you get things rolling. Let's see if they can tie things up and push it to OT.
But on the defensive side for NRG, they've got the triple Vanguard and one of them being the Van Pool as well. So that is just so much damage that is going to come from these Vanguards as well. Follow that up with White Fox, Jeff, and Gambit. It is the 3-3 that you were talking about. It is going to be so tough to break through. As I say that, though, Window does go down, so maybe Cafe Rose have found their opener. There's the follow-up as well. Removing those two means you have a huge advantage in this fight now, and Cafe Rose, they need this momentum behind them.
Yeah, Cafe Rose absolutely need this momentum. They need to know it's possible after, struggling on the first 2 points significantly. Lyric again onto Chime in the neutral, finding a lot of the value here. Is able to find one more onto Madara. who is now going to have to send back to the spawn door. NRG now in a position that they saw Cafe Rose in just a moment ago. Pro Builder on an off angle, able to find velocity, and what a play there from Pro Builder on Psylocke off the Atom now. Playing a little more aggro, and I think this is the comp they need to have a chance at this matchup. Push this the whole way and see if they can win an OT.
Yeah, this is how you answer back. You just keep staggering and allow Pro Builder to getting behind enemy lines and taking one out at a time so that NRG Shock are always at the disadvantage. But my fear is when or if NRG Shock stabilize, how will Cafe Rose deal with that one? And perhaps it's going to be here as well. Ultimate now available for Window on his side, but the opener is actually going to come in favor of the Venom. In the end, Stinkers is going to work in tandem with the rest of the team to get that initial pick.
So many different players can play all these different heroes. Stinker's now going to be on that Venom like you discussed. Pro Builder, though, finding Chime once more. Pro Builder looking very strong here on the side of the Psylocke. Even trade right now. Cafe Rose on the attack. Cannot get this thing moving as the stall's there. Pixel waiting for a huge ult opportunity. Commits now heavily. Is in a danger zone. Is going to have to drop out. Great decision there to not try to overcommit. Up in the sky and down goes the end song from Zanji, finding Madara as once more up a number is Cafe Rose. Window, though, finding Pro Builder to try to even the odds a little bit as the commitment comes through from Velocity with another Raging Royal flush. But who gets the most value in that? It looks like it will be Cafe Rose, who are very close to getting this point.
Cafe Rose with so much ultimate to work with as well. Respect going to have the potential to copy Lyric, and No Binds are both going to pop their own to try and just generate a little bit of pressure. Energy Shock will respond with their own. It's Jeff gets taken out though. Pixel denies it. Not going to happen. No gobbling up me today. And now they're pressing on this point, and they need to continue this aggression. Force NRG back. But as I say that, they've lost two. NRG responding well.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing here. Some clean play from Cafe Rose, but NRG just staying calm, cool, and collected, bounce back, and sweep the rest. Holding on with a minute left on point one in a situation where they were down and at 2 minutes and 30, right in virtually the same exact position. Incredible play here from Shock. Cafe Rose with some solid looks, but committing all those ults and not able to win it. It is very difficult now for them to come back. We'll see if they're able to do just that.
Such excellent discipline coming out of NRG Shock at the moment, not fearing the aggression of Cafe Rose, even losing a member or two. There's still a plan in action, and they're still working together to try and take out the kind of key focus on the other side. Deadpool going to pop his ultimate as well. Banhammer going to come through, but we will see Stinkers absolutely obliterated out of the air, and Cafe Rose will have the advantage now.
Another pick there from Respect. Window goes down. This should be enough to give them a chance at the point here. The retake potential is very much on the table. No Groot to wall off that zone to give more space. Let's see if they can get back here in time. The portal comes through now. Respect, great teleport out, but falls off the high side, unfortunately. And Binds is in a dangerous spot, but also escapes. There goes the Raging Royal flush from Velocity. The whole team going to collapse heavy. Goodbye, Crystals. Goodbye, Respect. Now heading towards the backline once more onto Pixel. Will that trade work out? Velocity, Chime, and Window. Madara now finds one. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. And OT begins, but I'm not sure it'll last long. Can Cafe Rose get back here with a portal from Respect? I'm not sure. We'll find out in a moment. Ooh. They do just that. They push through and they're able to touch, but OT's just at a sliver. Can they keep this presence? Out goes a huge heartbreaker, and it's going to steal charge from the back line, giving up that space for free. What a retake. Ayabagamoto gets committed now. Does anyone go down as the Meteor Rem's now launched up? But no, once again, nobody falls. Shock is still holding on to the point. I don't even know how it's possible at this point. Crystals get committed from Pixel. I gets committed. Out goes the downtown ultimate. Window onto Pro Builder, and Shocker again up a number through that portal.
Yeah, this is a nuts fight. A last-ditch attempt from Cafe Rose, but it might just be falling apart now as NRG Shock have been able to clear them out, and NRG will not only win the map, but win the match and show Cafe Rose just why NRG have to be respected here in this group.
Wow, what a beautiful retake with an even more patient and beautiful response. Dropping out and not losing anyone after ults get committed, waiting till you get that Raging Royal flush, committing heavily onto the backline after you do, finding those picks, and just playing slow as a team on point from then on out with no portal available. Just textbook play there from NRG.
And it puts NRG in a far more comfortable position in the group going into their final match against Sentinels tomorrow. If they had lost this one, they would have been in such a dire scenario where they would have had to have beat Sentinels. There is still a world they could lose to Sentinels tomorrow and progress, especially if if Cafe Rose were to lose here against 100 Thieves tomorrow. So it just sets them up very nicely and takes a lot of pressure off their shoulders as we look at some of the stats. And of course, we can bring Cozy back in. Cozy, that was a masterclass from NRG.
Wow. I mean, yeah. I mean, talk about talent showing up at every level. Yesterday, we saw, them try to get the White Fox going with Chime, and it was really just a comparison issue between what the teams were going against one another. This today, completely different story. I mean, 16K is filthy with the 13 final hits. Obviously, Windows showed up well with Stinkers last map into this one. And I just felt like their game plan going in, y'all, with the pick and bans, yet again, identifying, all right, this time, let's get rid of the Daredevil. We think that's why they're going to Racco, which just has them feast on the dive. They handle business map to map.
Yeah, I think allowing Window to get back on Vanguard pool is another tough decision. Obviously, you look at the Vanguards across the board looking really strong, 27-3, 27-28. I mean, it's just absurd play across the board, something they're very comfortable on, clearly running that triple comp on defense, but yeah, I mean, it was just really clean play. Even times when they were down ultimates, they would just play slow, lose a few, trade a few, come back in for the touch, and that's all that matters. You do not need to stop them at 3 meters. It only has to be 0.1 meter to that point, and that is everything. And they did just that multiple times.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gaskin, looking at what we saw yesterday, like I remember Chime was on White Fox. They had like Stinkers on Wolf, and it was like trying to go against 3 Vanguards with 3 strat. Yeah, I mean, Chip, too. I mean, that's not an easy feat. Never mind just the offense push with triple strap, but it felt like we saw truly why White Fox is starting to kind of rise up in the stocks a little bit after the patch and what it could bring uniquely as a hero. Heck, we saw it last night with was a Silent Blaze holding down the W as well on the Fox, and you're starting to see a little bit of this new hero come to the meta.
Well, I think that's what naturally happens with a meta as it develops. Like, dive started to become more popular, so how do you counter that dive? 3 strategists plus White Fox, who just seems to be a fantastic way of dealing with said dive. And it just means that we're constantly going to see teams going back and forth of maybe struggling a little bit, learning their lesson, changing things up, finding something new, and then coming into that next game. It's why it's such a healthy situation we find ourselves in at the moment in MRI, where we are seeing changes almost every single day, let alone every single week, as people are still trying to learn things here.
Yeah, Ship. I mean, listen, I've got to say, we call it, those that win the Dom are able to push on because it's so tough to correct the ship in best of 3. I mean, are you thinking there's going to be a bigger change when we do go to BO5 because it does allow there to be a mental reset and some back to the drawing boards? Or does that only aid the team with that momentum and from what we've seen, kind of the game plan, the pick and ban phase and all that stuff, the fundamentals, does that aid them more?
Yeah, we've seen reverse sweeps in best of 5. I think best of 5 allows you to download a team more and figure out your banning phase, which I think is super important, right? I think they struggled a little bit with the ban protect phase, which is definitely a problem. And they kept finding solutions and things they really liked in terms of composition on the side of NRG. That is, every time the ban phase was done, they immediately had a comp that was ready. They weren't deciding. You didn't see switches from the very beginning. They knew what comp they were going to run. They stuck to it and they stayed confident and dominated. And one last thing to add, dude, Chime had 16K damage on Fox in 13 finals. I can't stress enough how crazy that is.
Yeah, that definitely is going to, aid your chances of winning. And like you highlighted early in the Vanguard play, right? I mean, Window, there has been quite literally 2 windows that we have seen so far in this tournament. And we kind of saw that sometimes last year with Envy. Like, Window, man, this guy could be server admin at times too, really open up space. And, for Cafe Rose, you got to give tip your hats to them because when you look at kind of what it was coming out of the MRC, again, we just highlighted, yeah, we lost. We've said this before, but, Cafe Rose, they had a tough time going up against Lunex, and then we saw what happened past that. And then they lost players, and it seemed like they had one game plan going on. They've got to figure out, I think, a couple more if you're trying to reset, reload, because they're not quite out of it yet, Gaskin.
I do think for them, it's about playing what's comfortable for them as well. I think they were definitely going through that game of a back and forth of, should we play the meta? Should we play what we're comfortable with? How do we counter what the other team's doing? And in the end, NRG are just a better team at the moment. I think that Cafe Rose are still learning, still developing, and it's preseason. At the end of the day, going into the season, things can definitely change, and they're going to learn a lot from preseason, and they're not out of it just yet. There is still hope, maybe tomorrow, if they're able to take a victory over 100 Thieves, and they're going to have to study hard and prep for that one to try and give themselves the chance of staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, heck, they're getting it. I think they're still celebrating the win. We're getting our interview going still and about to come up. But great looking forward to it, right? They've got one last, they've got what? Sentinels, energy as Sentinels, which is, just to finish strong, I think is going to be important for the team, altogether. But yeah, to go against 100 Thieves, a team that also it has to lock that's like almost the last team ship that I would want to go up for like a must win, just with kind of the fire behind them right now to continue to qual.
Yeah, but we see teams when their backs are against the wall step up. I think we heard this in interviews too in the past. When you have nothing to lose and your team just needs to win, something changes. And I want to see that from some of these teams, especially here when it comes to Cafe Rose. I think they're a team that has insane dive potential and talent across the board. It's just more so, I think, the nerves are getting to them a little bit. I think week 1, they were a team that was back against the wall and they looked super good against Fly. They just need to do that again.
Yeah, for sure. This is preseason too. One thing I think is important is kind of this is your chance to find the identity of your team a bit more and kind of look at, the players and the comps that you're trying to put together and test some things out, because stage 1 is still there and ready to go. But what else is ready to go is our interview velocity. It's like he's the spokesman, the true Loki of the group over here. Was with Dark Zero, is here now with this team. And we welcome in Mr. Velocity. What's up, buddy? Congratulations on the win.
How are you guys?
Oh, doing pretty well. I think that was a fun matchup to see you guys get right. I mean, I got to start there, buddy. You guys had, that big shock, as we say, you lived up to the name, to the 100 Thieves to start things off. And then a lot of teams can spiral after going on the stretch a little bit. What happened after that? Walk me through kind of the convo with this team and to kind of keep that identity of who you guys are with all the talent.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because as a newer team, we haven't had Gambit practice. So yesterday, for example, it was a interesting match versus FlyQuest. Yeah, I think Gambit, takes a while to get used to playing as a team, and we just don't have that experience. It's always been banned from us. So we're getting used to it now, and I think people are going to start to realize that the character's still broken. So, yeah.
No, that I highlighted that. I said one of the people you don't want to give Gambit to is this guy right here. Shib, is he wearing a polar bear? I mean, are you playing with the AC on blast? Is it outside? That's a thick hoodie over there.
It's pretty cold.
I'm a northern guy myself, Lusty. I get it, buddy. I'm bundled up.
Yeah, it was pretty cold this morning, so, and I like to be warm when I'm playing.
I get it. It's the definition of warming up, but actually warming up. But I want to ask you, and also good to see you, Velocity, as always, my friend. You let them get, speaking of Gambit practice and wanting to work on getting Gambit, you let Gambit and Loki onto the side of Cafe Rose. Can you walk me through the thought process there? Do you think it's just not as strong, or you just kind of had a way around it?
We've been doing this thing where we haven't been like target banning. We've just been defaulting bans, which I am not a big fan of. So today we're just going to make them super uncomfortable. No one gets Gambit Loki. Like, if you gave any team Gambit Loki, they'd be awkward on it. So we were like, let's give them Gambit Loki. Let's get rid of Nobines' Venom and Zanji's DD, and because that's what they wanted to play for that map, like almost 100%. It's a very good dive map. So we were like, just give them Gambit Loki, we'll beat it, and yeah.
I like that. That's like next level thinking. They don't get practice on it, right? Beautiful.
Yeah.
And Velocity, I mean, you talk about target bans and changing your bans and stuff like that. How much does map selection come into the equation for you guys? Are you studying what other teams are struggling at? And do you try and focus on picking a map that they might be losing multiple matches on?
I think in these like short BO3s, it's kind of like impossible to really care about the maps because they can really take you anywhere, and you can really take them anywhere. So it's a little interesting in a BO3. I'm really not a fan of BO3. I find the worst team can often win quite frequently. But yeah, I mean, we're definitely taking a look at map picks. I think the more important one is seeing what your opponent picks and then practicing that map. For example, this team's picked a Rocco before. They played a Rocco well against FlyQuest. It wasn't a big surprise they were going to go there. And there's many other teams that you'll often find just defaulting to a comfort map. So yeah.
So you'll be happy best of 5 coming in soon then. Excited to see you guys play when best of 5 happens for sure.
Hey, listen, I got to ask you, I want to also take you back to the loss yesterday, right? Because my question is, like, you know, you got the new hero in White Fox. We know Chime's talented. You guys are all, I mean, I'm sure you want to play White Fox as well. We know what you'd like over there. But looking at it, right, you know, a little bit of a struggle when you had that going against the triple strat versus triple van. Obviously, I saw that a bit. Talk me through, like, making a new hero work, but also in that, sticking with the game plan, because you changed the bans, but, you know, kind of stuck with some of that identity. And Chime popped off, man. Really showed what he can do on White Fox.
Yeah, I think White Fox is really good. I think she's a little weaker in 2-2-2 when you have a Daredevil, when you have a dive. I think she can struggle a little bit. But I think she's probably one of the best, if not the best, triple support right now. And Chime's been spamming it, which is super helpful, and he might be the best White Fox on the team. But it's close. But yeah, I think she's really strong, and she was already strong, and then they gave her like this overhaul buff, so she's even stronger. I do think maybe in the near future there's a world she's getting prodded / saved last, but we'll have to see.
Hey, listen, last question before we let you go. We have Sentinels and 100 Thieves and their rival, right? But, like, does NRG have a rival team yet? Like, do you want to call anyone out? Is there anybody on your side that you want to point out and say, all right, this is the team that we have circled ready for the playoffs?
Honestly, I can't say right now. Maybe we'll build one. Maybe we'll build a rivalry.
Okay.
But we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Well, you play with, you know, some of your ex-teammates at Dark Zero tomorrow. You know, you're going to finish strong. I know this team looks to do that against Sentinels. So we wish you luck over there, man. Appreciate you. Or I guess, yeah, tomorrow. So wish you luck there. Thanks for coming on the interview. Always good to talk to you, Velocity.
Yeah. Good to see you guys.
Well
Have a good
done.
one.
Thanks for your time, buddy.
See you, dude.
That's the man. The myth, the legend of Velocity, and you know, I'm gonna keep asking that. I'm gonna it's Marvel rivals. I gotta ask. You know, I gotta know what these teams are circling on, because as this develops, the esport, I think it's a beautiful thing, right? And I think that one thing is great. Obviously, you have org history in other games, but in particular in rivals, I want to start to see kind of what these other. I mean, obviously, you know, ex players and stuff bring stuff to the table, Gaskin, but I think it's a great thing to see kind of develop in year 2 now.
Yeah, I mean, history is just going to continue to build the further we get into MRI, and the players are a part of that. They can choose how their history is going to look, and which players end up as their rivals, and the stories that we're going to build up for years to come. So I love that players are going to play into that. That's what you need in a community.
Well, guys, we've got another matchup headed your way. It is TLC versus Nightmare. Is Nightmare going to win Dom 1, lose 2? Or are we going to get a change up? Is TLC going to drop a map? Man, I'm excited to see this map, and we'll see what happens after this break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember?
What is going on, guys? And welcome back to match number 4. The next 2 matches, should go as expected, fellas. But wait, no, because it's rivals and anything can happen. And listen, this next one, very interesting because a lot at stake. Group B is very exciting right now, Gaskin, because when you look at everything lining up between Nightmare and TLC, assuming what happens and what we expect to happen does end up happening, we're maybe looking at a 3-way tiebreaker to go into this.
Potentially. I mean, if TLC were to beat Nightmare, which is the expectation just based off favoritism, Nightmare would then have to beat TSM tomorrow, hope that Lunex lose to SSG for a Hail Mary chance of progressing. They would then end in a 3-way tie at 1-4 with TSM and Lunex, and it would then come down to map records because of the head-to-heads. They all beat each other, basically. So it's a long shot, but there is still a chance, even if they were to lose here today. But I tell you what, you don't want to put yourself in that situation, right? If you're Nightmare, you want to put your best foot forward and you want to try and do the unthinkable and beat TLC here.
For sure. It's not how you want to go into the playoffs. It's like a team shipping like conference play when they go like 7-8 and then they make the playoffs. It's like, it's not a way to go into it, buddy. You want to go in on fire. But listen, it's going to be tough because Team Liquid Citadel has the dream team. We've seen this as arguably the team to beat. 1-2 with Swamp Gaming, and here are the roster ready to break it down, Shib. I mean, so many players to highlight. We got to see Paulie on the cap yesterday, and I don't know if we'll see that again, buddy, because Snowflake Drone was insane.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was awesome while it lasted. I don't know if it's going to last, though. Paulie on caps, damage per 10 numbers are obscene. If you're a cap main, check out Paulie. Spark Chief is just the most versatile Vanguard potentially in Ignite right now. Plays literally everything, and Energy's on the same boat. Up in the conversation with Speedery for some of the best duelists in the game. This whole team with Nero and Cooper on the back line on paper is like an American dream team going into if they were to make it to Worlds, right? So on paper, this team is disgusting right now, has yet to lose a full map. So they really want to keep that going. We'll see if any team can end up doing that to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we talked with Coach Gator yesterday and just this team. I mean, back together with Nero, Speedery, obviously that's going to be such great additions in what was already a, humming fly quest from last year with Cooper and Energy and Spark Chief. They've, turned the page into this absolutely crazy roster, Liquid Citadel. And who they're up against is going to be Team Nightmare. And this is a team that, they've put in the work, they've put in the practice. Talk about, Gaskin, we saw it yesterday. They've got things heated up at first. They've won every Dom map. And to go not once, twice is crazy. 3 times, Gaskin, they've dropped winning 1 into 2 straight. That's the opposite of everything we've seen from this tournament so far.
Yeah, and I think it just shows that their domination is good because they are fantastic players. Like, individually across the board, they're hitting their shots, they're doing their jobs, and they are winning the game because they're winning their 1v1s. But when it goes to Convoy and Convergence, the macro game just isn't quite there for them at the moment. And also, off the back of it happening twice and then a third time, pressure starts to build of, I hope we don't throw this yet again. I hope we're not that team who's known for throwing away a 1-0 lead and getting reverse swept. Now, they might do better in a best-of-5 environment, but they first have to get there. And as we've said, it's a long stretch to even get there. First, they either have to beat TLC here or for things to happen elsewhere. I like this team. I think that Mason Monster as 2 Vanguards, they work so well together and they've found so much success, especially in the games that I've watched thus far. I'm a big fan of Light as well with his incredible duelist work. And then actually Skier, I've been impressed with on the strategist with how they position themselves and some of the angles they take, not only to support their teammates, but also to help with damage.
Yeah, I want to highlight that. I think Light stepped it up a lot yesterday. All right, he put in the work. His Star-Lord got banned because he was actually popping off there. And, obviously we're going to look at what we get more from that is Psylocke or the Star-Lord. I mean, hey, Shib, I went into Vision stream after yesterday, and I was like, hey, I see you, Magneto. Man, he was getting some crazy, triples, 4v1s on the mag. It was a great sight to see. But also, when I think of Vision, right, it's like, man, I got to see that duelist, that play. I mean, right now, if you're Nightmare, I'm not saying you have nothing to lose because of what we just built up. But, you got to go into Dom, into this whole situation, trying to bring something different. What do you think we'll see?
Yeah, I think, well, that's the thing. It's like in Dom, they do so much weird stuff and they're willing to play any comp that works for the current situation. And that's why they keep winning. They're very versatile as a team. And I think that's a big advantage. But like you guys were saying, their macro just lacks a little bit in these more coordinated need to win play moments. It seems like they kind of crumble in on themselves and get a little bit too nervous when it's not just team fight, play your own game, micro play. When it's more the macro stuff, they just kind of fall apart. And very similar to what you're saying, when you start losing a lot of those convoy convergences, you get in your head about them in the future. And you say, this is just not our mode. It's not our mode. But you can't think like that, because as soon as you start thinking like that, you start playing bad. It's like the yips in any sport. You need to know you've got it, and then you'll actually have it as they head over to Krakoa for our first map.
Honestly, bro, I think that's a great point. If I were to pick one thing, and I think it's kind of obvious at this point, mental is with this team, right? All about keeping the mental strong. I mean, I know when me and you got to cast J3's tournament, we would listen into comms, and you could literally hear teams after coming off a win, coming off a loss. Such an awesome thing to do, to hear the player comms, because you can tell the mental, Gaskin, and how it changes. And with Nightmare, a lot of these players, I know them too, the mental is there. They've got to learn to take it on the chin and go, GG, go next. And that's what we got to see evolve. Obviously, we're giving a lot of talk to Nightmare because we know what Liquid's going to bring.
And they don't have the pressure of Dogman casting today, so I think that will change things for them. We've understood that does create a very different dynamic, especially for Mace. But in all seriousness, I think that Nightmare are a fantastic team. They just haven't really had the rub of the green in certain scenarios. They would have learned a lot, and I think they are capable of taking a map off of Liquid. But the real question is, can they take a match off of Liquid, who have looked so good at the moment? But I will say, if we do go down to those implications of them somehow qualifying whilst be 1 and 4, a map here against Liquid would be massive for their map record. So even if they can just take 1 Dom, it could be huge.
Yeah, we said they need a confidence boost shit, but when me and you were talking before, and listen, first of all, if they win, I'm T-balling. I hope we get Mace and we're T-balling them up for a Dogman question. It's happening. But besides that, listen, there's so many things priority-wise to ban Shib. what do? Do you go after the cap? You get rid of that for Paulie? Do you have to try to adjust energy or Cooper? So many things coming at you at once. I think it's Gambit first, but then what?
See, that's the thing. I think what you need to do here for the side of Nightmare to get a win or get a map, for example, is you more so just want to counter the comp you want to run. You can't really target ban this team because this team is so versatile. They play virtually everything and they're so talented. You really just need to identify what you want to run as a team and try to get rid of as many problems for that comp as possible. Vanguard pool's always a slam. Gambit and Elsa are always on the table. Great bans, but outside of that, get more specific with what's going to help your team in this run.
Well, folks, we have Nightmare versus TLC Team Liquid Citadel. Will they stay perfect, or will Nightmare shock the world here, as we like to put it? Crazier things have happened in Marvel Rivals. We give it now to Gaskin and Shib to take it away.
All right, my friend, as we look immediately at the ban phase here, goodbye to Gambit from both sides off the rip. Pretty consistent there. And then the Mantis removal, lock-in of Elsa from both sides. You know what? Nothing major has changed yet.
No, nothing major. One thing I have noticed is teams have been banning away cap from TLC, and perhaps that is going to be something they consider later on in their kind of 4th to 5th pick. Do you get rid of Captain America? Because we know how scary Liquid Citadel can be if they're given that freedom charge, per se. Ultron is going to be banned on the side of Nightmare, mainly because they are saying, well, we're going to have the Ultron. We don't want it to have the mirror match, so we'll take it away from you. Vanpool gets removed from the side of Liquid Citadel. They deny it on the side of Nightmare. Where do they go with their 5th ban, though? Okay, yeah, Captain America, that's going to happen for them.
Yeah, interesting. That's, you know what? I'm curious if it's going to be matched right back from Nightmare to try to stop Paulie from just doing what Paulie does. But yeah, I mean, this team is super. Yeah, okay. I was expecting to see this. So I was going to say maybe they're going to just try to run a comp that's going to counter some of the movement from Cap. But it's been known widely across the world at this point that it's really hard to do that against Paulie, who's in the conversation, if not the best Cap in the world here. As we start off, looking forward to seeing these team comps. Looks like the Ultron idea is the selection for the comp they want to run on the side of Nightmare, locking that in and removing it as an answer against Liquid.
It is funny when you can be that synonymous with a hero that you are targeted to that point, because we've barely seen Paulie on Captain America so far in this preseason because of the amount of bans that have come up against him. So a lot of it's been Magneto or Emma instead, and has done fantastic at doing so. But I think you give Paulie now Vanpool, and it's equally as scary. We know how oppressive Vanpool can be, and I think that Nightmare are going to be in for, well, I would say a treat, but I guess it's going to be more of a trick on this side. Liquid Citadel are going to be more than ready to take this one.
Beautifully well put. Yeah, I mean, it's such an advantage to have someone to be so good with a hero that you get a free slot essentially every time. The Vanpool makes his way through this because Cap had to be banned out. That will always be a massive strength to the side of Liquid Citadel, and something that I think a lot of teams don't have. There's not a lot of teams that have somebody that is guaranteed almost banned out every time, and the one time it slips through, they regret it and they ban it out the next game. It's such an insane niche advantage on the side of Liquid Citadel that really does not need any of these advantages.
Well, for Nightmare, it's going to be eyes on. Can they get yet another domination win? And if they do, can they actually follow it up and win a match? Because at the moment, hasn't really gone well for them. But against Liquid Citadel, it might be difficult in this domination because Liquid Citadel have yet to lose any map, let alone a domination. And already a lot of poke damage just to try and build these ultimates early on from Liquid Citadel.
Energy taking space and not afraid at all. From downtown onto Light, almost gets that pick. Using the height of the advantage. Monster gets deleted instantly before the bubble can even appear. Right down to Bruce form here as you get a look at it once more. Dropping backwards, Energy, great movement to stay healthy in the strategist line. Not looking away for a moment. Paulie finding Maze sets the tone, and the point has been capped here by Liquid Citadel, 5% and climbing.
Vision does take down Paulie, though, so it is a 5 versus 5. It's not a one engagement yet for Liquid Citadel. They're going to back off slightly and just retreat to this point. As Nightmare do the same, they're going to wait for all of their players to be back up and spawned and get Monster back into the game on Hulk because they were without both of their vanguards there. Vision does get the opener onto Energy, so that's going to be Duelist versus Duelist with the Elsa going down, and now Nightmare can lead the charge.
Now, really good work there by Vision with the second neutral pick to get a ton of value, but the point still not being capped here by Nightmare. It's Jeff, comes through, commitment bubbled up, likely to try to escape 2 in. Nero trying to get off map, and Will with 50 HP trade a 2-for-1 with a Vanguard and a Strategist. Speedery able to find Skier. Spark Chief on the Monster, and the numbers are dwindling as Spark Chief finds another, and that's that Swiss Army knife we're talking about. Spark Chief able to play virtually every Vanguard, elects to run the Venom.
Is that the first It's Jeff we've seen be successful so far today? Because I feel like everyone else has been absolutely demolished as soon as they try it. But finally, we see someone be able to pull it off. Nero just showing how detrimental that ultimate can be against you. And now Liquid Citadel are primed and ready with this ultimate economy. And just to go back to Spark Chief, I think I said it yesterday when he was on Thing. He did a lot of stuff that normal Vanguards maybe wouldn't get given credit to. He was just creating space for his team. Doesn't do anything flashy at times, doesn't necessarily get the KOs, but it's what he does outside of the scenes and outside of those main lanes.
Yeah, I think you're right, honestly, about this, Jeff, by the way. But Nero is just one of those strategists that essentially plays Jeff to the maximum of his capabilities, always getting value. Going to find a neutral pick there. Cooper is going to find Mace too, and Liquid Citadel still holding on to 4 ultimates throughout the chaos. You can already see Nightmare having discussions of what they need to change. The portal's coming through right now. A 3-tick touch. They do get there as the commitment comes through. Mace able to get onto point. Nobody has fallen yet. Speedery starts though with the dance. Energy finds Monster off map in that moment. 3 Vanguards up, but 1 goes down with ultimate held on. Mace has Meteor M. Will that be enough to stall for the moment as Light's just trying to hold on to this point until the team can get there? Pauly with some engagement now, looking to the back line, able to find one onto Dinks. Do we see a second onto Vision? Not quite yet. The Meteor M's up, and it lands onto Speedery. What a throw there from Mace. We're now looking for another pick. Vision onto Pauly, and Nightmare now clutching up as Cooper starts the dance floor.
Nightmare finally find a little bit of rhythm here to try and take it in overtime and at least be able to survive for now. But Liquid Citadel doing well to sustain, doing well to survive, and off spawn are going to be able to re-engage here. Spark Chief somehow, someway is still alive. It's just been a thorn in the side at the moment to Nightmare, and just like that, they are right back into this fight.
Nero trying to get through portal there to find them in the spawn, and that is going to be map 1 for Liquid Citadel, who just looked so consistently solid. This team is so good together. It cannot be understated. This team is just so locked.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier about Vanguards and their solo KO statistic. Spark Chief, on average, gets 11 per 10 minutes, and Pauly gets 10 solo KOs per 10 minutes as well. Again, these stats can all be found in the Marvel Rivals game. By the way, if you go to the esports tab, you click on your favorite team, click on your favorite player, you can see every statistic, not just from preseason, but from previous tournaments as well, back to grand finals, back to season 1, and certainly is amazing to look back at how things have developed. But in particular, that stat for me is a standout of 2 Vanguards who are just in the face of their opponent and prepared to take those fights, whether they have the support or not.
I mean, it's just so synergistic. When you have duelists that are just outputting so much damage, the Vanguards get to take that space without as much punishment. And when you own the space like that, your strategist now can make plays with things like Jeff. And we see there even Cooper on the Luna, who is getting some picks in the neutral. It's just such a good synergy as a unit to play off each other. You know, they may not be consistently running full dive in this moment, even though this composition is pretty disgusting for that. It doesn't matter what they're running. They just find value through it. Nightmare, you know, we talked about suffering a little bit on the confidence front. If they're able to get a map here, even one of these domination maps, I think it'll put them in a good mental. And that is what we're looking for if you're looking for an underdog to take this thing home. Vision on the off angle has been playing really strong here on the Elsa. Pauly trying to hold that position. 85 HP in a Dream, but still is holding on to not getting KO'd. Great movement there to drop back towards the strategist.
Does have Bound Hammer available as well. Will use it now, get the extra little bit of health, and also basically just suppress anyone on that other side that he had targeted. And it looks like Monster and Mace were the 2 targets in particular for Liquid Citadel, and it's going to be 4 down. Dinks just about surviving. Light gets away as well, but Nightmare having to back off as they're being hunted down by Liquid Citadel right now, and they will find Light to stagger the spawn slightly. But what Liquid Citadel seem to be doing so well is just working together, and I really want to hear the team comms. When we get to LAN, jumping into listening with this team will be insane, because the fact and how they cover one another, you know full well they are very clearly communicating about, A, who they need to be targeting, but who they need to be protecting at the same time.
Yeah, I love getting a look into the team and seeing who runs what. It was awesome to hear about some of that from Vinny, side of 100 Thieves today. But We'll see what Liquid Citadel how they feel about that and what they're doing as Energy finds one on a monster early on in this pick, even with ultimate. And that's just what Liquid Citadel does. Down ultimates, they're finding these neutral pick, and they are still holding pressure on point, 40% and climbing here. And they're just sitting just meters away from the spawn door, and they're not stressed about it at all.
No, Nightmare just need to try and find something a little bit different here, and Mace going over to the Angela is something somewhat of a comfort pick as well. We've seen how good Mace can be on Angela, does get the pull, but doesn't get the finish onto it. And now Nightmare have an abundance of ultimates to work with here, but it's about when they actually try and use them. Who are they going to try and target? Because they know Liquid Citadel also have things to work with, but there's their first opener for Liquid Citadel, and have Nightmare just waited too long to use these ultimates now because 2 have fallen, and Liquid Citadel are still scoring.
Yeah, a little anecdote. We talked a bit to some of the folks at Worlds, and they said, Speedery, when I was going underground as Jeff, and I'm going against Speedery on that Psylocke, my Finn was constantly in danger. The guy just does not miss. Imagine that kind of presence on Psylocke, where Jeffs going under are always worried about getting KO'd by you because you just do not miss. And that's just a testament to some of that neutral power on the Psylocke. So holding a bunch of ultimates here, 90% and climbing. Nightmare need a miracle right now to bounce back.
Energy absolutely deletes Monster, and now at 94% in a 6 versus 5. The ultimates are going to have to come out from Nightmare just to try and survive and sustain, but the KOs are absolutely thriving for us, Liquid Citadel right now. Nightmare struggling, and even though they're going to try and hold on, try and cling on, it looks like it's going to be too much for them, especially as now the ultimates are going to start to just shine through here on the side. And sadly for Nightmare, it's just going to be a little too late for them to jump on in. Overtime ticks away, and Liquid Citadel show why they are arguably the #1 team in the region right now. Remember, Nightmare had not lost a domination up to this point, but now Liquid Citadel prove that they are the team to watch.
Yeah, I mean, just consistent, clean play. We've talked enough about how good they are across the board, but I mean, there's no more proof than watching, right? Watching this team just absolutely dominate that domination. Cooper with the MVP, leading a lot of those comms. We heard a discussion at the same high school. Maybe he's starting a rivalry, looking forward towards tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I don't know what you can do against this team to stop them. I'm looking forward to seeing a team match up.
And you look at those stats, not even a single KO from Monster, Light, Dinks, or Skier. They were very much just given a butt whooping there by the side of Liquid Citadel. And, you know, if that isn't an indication of just how good Liquid Citadel are, because don't get me wrong, Nightmare, even though it looks like they just got completely slapped, which they did, but Nightmare have been so good at domination, it just proves that Liquid Citadel really are the team to beat right now. And we're starting to set up, you know, that juicy, mouth-watering matchup chance in playoffs of Liquid Citadel versus Swamp Gaming, which I think we're all waiting for.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup without a doubt. But confidence on both sides, both teams thinking they, you know, are in the conversation for the best in their specific roles. But yeah, I mean, looking at this feed here across the board, everybody getting action. Energy finding 7, Cooper and Nero both getting a piece of the pie in finals. 7 from Spark Chief, 6 from Polly. Every last one of them dealing a ton of damage. Just so much consistency across this.
No casualties on the side of Spark Chief as well. I think even more impressive. I've said that Vanguard's just not going down is so important. All right, well, Liquid Citadel will take the first map here then against Nightmare. But of course, we still have to find out whether they can make it 2-0 or can Nightmare finally win a convoy or convergence. We'll find out after this break.
Are we off? Are you good?
Hello and welcome back from that match. Listen, if you're a viewer, if you're a player of Rivals, we've all been in those game, boys, where things they're just not going your way, and you're almost just like trying to get an elimination just to show that you've done something on the team, and then you can be like, "Come on, guys, what happened?" Kind of felt like we came from something like that. I mean, listen, it's a tough beat, and sometimes when you look at a team like TLC, they can kind of underestimate a game and go into it and see what and maybe they end up dropping the ball. Sometimes you get the Cinderella upset story. I think both teams are playing and kind of how we expected this match to shake out, And Chip, I want to highlight, we'll start here. I think Liquid Citadel, I mean, we continue to highlight them versus Swamp. This is why neither of these teams want to drop a game, yet alone a map, to show that they are the 1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are so dominant, and you got me thinking, like, you switch to Moon Knight and Spawn, and you do damage, you say, I got my one, you know what I mean? And you blame your team and say your team is just garbage and it's not you, and that made me think a lot about that. But right now, Nightmare, I mean, they're kind of in the position where they just don't, they have no faith or confidence. It looks like a team that's kind of just stumbling out the door and just getting beat up. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people to call out on the side of Liquid Citadel. The duelists look disgusting, strategists, but I feel like, honestly, in this matchup, they haven't really been tested. I feel like they don't need to prove anything because from the get-go, they were dominating the entire time. So yeah, energy looks really good in the conversation for the best Elsa in the game, who got Elsa and looked great. Cooper and Nero in the back line. Spar Chief, we talked about not going down once. I think one of the strategists didn't fall either. At this point, I'm looking forward to seeing Swamp next to them because I want to see who is weak, who's weakest in these moments, who has a little bit, dropping their armor for a moment.
Yeah, tough beat, I think, for Nightmare, because kind of like FlyQuest, like they, having this being one of those games that they want to win, right? And you have TLC kind of right after what just happened. Like, that's not easy. FlyQuest lost like 3 easier matches, and then they have their harder ones ahead of them. But to speak to it, yesterday we got to see Swamp Gaming, then TLC after. Today we get to see TLC into Swamp Gaming. So we are comparing these two, I think, giants. I would say this, Gaskin, if I'm one of those teams right now, though, I'd want to be Swamp because you have the harder group, and I think that's going to prepare you more for the playoffs, for that big matchup, right? I mean, you're having, I think, a bit tougher teams for competition to help you get adjusted to, going at the top level.
It does feel like it's anything you can do, I can do better situation between the two teams at the moment. Liquid say, all right, well, we're going to go 5-0. We're going to make sure we are unbeaten. And then Swamp Gaming turn around and they do exactly the same. They haven't dropped a map either. They've just been both so impressive. Speaking of not dropping a map, Midtown is where we're going next. And Team Liquid, Citadel have not lost it. They've played it 3 times. They've won it 3 times. Statistics, sadly, are not on the side of Nightmare here. Most likely it's going to end up as a 2-0. We have to call a spade here, and Nightmare are going to have to look to probably that rough chance of just trying to get the win tomorrow and then hoping the results go their way elsewhere so they can just squeak through. But who knows, maybe Nightmare can pull off something that is miraculous here.
Yeah, I think the idea... Go ahead, buddy. I was going to say, I think the idea here is they're running Midtown because it's one of those maps that you can get away with some of the cheeky, weird plays. You can run a spawn door hold that maybe gets you successful, buys you time, enough time to hold them from not pushing all 3 points. The problem is Liquid Citadel has a great spawn break. They have a really strong, they can run the Storm, they can run the Moon Knight, they can run the Wolverine, they can run anything they want that counters that. So I'm with you. They're just dominant on this map because, I mean, then again, I don't know what their weakness is at this point.
I mean, they haven't picked the map because they keep winning Dom. I mean, dare I say it, maybe they just needed to mix things up, lose the Dom, then the reverse happens after that, right? I mean, honestly, I think just playing well is what matters here for this team to go into what is going to be their matchup against TSM, because that is going to be the one they need to win. If you look at things of how things are going to shake out, they got to get right. They can't let that mental continue to spiral down. They've got to look strong here, or at the very least, keep it together as they go into what is going to be tomorrow, one of the more important games for them. Even though they're stage 1, playoffs matter so much for these guys. And then, of course, TLC just staying perfect and do what they continue to do. We keep talking about them as the 1A, the 1B in the regions. We're going to see, and I think that's what we've been building up to, a clash of the Titans, if you will. Altogether, Gaskin, looking at that, I mean, it's going to be crazy because also you have other people just up on that elimination front. I mean, tomorrow, if you're Nightmare, you go 2-0, you go into the playoffs. I mean, I think that gives you a lot of hope, into what was some small corrections to be made, but, at least they're getting W's in the domination department.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those situations where you want to get to playoffs to get more reps, to get into best of 5s, and then you get more practice in preseason at the end of the day. So a lot to do here for Nightmare.
Alrighty, guys, so here we go. We've got Nightmare. We have Team Liquid Citadel for yet another matchup. Match number 2. Will it be the last between these two? We're about to find out. Shib, Gasket, let's go.
Diving back into it again, Nightmare's got to change something based on what we saw in that last match. Just did not hold a candle to this team. And, you know, they have the talent, but it just didn't look like they really thought they could do it. I think if you're down on yourselves and you do not think you can take home a team like this, it's going to show. And it definitely has shown right there. We talk about Swamp and Citadel being at the top. But I'll tell you what, Liquid Citadel definitely has had an easier side just on paper on the bracket. So looking forward to seeing what they match up. But right now, the removal of Gambit, Mantis, and the save of Elsa, something we're always used to seeing, buddy.
Yeah, it's almost identical at this point. Everyone just going for default popular bans. It's when you get to 4 and 5, which is when it seems to be more of the target. Once you've removed the main threats, Vanpool actually has been one of the main bans against Liquid Citadel as well. Remember, Nightmare let that one slip through previously because they got rid of the Captain America and Liquid Citadel. We were able to see Polly on the Vanpool and just how incredible they were, but Nightmare looking maybe like they are going to protect a Captain America of their own, with it being a flip now on who protects first in this situation. So Liquid Citadel, they might not get the chance to do the same. They might just be without Cap again. But I feel like if you're Energy here and you are the kind of Elsa player, you are so happy that your team gives you the freedom that you get away with Elsa almost every time, and Energy just on an absolute field day.
No, I'm 100% with you. I think Energy is not even afraid to overstep the Vanguard front line, as we saw in that domination, just because the movement is so clean. Knows it's going to be very difficult to try to find value and pick off Energy while he's making those plays, getting that over health, and still, you know, pressuring like we saw last time. The Ultron that was up there, looks like Ultron is once again potentially on the table, actually removed there for Nightmare. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these comps look like off the rip. Again, it's going to be likely a triple hold if they're confident from Nightmare. As we see Light Show and the Star-Lord, may not be the case.
And we're going to see Spark Chief hovering thing at the moment, which is something we saw yesterday in their gameplay. And it is funny that Polly's just had Vanpool and Captain America ripped away from him, and it just seems like there's a heavy targeting going here from Nightmare's side. But sadly for them, the hero pool is just so deep on the side of Polly, and Liquid Citadel now will look to see and showcase just what they're made of. I'm sure you watched the games yesterday, Shib, as well, but we saw Liquid Citadel on this map, and they absolutely bullied their opponent when it came to their defensive side. And then their offensive side, they were able to just kind of rip away the duelists, so they were able to comfortably walk through, slam that backline, and a lot of it was because Spark Chief was able to create that space with Thing. So expect to see something similar here. Speed to go off as Daredevil, Energy to try and get that pick on the Wolverine. Liquid Citadel will look to try and rip away Nightmare's backline right from the get-go here.
Yeah, I did witness that. Not even making it to the ambulance in terms of stopping them on defense is insane. Off the rip immediately, Liquid Citadel Energy going to start off heavy with the Wolverine. Doesn't seem to land off rip, but the space has already been owned. On the high side is going to be Nightmare, who's going to try to play that height as much as possible. Spark Chief already starting out on the Groot, going to find Monster, not allow him to leave. And that is the value of Groot on some of these lane-based maps. Shutting down some of those pathways for more of these dive-based heroes is just so impactful, and the entirety of Nightmare has to drop back and see. You know, it's a tricky decision because when you're running these triple comps, a lot of the time you try to just get on top of the cart and get KO'd as a unit and then portal back here to the ambulance and get ready for the third take. But instead, they're just going to drop back and retake, giving them this for free. And instead, maybe use that portal later. I don't know what the decision is here.
Monster going to dive in again. This time is going to have escape, not going to be blocked off by the Groot wall. Kind of looked like my ranked teammates when they play Captain America, diving in with no support. And sadly, usually being eliminated very quickly, but Liquid Citadel are not slowing down here. They are more than happy to just continue to get into the face of Nightmare. Monster takes a lot of damage. Light has just fallen as well, so Nightmare going to be at a player disadvantage now. Mace is going to be the next focus. Bubbles up, but Invisible Boundary will come out just to try and protect here.
Yeah, here comes the retake, touching with a meter left as Light's able to find one onto Speedery. A huge pick there. Skier just bouncing some of those heals in. Vision able to find Energy, and once again, Nightmare now stepping back up, looking a little bit different than we've seen in the past, getting some confidence here as Monster chases down the rest. The goal here is to try to stagger if possible, and it looks like they will be able to do that onto Spark and potentially more, but Cooper clapping through that front line should keep them healthy enough for the retake, but they're going to go back in without even having all six.
Yeah, Cooper and Nero both having ults available to them. Energy also having Glartrox, so expect that to be popped very shortly. and really will create a lot of space and also deal that damage if you can get the pull. Monster goes down, and now will they even need some of these ultimates? You are going to see Galactic Legend is going to be popped on the side of Nightmare, but it's responded with Meteor M, and there are the picks for Liquid Citadel. Nightmare are going to fall here, and this convoy should be pushed comfortably.
We touched a few games ago on using that Meteor M for a pick, but also to shut down an ultimate, eating a lot of that damage there from the Galactic Legend on Star-Lord, and then throwing it into the backline to get not only a pick, but also shutting down an ult, and that's just immense value, and that's why Magneto is always in a good place. Mace here, holding on to that Meteor M, could be for Spark Chief with that Strangling Prison. If you can land an eat to stop Spark Chief's ultimate and then use the Meteor M after the fact, that's another one of those good examples, but it's all about reading when Spark Chief overextends and looks for one of those cheeky Strangling Prisons.
And Glartrox is still saved at the moment as well. Cooper also saving Danceful. Liquid Citadel have plenty up their sleeve. You are going to see Freedom Charge come in from Monster to try and create that space, but the response is now going to be there from Liquid Citadel as Dance Floor now comes out as they look to press the point.
Moving forward as Cooper begins the dance floor. Glartrox goes out. They break the walls to make sure it happens. If it gets used right back at him, is this going to be more valuable? Vision able to find two here. Make it three as Mace takes out Cooper. And that is a huge retake from Nightmare. But they did have to commit a lot of ultimates. Spark Chief still holding on to that prison, knowing that Meteor M had to get used before committing.
Committed ultimates, but so did Liquid Citadel. They used ults as well to try and win that engagement. So Nightmare did fantastically to force them back. And retake it. So now it's back to the drawing board for Liquid Citadel after using so much of their resources. But they know full well, in a straight 6v6, they're still going to have what it takes to take down Nightmare. So Nightmare just need to be careful they don't overstep here. Hold them in this choke as long as they can.
Yeah, and Vision already at 50% is just a testament to how much damage is done. Vision with a huge ult there from behind to counter a few ultimates, even through a strategist. And another Glartrox to get more value. Just insane amount of value. Cooper, though, playing that Luna, essentially hit scanning from the back line, keeping everyone healthy. Spark Chief very low. Gonna need some heavy healing onto Groot into a comp like this, and it is working for them at the moment as Energy walks forward. Spark Chief still has that Strangling Prison, doesn't even need to use it at this point, waiting for a time where it's a guaranteed slam, and at this point, might be used to just keep them off point two as they walk forward. Yes, Liquid Citadel is going to be even in ultimates, soon to have almost all 6 here. Is the retake even available here from Nightmare as the walls come through? I'm not sure it is.
Just about get the touch, but there's going to be a KO there, so it's already going to be a 6 versus 5. Glartrox comes out as well, and Liquid Citadel will now push and press their advantages. They haven't lost anyone, so surely they should be able to clean this up. But Skier will pop the White Fox ult to try and deny and try and get a little bit more aggressive onto the point as well. And Liquid Citadel do get the second, and Nightmare sadly are just going to have to retreat.
You've been moving with 3 minutes and 13 on here. Liquid Citadel Energy in the neutral, able to find Vision just to stagger a few more and give them that free space that is ever so desired here on point 3. If you can get over to that corner and keep it chugging, that is the best way to push through. I think it's more offensively sided until honestly right here. If you can hold the team on defense right here outside of their spawn, where the building kind of plays to your advantage, forcing them down a single lane where they really can't flank, it bodes well for your team. But the free space that's owned from these picks is giving the Liquid Citadel the chance to not even have to worry about that at all. And now they get to play up here, press forward, find those flanks on the right and left should they desire. It's just very much in their favor again on this attack as Light starts off with the Galactic Legend. Meteor M to answer downtown thrown, but it does not land this time. Energy able to find Monster, puts them up a number. Light trying to find some value, but the strategists are just doing with each other in the backline. Nobody falls.
We'll say Dings was doing everything to try and keep Light alive there and does her job, or does their job, sorry, excuse me. But now we are going to see for Liquid Citadel, they just continue to hold this W key, continue to push forward and look to try and make this 3. There is a final touch right at the death here, but are there going to be enough from Nightmare to try and stop this one?
Out goes the Glartrox. Cooper chasing there. Really smart play to keep everyone on the dance floor. Still avoiding that Meteor M with some good focus from the team. Very low they go. Energy trying to find a play. Out goes the boundary once more. Team trying to stack inside of it, but kind of a little worried as it is from the side of Nightmare. Monster has the piece of the Abyss available to buy more time. Speedery in the sky with the Rage of Ultron, applying a ton of pressure as they clean up Vision, Polly, and now Spark Chief holding on to that ult, waiting for a Strangling Prison opportunity. Once the shield goes down, the Fox gets unleashed. Will that land onto the back line? Already down to 100 HP, though. Great focus by Nightmare. Playing ever so out of their minds, but they don't touch as the Strangling Prison keeps them off the point.
And it's 3 points for Liquid Citadel, and this is where it could get ugly. We've seen what happened. We saw what happened yesterday, where Liquid Citadel on defense here just bully their opponents. They trap them in, and Nightmare, hopefully they've done their research and they find a way to break out. Similarly, they're going to need to look to a Wolverine, for example, to try and get that initial pick just to stop them forcing through that choke. But for Liquid Citadel, this is where they could have a lot of fun here on Midtown.
Yeah, we've seen the hold on point one before. See if Nightmare could push through just a little bit farther, which already will be a change in what we saw yesterday. You can see the idea of the comp they want to run. Looks like there will not be a triple hold for Liquid Citadel this time, as they are going to keep energy out there on the Elsa, who's been playing lights out right now on that hero, virtually across the board. Team looking solid. Nightmare started showing up there at the end, though, holding their own. A big strangling prison there to keep them off point. Definitely, helped seal the deal, but kind of found their footing a bit. Maybe that confidence will push them forward here on attack.
Yeah, I think it has to be eyes on light on the Wolverine for breaking through here. If you can get that initial grab, it can be such a difference maker. We saw it actually happen via Liquid Citadel yesterday when they were playing against TSM. So let's see, what does light have? Can it be enough to just allow them to break out? Because unfortunately, if you get stuck in a spawn trap here, it can be very difficult to escape. And Monster is going to switch over to Hulk just to get the throw and the initial chance for Light to get the pick.
Yeah, it's essentially a boomerang here. You're going to throw Wolverine forward, and he's going to tackle him right back. Likely has jump pack from one of the strategists making that switch to a rocket. We'll see. Oh, what a push there to stop that momentum instantaneously. Great work by the back line, in which, in that case, honestly, not even sure who got the value there. Likely Spark Chief for the push right in front of them. We see now Monster owning this space. Good take off the rip here for Nightmare, but nobody losing any HP really just yet on either side. There goes the commitment from Monster. Light trying to find something. Nero with a trance is almost enough with that, as Spark Chief gets tackled now, gets very low, but the strategist not going to allow that KO to go through.
No, not at all. The strategists working their backside off at the moment to keep them alive, and it is very successful. So it's just going to be about ultimate build-up. Who's going to get there first? Skia's very close on the invisible boundary, which perhaps could be enough just to take this point and push it forward a little bit more. But still, no picks on either side. Mace goes down, though, and Liquid Citadel finally get the break, just as Skia had got that invisible boundary as well, which means they're going to have to back off. They're going to have to wait for the 6 to be up, and this is where it could get ugly. Liquid Citadel now taking control of the choke.
There's a lot of value in Angela in just protecting that high ground. Your job is to just kind of be in the way and just make your presence known, allowing something like your duelist on the side of energy to just sit up there all game and just farm the back line, and whoever is just pushing forward just a little bit. Energy doing a great job just dealing a ton of damage right now, heading them right back into the door once more, holding on to the Glartrox, potentially making a play up on a really, cheeky little ledge there.
Very cheeky ledge indeed, just waiting in the wings to deal some damage, and Energy is going to maybe give someone a little bit of a jump scare, just biding their time. Meteor M available for Polly if you want to use it as well. There is the grab, though, onto Polly. Could this be the opener, or is there going to be the protect? Polly does get hammered down by Light, so this is the chance now for Nightmare. Have to take advantage of it.
And Nightmare is going to have ult advantage for the moment after that pick, as Mace gets a pick too. Skier finds Spark Chief, and there we go. Nightmare now. We're starting to step into their own, but again, still not even up there towards this point of the ambulance. We might see a portal play in. I'm not sure they even need it, as they will regroup, drop back, and not stagger, at least not yet. Nightmare needs to try to find a stagger here, giving it even more value. Looks like they're not able to do that, but Vision has played a great Elsa right now. Let's see if he's able to find something here.
The Glartrox available. I'm waiting to see if you could just time it correctly to try and get a big pick. Maybe you can get 2 or 3, which we have seen happen previously. Biding their time is going to be Polly, who opens with the Meteor M, though. Do you manage to deny and get a slam onto Light? Yes, you do. And now Liquid Citadel have the extra player, and they have the ults to work with here.
Identifying the crystals and looking for a target outside with seconds left is a tough task. Good shot there by Polly. Energy able to find Vision there. Spark Chief onto Mace. Spark Chief making that change as well. Now playing that Rogue. This team is locked in right now, saying, I'll play Rogue without Gambit. I'm not too worried. Don't need the team up. It looks like currently Dance Floor's available. Nightmare with a heavy ult advantage in this fight, though.
Yeah, one last chance, maybe 50 seconds. Perhaps you could make it 2. But really, a lot is going to be learned here. And even if they are able to break through and get to this first point, time is not going to be on their side. Liquid Citadel with such a heavy advantage. And they're looking to maybe just punish them right here, right now. A lot of damage being done, but Spark Chief is just going to back off a little bit, as we will see ultimate start to get popped. Loki does have the opportunity to do so on the other side for Dinks, and it will be popped here for Nightmare. This is their attempt.
You see the back and forth. The dance floor committed here from Cooper. Holt goes back into Bruce. Alex goes to Glartrox. It seems to land, but not for enough damage. Good focus again by Cooper in the back line of Nero to keep everyone healthy there. The clap comes through. Vision goes down. 8 seconds in a dream for Nightmare. Light has ults available. Will this be big enough to give them a chance to push forward on a point 2? 1 second, he's not able to.
Wait. Well, 2-0 it is, and Liquid Citadel take it against Nightmare. Just a little bit of mistiming there, sadly, for Nightmare, but let's be honest, I don't think they were going to be able to progress much further. They were just outclassed, outmatched by Liquid Citadel, and I'm sure they would admit that themselves. It now is about focusing on the bigger task at hand, TSM, tomorrow. As for Liquid Citadel, they remain undefeated, not just in matches, but in maps as well. They have been the team to beat in this group, and they will have their eyes firmly set not only on their next matchup against YWL, but also start to think about the bigger picture here and think about playoffs.
Wow. I mean, these have just been dominant performances here by Team Liquid Citadel. You know, we talked about how we needed to see Nightmare really kind of make a miracle happen in order to get a map win on them there, because they've been struggling a little bit and would have been good for their confidence. But Team Liquid Citadel has not missed a beat. They'll play any composition and play it very well. Vision with 6 finals again, getting that SVP, but look towards the bottom as you see Cooper with only going down 1 time on Luna, who is considered more diveable. Obviously getting additional cooldown there from Nero. What did you think of that matchup, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, expected, right? But also wanted to just see how Nightmare would lose and the way that they would play. And I think one of the things that's tough, especially going into tomorrow, talk about tough for the team and the mental, but also for someone like Vision, because I got so much respect for this guy. I've had it since, you know, Shroud X to FlyQuest to here now. I mean, you dropped down a 30 burger on the damage department. It's like yesterday, Gaskin, in the role he was playing with Magneto, like, he's answering the call. He's doing his part. And sometimes it's hard because it is a team sport. But when you continue to show up on your end, that's also a separate thing you have to, you know, control as a person and as a team. So I want to see how this Nightmare team evolves, and I'm excited to see, you know, what they'll bring with TSM tomorrow. I think some of these are lining up to be really good for day number 3, and that's going to definitely be one of them. But yeah, you know, I wanted to see how TLC played because week 1. Some shaky wins, you know, some shaky wins. They got undefeated, but they still were somewhat had to be cleaned up ships. So obviously they're looking all the part right now.
Yeah, I think it was Spar Chief that essentially tweeted after week 1. It was like, hey, it was just for week 1 nerves. We'll bounce back. And I think they only lost 1 of the domination maps. So they didn't even lose the full map. They just lost the domination, and they still beat themselves up, right? So, you know, now ever since that week, I've got to say they have looked like that was a correct tweet. They've locked back in, and nothing has changed. They're so versatile. But wow, I mean, they're fun to watch, man.
Yeah, no, it's like when Tom Brady would win by like 10 touchdowns. It's like, it could have been better. I could have done more. And it's like, dude, come on, man. You just won by, you know, 70-0. But honestly, that's what it takes to continue to you have to yearn for it as a competitor. You have to continue to yearn to be better and have that, you know, aggression and never settle. And I think that's obviously coming in when we have the interview. What I want to keep talking to them about, right? We know what this game was going to look like, this matchup, Gaskin. You got to kind of keep on that theirs to win.
They just seem to have their macro down to a T. They know exactly how they want to beat their opponents, depending on the scenario. It doesn't matter the map. It doesn't matter the placement of where they are, of whether they need to push or whether they defend. They always know which heroes they need to be, what they need to change, and they have that flexibility as well, do Team Liquid Citadel. The fact that they can change over, play different roles, and I almost feel like they were testing things today, trying people on different heroes, just in case they have to switch things in the future. It almost just felt like a little bit of a runaround for them, and they made it look very easy and very impressive.
Yeah, for sure. And try to burn that team in your eyeballs of what you just watched, because again, we're going to go to Swamp after, and it's like looking at the little differences of like Speedery and what he can do on the Ultron, right, versus what the Vanguards bring, because they also win in very different ways. I think these teams are very different when you compare their player to player, especially given how one team has kind of worked all together for a long time, new strategist backline to, you know, these you're merging a bunch of you're merging what 3 teams, I think, yeah, and together you have FlyQuest of old, Paulie over there on Citadel, and then of course Envy old members as well. So you put them all together to make this new team. Very interesting to see the product that has come out, and it's been obviously an absolute win factory. Shib, taking a look at it, let's go ahead and bring in our interview, and that is Spark Chief. Now they've won a lot, so we've gotten to talk to these guys a lot, and good to have you back here, buddy. How you feeling after that pretty clean win?
Feels good. Just like you said, right? Like the week one nerves, and now we're back, still better, still improving. Still things to refine, but it only gets better with time. Let me tell you, it only gets better.
Absolutely. Hey, it's fun to watch the Rogue, man. I'm always Rogue and Hulk. I'm always got my popcorn out to see that. I have to ask, when when games you start to win so much, when does it start feeling like when they're expected their win instead of having to earn it, right? People expect you to win. Does that change anything for the team? Like, is it tough to avoid getting too comfortable, especially let's call it what it is, Group B, right, into what you're going to have to go into in the playoffs?
I mean, I think outside pressure doesn't really matter for any of us. It's more so just like you load it into the lobby and you want to see those players against you just kind of suffer a little bit. Like obviously there's like some internal beef that we can elaborate and go into, right? Against like between some players and ourselves, like especially me and some members on Nightmare. But like when I was watching a certain player like just punch walls for the remainder 40% of the map, like let's just say I was just clapping. I was just clapping of joy. I think you saw my tweet before, right? Like I said, like some players just don't deserve opportunities. Like I think just watching Ignite, people can kind of like just realize what I mean. Like there's just some players that just like shouldn't be allowed to be in these teams. Like it's just embarrassing to be like a professional player and just like spend 40% in a map just punching a wall. Like surely that's like a little egregious for like the Oregoners to watch, I think.
Spark Chief, I know this is why I want you on the interview. I see whenever your name pops up, I'm like, I know what I'm getting out of you, buddy. Shib, what do you got to say in all that?
I love it, dude. I love the drama. I love it so much. A question I've wanted to ask you: how did y'all come together? Was this on the back of Gator? How did this work out for you guys?
I mean, I think after Atlanta, like we just spoke as players, and we were like, well, we don't want to do that again. We want to like fix our stuff and what the best chances possible of winning. And then, yeah, I mean, like the people that need to work behind the scenes went to work behind the scenes, and like things ended up going this way, and we ended up here. So it's pretty much can't really go into details. Obviously, there's some things that can't be mentioned.
Sure.
But,
yeah.
Other than that, like it was pretty easy to.
No, it's cool.
Know like who our options were. I mean, results speak for themselves so far.
Beautiful.
I think like the Vines also just talk. They tell you who's doing good, who's doing bad in scrim. So we just need to keep it going and keep improving from here. Should just get better.
Is it tough, because you have, Vision on the other side. Obviously, a lot of history with Vision as a player and for your team. And I see on Twitter, rooting for some of. Just look back, and it's obviously that's what's going to happen as Roster Mania happens. You're going to be going up against ex teammates and stuff. And does that make it any different? Obviously, Nightmare, and you kind of elaborated on some players over there, but like for someone like Vision going up against someone that you have a lot of respect for.
Yeah, no, obviously, like after matches, like everyone has a friend group, right? So like obviously, like if you're against someone that you played with that you really like or something, you're gonna message them like, hey, no biggie, or like good luck in your next matches, or just hang out and like crack some jokes, some rage bait here and there, as you know, like between us and Thieves, as you saw like last year between some other teams as well, like us and Swamp and a lot of the teams. Like everyone's pretty cool, I'd say, for the most part. There's like obviously some beef here and there, some drama. But like other than that, it's really no big deal, I'd say, going against like former teammates or anything. Like if we get to go against FlyQuest and we just beat Best, we're like, I'm gonna send him a little hard. Like I'm not gonna like rage with him or nothing. Like I love the guy, I would never do that. But when it comes to people you don't like, well, it's a different story, of course. Yeah.
Awesome.
Man, I've heard you talk about Swamp Gaming, and obviously you have the respect for them, but we have to kind of address it. You and Swamp Gaming are the two best teams right now, statistically and visibly. What are your thoughts on potentially going up against them once playoffs come around? Do you feel like you are the best team in the region right now, or do you feel like maybe they're going to give you a little bit of a lesson on their side?
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Swamp is like they're winning very decisively right now, but they're cheesing their wins, right? So like let's make a comparison to like a less like sort of big name team, like for example, like the famous Yeah We Lost team comps that go around, like Team Heretics played it today, or like against Navi, I think. They have like their own style of cheese that they've shown so far, right? Like give the other team scab it and just sort of like surprise them with like fastball or like diving the gambit usually, and just like it sort of breaks team because they give them so many options, they don't know what to pick, and they end up picking like the wrong things. I think Swamp right now has like a really good sort of like foundation, like basing it off on mainly Daze and Valentina. I think are like their two best performers so far. But I mean, if they continue to depend on them, I think other teams are gonna start to catch up. But I know like in this upcoming week after this weekend, they're gonna work really hard on like catching up to like all the new comps that are surging and just like finding their new like way to win with ease if they can find it. And if not, I mean, they just need to struggle through the hardship and just like figure it out. But I know they'll probably keep doing great because I mean, so far they're doing great, and I think in scrims as well. So should be no problem for them, I think.
I mean, you've been my unsung hero thus far for your team with what you do as Vanguard, but you might be my hero after this interview because just the words you're saying, the fighting talk, but also the respect you have for other players, it's really nice to see.
Gaskin,
Yeah.
you should have been there last year. I mean, the growth of this guy's insane. It's amazing. I mean, I'm telling you, I bring the angle back from bottom to top. You know, Spark, your confidence as a player is just blowing up, and it's so cool to see. I mean, you've tasted greatness. What, it was third place finish at grand finals. Is it first place or nothing for this team? I mean, you guys just, is it everything? You know, obviously you guys want to win, but this team is so talented. Is that just the way you guys all view it?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to win. Like if your goal is not to win and you're instead spending your professional time as a player punching a wall for 40% of the objective point, I think like you shouldn't be playing at all, right? Like if you're just like sitting in the walls and bashing into walls and just dying on repeat, I don't think you should be competing. I think it's like, let's spend some time in ranked and the VOD review and like figure that stuff out before you come in to compete, and like maybe learn like more than 3 or 4 characters. But like, I mean, that's just my opinion, right? Like if you don't want to win, then what's the point of being here, to be honest? You're just bringing everyone that's playing with you down, and like just literally ruining their chances too. It's just like not real in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, the goal is to win.
Hey, awesome. Can you imagine if Dogman was in this interview? That'd be even crazy. I couldn't wait. Just the questions that would come out of that, man. Hey, thank you so much for joining us, Spark. And, you know, you guys are going to keep winning, so we can't wait to welcome your team back and appreciate all your time.
Yep, no problem. Glad to be here every time.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep.
Alrighty, we'll see you around. I mean, wow. That was
my first Spark Chief experience, and boy, do I love it. I want more of that. I mean, you want those kind of characters in your community. Definitely has some fighting words, but they've got the playstyle to back it at the moment.
I'm going to keep saying it, Ship. It's about storylines, right, bud? Like, it's all about, it's like seeing this kind of stuff come up is what I love.
I think that generates storylines too. Right now, teams want to, you know, I'm sure whoever was being targeted in that moment wants vengeance. They want to play better. They want to play cleaner. And that's the kind of stuff I love. I mean, shout out to the honesty. I think that might be the most honest interview and the most intense interview we've had yet. But just, you know, I think it brings a lot of hype to the scene. Shout out. That was just awesome, man.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine if Wall Puncher beats that team? It's like all of a sudden, then you got even more. It's like that's why it creates it. XOXO Wall Puncher, whoever you might be out there. Listen, guys, we have one more matchup for you today, and you might think it's going to go one way, but FlyQuest has shown that they have what it takes to punch up above their weight and fight back. It is them versus Swamp Gaming. Don't go anywhere after this quick break. We'll be right back.
Punch up above the wall.
Yo.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion.
Hello and welcome back, friends. Today has been one for the books, and not always just in the gameplay, but everything around what today has been. It's been a fun one, and we end on a great one. It is FlyQuest versus Swamp Gaming. FlyQuest finally starting to get off the side quest, get back in track to the main quest, right as the main character. They got themselves a great win last time we just saw them. They move on to a big challenge, Swamp Gaming. And Gaskin, break it down for us, because even if they win here, right, they don't control their destiny. They have to win here. I mean, there's just no other option.
Yeah, simple way to put it is if FlyQuest lose, they are out. They won't be qualifying for playoffs. They have to win, and even if they win, it goes down to tiebreakers depending on what happens with results. But to give themselves even a chance of qualifying, you have to beat the #1 team, who is currently 4-0, hasn't dropped a map, looking to go 5-0 and match TLC of what they've done so far at their 4-0. It's definitely not looking great. Sadly for FlyQuest, I think they may have just found their footing a little bit too late, but who knows? They did look good yesterday against NRG, so maybe they can show up here against Swamp.
I mean, hey, Shib, listen, we just saw what they did. I mean, they're starting to come back. They had big bite against 100 Thieves as well, which is a team I think could also do well. You know, we saw that matchup with Swamp Gaming, but either way you look at it, this is not, I would say this is not nearly as similar as the game we just watched. I think there's actually going to be a bit more potential upset here if you look at what FlyQuest is starting to come into their own.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest showed up yesterday more than we've ever seen them. I think some of the players that have been struggling looked insane. Shout out Jolly, who looked really, really good, I would argue, yesterday in the matchup. And Vess, obviously, on that rogue is storied, probably one of the best, if not the best rogue out here in Ignite. So if Gambit gets through, I'm not sure that will be the case today, but it'll be a problem. And, I think it's going to be tough competition to go against Swamp, obviously, who have not dropped the map. But if they could do that, if they could show up today and get a win, and then the cards fall as they may, there's a chance they move forward, and going into playoffs on a win against Swamp would be the ultimate way to get your motivation moving forward.
For sure. I mean, yesterday I said, Gaskin, it's a communication issue. We're not talking about the ping, and it seems like they fixed a lot of that, right? A lot of the cleanup in the No Iron team, and really show why this team has great players, especially from Ignite Pass, and putting it all together. So we see this roster ready to go, and we look at the opposition. That is Swamp Gaming. And again, if this is your first time seeing either of these teams, you're in for a treat, because if you compare, position to position, we got to see how Vess and Jolly match up against Krasman, because that's really one of the matchups I'll be keeping my eye on. Especially we got Melophobia, Melio. There's gonna be a lot of confusion here at the casting. Good luck on that end. But yeah, FlyQuest, they've got a stack roster. Swamp Gaming, let's take a look at theirs as we continue. Gaskin, what do you like about them?
About Swamp Gaming, there's two things to focus on. One, they are playing from like a LAN house, a team house, basically, and they have a little bit of a buff all being with one another. I think that helps a lot, and there's been a few people just mentioning that, how they are all around one another. But I also love their willingness to experiment, and also they assert dominance in all of their matches. Once they see a weakness in their opponent, they will pummel them into the ground. They will make sure they expose that weakness over and over again. I've been very impressed with them all. Melophobia in particular, we've obviously had him on for interviews, and very impressive, very well spoken, knows exactly what they want to do. And they're here to just show that they are the best team around. They have so much confidence behind them at the moment, and I don't think they are going to slow down here against FlyQuest.
Yeah, one thing to look at, I thought it was interesting. Spark Chief gave highlights of Daze and Valentina Eve. Daze subs in and out every now and then with the Medium, but Daze has been just, we said, evolved as a player. All these people have, you got the Wolverine now going into what is a crazy Daredevil and more. Valentina, I mean, shit, we always saw as that Invis. If you ban Invis, then what? Well, now anything. Gambit, the Fox, you name it. Gaskin, we were kind of hyping up the Fox yesterday. Didn't see it that much because Gambit was open. But Shib, I got to say, really want to just focus on this back line. They got Forky Dog, I believe, over from TSM's old team. So they lost out big there in the back line. And then obviously with everything coming together, this looks like one team to fear.
Yeah, I mean, and another thing I think is really cool is when you're looking at the roster here, Amadian, Melophobia, and Daze are all next to each other, right? A lot of times you see the subs at the very end, and it just goes to show you this team really values those duelists, and they are willing to flex them anytime, whenever. And we've seen it multiple times. I'm not sure which duelists we're going to see today, and I think that's kind of a huge strength of this team. They're willing to essentially send out whoever they want in the given moment, and it messes with the team mental. Now they're not sure exactly what to expect because they may have watched a VOD of another player from yesterday. So really cool tactic. Shout out to their coach, who we got to look a little bit in the banning phase, but I think it's definitely working for him.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out. I mean, it would not shock me at all if we saw Madian today, because it's not even just like, oh, it's who's better. It's different comps, different lineups, and what they like in the matchups, kind of like with Mir and Kurova, as we've continued to see with the Sentinels. Yeah. But yeah, I love that you pointed out the roster there, right? Because they're not all, separated with subs and starters. And I think we just said there's no I in Team Gaskin with FlyQuest, but that's like quite literally with this team in Swamp Gaming, because it's not just like one star or just a big talent ego or one person. It really seems like a team effort across the board. So many ways to beat you.
And we also heard it in the interview from FlyQuest. They said that they were just a little bit slow to adjust to the meta, but now they're starting to find their footing a little bit, and it's just a shame it's happened this late. I would love it. Don't get me wrong. If FlyQuest come out and somehow beat SG here, it would be massive for this group. It would be massive for the chances of FlyQuest, but it will also show that, there is another team in question when we get to playoffs that can compete with the very best. Because at the moment, we're talking about TLC, we're talking about Swamp Gaming, but there is still the possibilities of the likes of 100 Thieves to come through and show what they're made of once they adjust to the meta. FlyQuest could still pull something out as well. I think that's what's really exciting about Ignite at the moment, is there is still the question of the unknown as teams are learning and developing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, really, FlyQuest got third place in the grand finals. This is not only an org outside of Rivals, but also inside that expect greatness, right? So they want to see what their players can put together. And I think these players have what it takes. We'll see if they can get the upset. We have FlyQuest versus Swamp Gaming. Green versus green. Fear the swamp or the main quest. Ready at you. I don't even know their hashtag for Fly, but boys, either way, Ship and Gaskin take you to the action. Last match of the day.
Last match of the day, buddy. And there's been a lot of 2-0s, but I'll tell you what, they've been closer than it seems, maybe barring last game, which is a bit of a tough viewing experience because that team was just so locked in. But what do you know? Goodbye to the Elsa. Goodbye here to the Loki, because that Gambit lock comes through.
Yeah, I think the main difference that we're seeing here is FlyQuest opting to ban Loki rather than ban Mantis, which has typically been their ban number 2. So perhaps that might be their ban number 3, but no, they're just going to have the Vanpool ban on both sides here. So we might see Mantis go through. And I think that sometimes happens if you know the team you're going up against, because if you think, all right, well, we know that we've got rid of the Elsa, it's unlikely they're going to try and go for any sort of like trip strat here. We might not see them even want to use the Mantis here at the same time. It did happen a few times through EMEA where Mantis was able to get through unscathed, and it does look like we're going to see Star-Lord as the next ban on the side of Swamp.
And another thing to call out, a Madian is in, so there is no days. So we kind of just talked about that, and what do you know? It's happening right before our eyes here as they head into this next matchup, the final ban or lock, coming in here for a moment for the side of Swamp, and they want to lock in that DD, which they can do very, very well. Final ban coming in here for Fly.
Yeah, with DD now there, I mean, that might have been one of their final bans if it hadn't have gone through. So FlyQuest going to have to consider with this one. Invisible Woman sometimes is going to be a target for them, but it looks like with Gambit being in play, they want to get rid of the Rogue. And I think that makes sense. Oh, or last minute change. Someone made a call. Star-Lord. I think that when you know that Gambit is in play, plus there's a potential of Mantis as well a little bit later down the line, if you wanted to throw that in, Star-Lord is always going to be a little bit scary. So I don't blame him.
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you there. I think that's not a bad decision. And they maybe in scrims or throughout understanding haven't seen how their team plays with the Rogue Gambit combination. I know obviously Vess is incredibly comfortable on that. And we talked about potentially in the conversation for the very best Rogue in the game. So maybe they're just trying to test right now and get a look at what this team can do on domination here. We head over to Hell's Heaven. A lot of off-map opportunity, a lot of dive setup opportunity. We'll see which team comes out on top as Vess here is going to start out on the Thing.
We've not seen either team play this map yet so far this preseason as well. So there's a little bit of the unknown of how they're going to approach it for both sides. And perhaps that's why we ended up on this one, because you can pull something out a little bit different that's unexpected and hasn't been researched and prepped on. As you said, the Thing is something that's just a little bit different alongside Hulk and Magneto. It looks like it's going to be the triple Vanguard for FlyQuest, with kind of the Thing working out as a little bit of a duelist, just being aggressive and getting in the face of the enemy, whereas Krasman's going to be on the Captain America. Looking forward to that one, but Mello on the Daredevil is where my eyes are going to be heading, because if you get a good Daredevil, boy, is it so difficult to play against.
Could not agree more, and I think the Thing is one of the solutions or something they want to keep an eye on, potentially mark Melophobia in Kraz, as they will be heavily on that back line. And we'll see how it all shakes out in a moment as Swamp takes the height here. FlyQuest staying on the low side central as Cap is beginning the flank from the side of Kraz. With, oh, I love the setup here. Folks, if you're trying to work on dive, it is way better to set up as a unit coming together, and both of them engaged in the back line right now. Zelos gonna have to play slow. Crystals get popped instantaneously from Ken, and that is exactly what Swamp was looking for.
Yep, they were, but FlyQuest able to just hold on at the moment, but Swamp Gaming will maybe control this point early on. They are going to be able to force them out. Don't quite get it fully, and it means that FlyQuest are going to try and contest this one. There's now a lot of damage being done onto Krasman, but the heals will come through from SG as they are able to sustain at the moment. But now here comes Krasman to dive on in. Melio gets taken down, and now Swamp Gaming can look to try and press their advantage because they are going to have just so much freedom to push through.
Incredibly clean follow-up there. As we see Jolly trying to hold on. The point has been captured now by Swamp. 7% in climbing. Amadian going to walk them backwards towards the door. Crystals get popped once more. Another long cooldown. Ken going to copy up. And we are going to see Gambit not folding a lot here from the side of FlyQuest. Vast is able to find Valentina. Zelos able to take out Amadian. Melio onto Scatter. And now Fly retakes the point at 21% from Swamp. That's a huge retake.
I mean, massive retake and the perfect usage of ultimates as well, just timing it correctly, and the fact they still have a Raging Royal Flush going into the next fight as well. I mean, they're in a good position, but on the other side, Valentina also has it up, so it is just going to be a direct ult off. When one pops, the other one is going to follow most likely, but it's about the economy of everyone else. Forky Dog is going to have Dance Floor available very shortly as well. That'll be the next ult that will come up. So perhaps SG just slightly ahead in terms of ult economy right now. Ow, but Melio actually just snipes Forky Dog across the map. There's going to be no Dance Floor on the scene.
And folks, they're likely to ult tracking, so that pick, they know exactly what that means. They're going to play incredibly aggressive. Amadian goes down. Melaphobia turns it back onto Zelos and finds another here onto Melio and is not giving up. Going to drop back towards the health pack and stay healthy for the moment. As the chase begins, Best is going to have to escape. Point still in Fly's favor as Kraz finds Ken. Forky onto Tuzi, but that is a decent chunk of the point. The question is, can they get up to that 70? It does not look like they can. Ooh.
Goal comes out from Jolly, and the portal is going to be there as well, just to try and follow up and just get the team there very quickly for FlyQuest to try and keep this one going in their favor, which it is at the moment. 66 and ticking, but look at the ult economy for Swamp Gaming here. Dance Floor is going to be the first one to come out.
Yeah, but they're still holding on to the point, and that's all Fly was looking for off that portal, and that's why keeping Strange available for your team to switch to at any moment is so valuable. Stalling there, and now immediately gonna keep this point. Yes, they're down numbers, but 81% and climbing is all that matters. But the genius that is Swamp Gaming said, you know what? We win this fight without committing anything. Let's hold on to our ultimates, play very slow over these next few fights and not overcommit, and this could still very much be our map. But Fly, that was a very smart play.
It's a lot of time for FlyQuest, but as you said, with only the Dance Floor coming out on the side of Forky Dog, Swamp Gaming just have so much now in terms of defensive ultimates or offensive, depending on how they want to use them. Freedom Charge is going to be an initial one. You can see Scatter Genji has just popped the Rogue ult as well, just to maybe take a little bit of percentage away from FlyQuest to give them even more of an advantage on their ult side. And FlyQuest just backing off, but now we're going to re-engage here.
Jolly able to find Scatter there early on. Ult was committed in that fight. Fly able to trade one, chasing down Kraz, excuse me, at the moment is Jolly. He's keeping the pressure on, but the Dance Floor, or excuse me, the Cutterfly comes out as Melaphobia and Amadian commit heavily with ultimates. Jolly able to take out Amadian in the mix there, and that was an insane clap timing. Able to find that pick, gonna have to drop back. But there was a fair amount of commitment there from Swamp, so we will see if Fly can come back with a vengeance, as there will be double Gambit available.
Double Gambit, and there's the first one potentially coming out now. You can see Ken going to use it, and here they go. FlyQuest have to make this one count. Swamp Gaming on the defense, what have they got to offer? They also have their own Raging Royal Flush as well. Ken having to back off, took a little bit of damage. Melaphobia also popping it, let the devil out as well, trying to just get as much as he can on the back line, but Kraz is the one who is punishing them at the moment.
A lot of damage out there, and out goes the Freedom Charge to keep the team healthy. Swamp playing this like pros currently. Being down in ultimate, still holding on to this point, down at 99. What a juke there to avoid the clobbering time. Jolly able to find one best as well, though. And Fly now retaking presence on point. Can they get this first map as Melio and Tuzi find two more? Portal play coming in from Forky. And they're going to try to take out Kraz, just a little bit delayed. And that's exactly what is done here. 10% available left for Fly. And the portal play is being set up. It's all about this next fight. Tuzi with Meteor M available, though.
Yeah, that's the only ultimate that is going to be available. So eyes on Tuzi and what you can do. Can you hit a slam dunk onto someone? Here comes the portal as overtime now activated on the other side for it. Swamp Gaming full sending this one. Any ultimate to try and work with? Jolly also has it available now as Tuzi still holding on to that Meteor M. No early pick, but both teams fighting tooth and nail. Now Swamp Gaming seem to be falling. FlyQuest, maybe, just maybe, they're able to get this first one because Swamp Gaming are being pummeled into the ground. And FlyQuest, have we finally found their footing because they have shown up here in the first round against Swamp?
FlyQuest may be down, but they're not out. Bouncing back with a comp that looks so fluid for them, dominating the point early, making an incredibly smart, strange portal play to stall for ever longer. And next thing you know, they come out with the map W. FlyQuest trying to get a W here on Swamp. The first ever L that Swamp would receive would be absolutely insane.
Unbelievable. I mean, on paper, if you watch FlyQuest's first 3 matches, you would be saying Swamp Gaming are going to bully them into the ground. It's going to be a no contest. It's going to be one-sided. It's going to be laughable. Why are FlyQuest even a team? But then yesterday, we got to see, actually, now FlyQuest are a little bit practiced. They've learned the meta. They're starting to develop. They have such experience on this roster, and they've just been able to take it to Swamp Gaming. Now, it's not going to be a guaranteed win. It's only 1 round off the 3, but it's certainly fantastic signs for FlyQuest. Their ultimate usage and their timing was incredible. They baited in some of the divers from Swamp Gaming, and they were more than prepared for them.
Yeah, despite the outcome, FlyQuest has really stepped into their shoes here. They're starting to look like a team that is something to be feared, and that is the FlyQuest we've known over these last, year and a half here in the Ignite scene as a whole. They are coming together as a unit. But we'll see this early fight. Vest goes down from Melophobia. There's going to be we're going to start with Gambit immediately. They're just going to send it, even being down a number. Likely matched back. It's actually not going to be matched back because Valentine doesn't have all available. A Median with some great focus, able to take out Melio. Ken finds a Median, though, to trade that back. Craze trying to find something. Crass, excuse me. Onto Zelos. Does just that. Forky onto Ken. And even through that ultimate, Swamp Gaming took that L personally, and they don't want to lose another map.
Yeah, I was going to say, Swamp Gaming playing angry now. And is it going to be one of those situations where you don't want to make them angry? What does Swamp Gaming have to offer? Because Melophobia's almost got the Eye of Agamotto up. The Butterfly is going to be there as well from Radiant. So Swamp Gaming have tools here. Scattergenji has ultimate as well. So FlyQuest might find themselves losing back-to-back fights here if they're not careful.
They're saying the sun's getting real low, big guy. I'm trying to slow him up just a little bit. Trying to slow him up just a little bit. Tuzi with the Meteor M walking and bang right to the face onto Scatter. Is going to be the first pick of this fight from the side of Fly. Swamp has a ton of ults available, and that is a big clobbering time, followed up immediately by the dance of the Cutterfly. Forky Dog with the invisible boundary. Swamp committing everything, but nobody on the KO feed. Melophobia with a big eye is able to clean up a few. Tuzi and Melio now drop some. A Median finds Zelos, which is a big pick, as it was the Gambit, and I believe ult was committed at that point. Not sure if it stopped the ult in that moment. Still big value. On to point, go to the side of Fly. 53% for Swamp, though.
Yeah, Fly do retake it, even though there were members of Swamp to potentially contest. They wanted to regroup and ensure they could actually take a straight 6v6 fight and not be staggered and give too much percentage here to FlyQuest. Here comes the portal now as they will push in, and it is going to be Thing versus Thing action. Vesper versus Krasman. And in the moment, both of them just absolutely clobbering one another, but they need support, and here it comes. Scattergenji gets the opener.
That's his character, getting some vengeance right there, finding one. Scatter looking clean right now on the Rogue. Gambit does not fold, though, and that's going to be a pick from Zelos onto Scatter. And they still are maintaining presence on point. There's the commitment right back at him, this time from Valentina. The team needs to hold on if they can. Jolly with some good positioning is able to find one on a Forky in the backline. Still has ultimate to stall should need be, and there it is. To battle on point. We're going to see some of that combination. That was an incredible exile right there, and that's going to be a pick. Jolly stepping up after struggling a little bit early on in this tournament. Has really came into their own. Is now trying to find another here, and that might just happen onto a Median.
And they've turned this around, have FlyQuest. It looked like Swamp Gaming may have just got over the line to try and regain this point, but now FlyQuest take the lead, and Swamp Gaming have to go back to the drawing board. No ultimates across at the moment, but Amadian is going to be next up. And as you said, that dance of the Cutfly is going to give them the real opportunity to maybe target that back line and take this point once more.
A ton of ults coming available here in a moment. Both teams going to commit heavy because this is where it gets down to the wire. Melio, Zelos, Tuzi, and Vess have ults available where Amadian, Melophobia, Kraz and Forky will have something to answer, but whose are more valuable, we'll find out right now. Out goes that dance, it finds 2 with the help of Jolly and Ken, and now 2 numbers down is the side of Swamp. FlyQuest holding on to this point, another falls from Melio. Zelos on a Valentina, and can FlyQuest take this W home with 96% in climbing? I'm not sure they got there with the last 3, they did, and now we might see a portal play come in. Is there enough time? Holy, are you kidding me? FlyQuest with 2 more.
FlyQuest do the unthinkable. They finally take a map off of Swamp Gaming. Unbeaten coming into this. FlyQuest looked down and out after the first 3, but boy, have they come back from the grave. Maybe, just maybe, a new contender emerges. Now, yes, it is only just 1 map, but Swamp Gaming had not dropped 1 before, and that is such a confidence booster for FlyQuest in what is a must-win match for them if they want to try and get through to playoffs.
Oh, I just love Ignite. You mean, it's just the team that's on the bottom of the bracket is duking it out with the team on the top. It's any given day. FlyQuest mentioned they just need some more time to figure out the meta. They're learning, they're adapting. And look at this right now, going against arguably Team America, who's looked so good in Ignite, is now going to find themselves up 1-0. Look at these stat lines, my man.
And I think Vodable said it. Maybe I'm a good luck charm because I predicted them to win the entirety of this group, and suddenly they come alive when I'm casting. Cozy, this is what we wanted, right? We wanted a matchup. We wanted to see FlyQuest come into their own, and boy, have they shown us.
Yeah, listen, we're going no break today because have you guys, you've been to the airport before. Sometimes the flight gets delayed. Sometimes it's a little bit of a bumpy start off to get in the flight, and then you look for, the smooth landing. We're looking like we're getting closer and closer to that. Obviously, there's a lot of hype here. It's not like they won the grand finals, but they did just take a dang map off of Swamp Gaming that they haven't lost yet, right? And so that's not only are they kind of having this redemption arc, but to have Swamp Gaming as that last chance to do so and to show up at the way they did is impressive. And we kind of started to highlight this yesterday, Shib, being Gaskin. We were looking at this team. Obviously, they're not all together. You got some people across the pond, some here.
Sure.
And so you do have to look at that. And what we saw is week 1, a lot of Melio on Daredevil. Sure, that can still come out, and that is going to happen. But we've seen more of this kind of Phoenix play, Psylocke play. Psylocke plays a little similar to the dive, but either way, kind of clean up some of their, I would say, what could be identified as a weakness, because in dive you have to have really perfect calm and ping, and both were missing.
Yeah, I think the team is starting to figure things out. Like we said, Vest during the interview was saying we were a team that was slow to learn, but I think they're learning. I truly want to see more from this team. I'm hoping we maybe see them move forward in the playoffs, just because I do think they've looked so different. They're like complete Bruce Banner to Hulk over this series, over this entirety of Ignite. They really struggled to start off, but every player on this team is looking better than we have ever seen them.
Yeah, I mean, perfect analogy with the Bruce Banner to the Hulk. Because have you guys ever seen, I won't call it a specific streamer, but someone has like a hate wall and they have all like the comments that anyone's ever said about them behind them, and it like fuels them up and everything. Jolly, man, maybe he's got like a hate wall behind him because he saw what everyone put out there, and this guy delivered today. He had a quad play, was one of my top plays yesterday as the thing, Gaskin. Talk about the opposite of what we were seeing from previous teams. Mental is not an issue for these guys. They play as a team, they win together, they lose together, and they grow together. That's what's awesome to see.
Sometimes it's about getting over that mental hump, and I think that victory yesterday was exactly that for them. They reminded themselves of how it feels to win, and sometimes that fuels you as well. But in game, I mean, Jolly on the Hulk was unbelievable, being able to time the ultimate perfectly, but also being able to put yourself in a situation where you are risking your elimination, there's a casualty potential, but you just have to trust in your teammates to be quick enough as you are stalling. That's your job as Hulk, and exactly what we saw. So perfect play and a pleasure to watch. And now the real question is, how does Swamp Gaming respond here? Because this is unknown territory for them. We haven't seen them drop a map yet.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I think they have subs. We are going to probably see a swap out, maybe potentially there, right? I don't know if that shocked you guys at all that there was the sub put in at the beginning of the game. Like I said, they all played, not like there is subs, but I think they have that to go to. Not a lot of teams do, like an instant switch. Let's change this up. But also on the side of Fly, first they got to win before I get, too crazy over here. But, I've got to say, they're just a hair overtime sliver away from beating 100 Thieves. They lost that game, but if they won that, we'd be having a whole nother conversation about this FlyQuest team, right? And to the biggest extent of what that turnaround was. So looking at what they continue, to show is cool. Hall of Dajalia, definitely going to be a tough map. Swamp Gaming, you guys said it best, kind of going into point 2. Now they're angry, right? Sun's getting real low is the perfect analogy here. Quite literally today, Shib, as we end on this, potentially have this as our last map of the day.
Chad, are you not entertained? I mean, this America's region with the amount of upsets is just obscene. And I think you called it well, Cozy. I'd have no doubt that we don't see Days coming in here to change things up, just to change the momentum. I think even as a team, sometimes you make a switch like that, and it just helps the team's mental. It's like, all right, we changed something. Now we're going to win, even if it's not necessarily the player's fault. It's just how it is. So wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
And to me, like we were talking about this on the pod, me and you, like what is their 1A, 1B? And sometimes when they're up 4 games, right, and they're playing Fly, maybe they wanted to get more reps with Madian in there, maybe Days is in there more. They want, sometimes you see that happen in sports in general to get reps for the team in a live environment. You can never, no matter what, in scrims, you can't replicate that. So that could be what we see again. Now they get to flip the switch, and we get to see what Swamp is made of when they take an L first and kind of how they respond. Because listen, life is easy when you're just winning. All right, it's all about how you respond when you lose in Gaskin. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. And they have nothing to lose, quite literally, do SG.
Yeah, sure.
They've already topped their group. They're comfortable. They are going to get the #1 seed from this group. But judging from the interviews that we had and knowing the players a little bit, they won't want to be losing this matchup. They won't want to give FlyQuest a chance to even get to playoffs, because knowing how good FlyQuest could be, that is a potential opponent going into playoffs. You don't want to allow them to get that far and start to learn and start to build, because we know just how dangerous FlyQuest could be. So you want to eliminate them from the tournament right here, right now.
Yeah, never mind just FlyQuest. They don't want to give TLC anything to, continue to snack on and look at as the 1 seed for them. Also, putting the tape out there, right? Obviously, when you don't lose, it's tough to kind of study exactly all the pure weaknesses that took you down. And so if you do end up dropping a set, that's definitely going to end up having a bit of an advantage for the other teams. But guys, who knows what we're going to get? I'm guessing match 3. FlyQuest, though, they're on fire. We find ourselves up in match number 2, and we said it. You could not expect anything less here in Marvel Rivals. FlyQuest, Swamp Gaming, again, Battle of the Greens in the infamous location of Wakanda. Take it away, guys.
Main quest going after the swamp, and you can see now, Days is going to be in on the roster. We called that as a similar band phase starts off. Goodbye to the Elsas.
Yeah, I wonder if that will be the difference maker here with Days coming in. Very impressive player. We know how incredible they can be. So we'll have to see whether it can just change things up for SG. But yeah, now going through the ban phase, I think that at this point, we know what the early ones are going to be. It's usually the latter where it starts to be a little bit more interesting and you start to see the targets coming out. But both teams are going to play on the Gambit. And we saw really just how powerful Loki plus Gambit was in the previous. So perhaps, we are going to see the ban this time. Swamp Gaming saying, we're not going to allow you to be able to double down like you did previously, because the double Raging Royal Flush was just too much. And Rogue is now going to be taken away, so you don't have that team up available. Daredevil is banned on the other side. These are fairly normal bans that we would expect.
Yeah, for sure. I was curious to myself and thinking, like, I wonder if Rogue is one of those heroes just based on Vest that needs to be banned every game. We talked a little bit about Polly and Cap, right? But, it's more so that Gambit's allowed through on both sides, so that needs to be banned out. But I'm curious what that looks like in the future. But Vanguard Pool is going to be saved here for Fly, and I think that could shake things up because they were forced to get rid of that Rogue, and it looks like Fly's not as worried about the Rogue, but we'll see what they elect to do.
And now if I'm NRG, I'm probably a little bit concerned seeing this as well, because if FlyQuest were to advance, it would probably be at the demise of NRG. If they were to lose to Sen tomorrow, then FlyQuest have that head-to-head beating NRG. Remember, they're the only team they've been able to beat them thus far. So NRG praying that Swamp Gaming are going to be able to come back into this one and actually take down FlyQuest and eliminate from the tournament, because then it increases the chances of NRG qualifying. So many things that go into this one, and it would make tomorrow insane if FlyQuest were to win this match. That's for sure.
That's a great call out. It's just so crazy in this region. The Group A alone is just chaos right now, and anyone has a chance to move forward. There's just so many different situations. It's like a multiverse of how this will end and this is just preseason. It blows my mind. I love the competition, man.
Forky Dog on Black Widow. I would love to see some Black Widow. I'm just going to put it out there. Like, we know that SG can sometimes pull off a little bit of off meta, but yeah, I was going to say that's probably a little bit too far.
Yeah, we've seen it once at Worlds, but it was for like a single moment. It did get some value with an ultimate combination with Rocket, but yeah, I didn't think that was going to last too long. We're going to see now. And I'm not sure if Forky's going to stay Rocket or they're just using that for armor packs off rip. It looks like they're all getting packs, so we'll see what the change comes in to be for the side of Swamp on attack. Fly. The main goal here is to own the height on the top left, play slow, try to hold this point. If they do get overpressed, they're going to drop back to the bridge. We'll showcase that if it comes down to it, just to try to bide more time, and then a portal play worst case. That is the go-to strategy from all pro teams. The top level of play. A portal is coming in right now from Daze, and they just immediately find Melio. Ew, that was disgusting.
Melio just gets deleted from the server, and now Swamp Gaming are looking to try and take this point so quickly to give them an abundance of time to work with. FlyQuest will back off. The real question is, are they going to try and defend this one or just give it up? At the moment, they are going to jump on. Jolly's going to be the initial point of defense here, but taking a lot of damage, gets sent back to Bruce Banner, and now SG continue to tear through. Jolly goes down, Tuzi will follow, and it looks like the point is going to be taken here because there is just not enough for FlyQuest to try and fight back.
Swamp Gaming is angry. They come out with a vengeance, and they look clean doing it. Now, immediately going to take this point. Oh, how much time do you got for the streets phase? I don't know, almost 6 minutes off the rip. That was an insane attack. Really smart play and great focus. That was an instant delete button onto Melio there. Not even able to use the shift to move away with an iframe.
Yeah, I think Melio is probably getting pretty annoyed watching that one back. Maybe we're just in a little bit too vulnerable of an area. Should know better, really, with how these portals can be. And it's been an insane day with Doctor Strange portals, it does have to be said. People starting to get creative once more. Krasman taking a little bit of damage as Hulk has to back off and rejoin the rest of the squad. But SG still pushing this convoy at the moment. It's moving very quickly indeed. FlyQuest just trying to hold off right now.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind you. These portal plays have been so fun to watch. Jolly goes down there. Valentina already finding 3 here on the Gambit. And out goes that Raging Royal Flush. It's difficult to live as Invis through the chaos of this. As a huge eye comes through from Daze. And goodbye to the front line of Tuzi and Vest. Through that combination, Daze coming in after being on the bench for just 1 round is going to come back, and oh man, Swamp gets point 2, and now there's 6 minutes on point 3.
Oh, there's speed running now. I see. That's what we're seeing from Swamp Gaming. They want to show us how quickly they can win a map. And FlyQuest at the moment just struggling to contain the aggression from Swamp. This is usually what we see from SG. That's why I was quite surprised that we didn't see them manage their same kind of aggressive playstyle in the previous one. But FlyQuest, they certainly showed up, but now we're learning just how good SG can be. Rage of Royal Flush will come through on the side of FlyQuest. They do get that first pick onto Melophobia as well. Can they actually follow up on it? Yes, they can. Daze goes down, Valentina follows, and that will be the first real fight won by FlyQuest here. Swamp Gaming eventually will fall.
Yeah, they needed that too. You can't. Sometimes it happens like that where you just get steamrolled and you can't collect yourselves, and you just lose to ultimate after ultimate, especially on the back of a Raging Royal Flush going into an eye like that. There's just no real response. If he's cooking fast enough, it's so hard to stop Strange with a shield or something. If he's going Mach 12 past you from the sky, and it landed clean. Goodbye to the front line, and they walked in off the back of that. We'll see if the comeback happens here for Fly, but I'll tell you what, Swamp has 2 ults available. Here goes one. The end song gets burned out of the sky. Haven't seen too much of that today.
Yeah, that one didn't really work out, but I think maybe it was just like kind of just stay alive kind of end song that comes out. But now FlyQuest will be able to follow up and get a couple of KOs. Actually, it's going to be 4 to be precise, and they will hold once more here. So even though it was a speed run to begin with from Swamp Gaming, FlyQuest have been able to find their footing a little bit here. But we are seeing just how impactful the Gambit is. Just once that Raging Royal Flush is available, as soon as it's popped, you know full well there's going to be a very aggressive push, and it is difficult sometimes to respond to it unless you have a Raging Royal Flush of your own.
Yeah, I think, them removing the Loki has made it a little bit easier for them to bounce back. Swamp allowed that through last time, and the double Raging was just too much value. They just were constantly sprinting at you with some good coordination. Forky able to find Jolly there, who made the switch over to the Venom. Up in the sky is going to be that Galactic Legend combination. Will that get value? It does. Daze able to take out Vest. Not even needing to play that Wolverine or anything. Staying on the Strange, Kraz, onto Melio. And now Swamp are walking them into the door.
Yeah, one last attempt at stopping this for FlyQuest. And they have to move quickly. Swamp Gaming going to prepare for it, though. And they have Kraz with the ultimate. Forky Dog can drop the invisible boundary now. And it's going to be surely too hard. Raging Royal Flush will come out from FlyQuest as a last-ditch attempt to see if they can stop it. But Swamp Gaming might just have a little bit too much here for FlyQuest to try and deal with. They are going to throw absolutely everything, but it's not going to be enough. And Swamp Gaming will take the first round here. And yes, they do look angry. And yes, they do look like they want to prove a point.
Yeah, a lot of time there on a full push. I'm not going to lie, especially at this level of play. That was true vengeance. They came back angry, and taking the 0.1 like that, taking 0.2 that quick, it is so difficult to hold on at that point. It's all about waiting it out and hoping the Gambit ult does not find success. But when they're able to use the Galactic Legend alongside of it, it's pretty much guaranteed value if you don't have a direct response, and they didn't. Really well played there by Swamp. Fly, it's got to try to get that confidence back to where it was last map, because right now they are struggling.
And if we see the triple Vanguard come out for Swamp on defense, we've already seen how difficult that can be to penetrate, but we'll have to see. Yeah, it looks at the moment that's what they're hovering anyway, and both teams potentially going to go for it, and it will be a Vanguard off. It is funny how the meta keeps kind of shifting. We see Trip Strat and then Trip Vanguard as well. You know, where are the days of the triple duelist? Where does that come through once more? I want to say that's what happens in my ranked games anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want the excuse to be there in ranked. So let's hope never. But I'll tell you what. If it was going to happen, it'd be at this level of play. You see Vest now going to be on that Vanguard pool. A little bit of a shift up here on the side of Fly. Ken going to go over and play the Jeff, and Zelos is going to be on now the Gambit. Jolly on Strange for potential portal play off the rip, trying to do something similar. The Exile was looking to go through, but what a shield right there from Vest.
Kraz, Scatter, and Daze all on the Vanguard. There's going to be a lot of responsibility for Forky and Valentina just to try and get the heals here as the strategist. But Melophobia on the Star-Lord, a lot of responsibility as well in the sky just to try and deny things. The real question is, can FlyQuest take this point just as quickly as SG did?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think the Exile did go through onto the Strange there, and I just missed it in that moment. So that was a huge Exile from the side of Kraz. Now, the entirety of FlyQuest is kind of owning this space, now driven back directly, instantaneously, as I'm saying that, from the side of Swamp, who's got confidence. Goodbye to Melio as Scatter gets that punch. Now looking at Jolly, who's in a tough spot, also falls, and FlyQuest going to have to retake. Vest does have ult available, though.
Has it available? And now FlyQuest is just going to have to try and back off, regain. And Swamp Gaming, they do the first job, and that is defend that initial push. There was no crazy portal play that were able to wipe someone out just as Swamp Gaming had done previously. For FlyQuest, it's back to the drawing board, and they are going to go for the same kind of push around this corner. It is a little bit of a choke point, but sometimes it's the best way to do it. Banhammer does come out, and that is going to force FlyQuest back a little bit. Swamp Gaming doing the same, and now Hulk is just going to dive on in here, see if they can get that initial pick.
Yeah, space was created off that ult, able to get one tick right now, 3 bodies on, almost 2. Melophobia thinking about touching here in the off angle. What a shot there onto Tuzi. Crucial in that moment. That's going to force Fly to play a little more safe. Ken is going under, though, but that's already after on the back of 2 falling, and that could be tough. Ken trying to maintain presence. Doesn't look like landed on anyone on the opposition, but instead more of just an ally-based ult at that moment. Up in the sky is Melio, and Song Inferno is huge now onto Forky. Melophobia goes down from Tuzi. Kraz is able to find Zelos and Valentina on a Melio, and this trade fest is very much back and forth. And what do you know, a Raging Royal Flush to keep the momentum in the favor of Swamp.
Yeah, just keeps them on this point as well, as Scattergenji will get one onto FlyQuest. Jolly going down, and somehow, someway, Swamp Gaming have survived that. It looked for sure like FlyQuest were going to be able to break through after their initial picks, but now Zealous does have the Raging Royal Flush, so FlyQuest will be able to push on in. But on the defensive side, we have Io Bagamoto available for days, so if that's used correctly, and it does come out right here, right now, do they have the follow-up? Yes, they do. Wow. Vespa falls, and now it's going to be a 6 versus 5. Swamp Gaming looking to try and finish this one off right here, right now.
Yeah, they're going to need to regroup fast. The idea, what I thought was going to happen was saving the eye to try to look for Zelos in the middle of that Raging Royal Flush, but instead elected to use it aggressively, force them back again to retake. Just buy more time for your team to get more ultimate solutions. Now, Melophobia has an ultimate available. Likely going to be looking for that Gambit. Scatter going to do the same thing. Try to get on top of the Gambit, potentially early to stop the ult from even going out. And wow, again, Melophobia just one clipping Tuzi.
And FlyQuest can't afford to keep getting picked like this. Just puts them at a disadvantage every single time for the fight, and they're just losing time. Jolly tries to escape. Melophobia says, no siree. And Jolly gets shut down. And now FlyQuest, again, it's going to be less time. They're down to just 45 seconds now. And it looks like Swamp Gaming, even if FlyQuest were to take this point, there's just so much to do to try and get the 3. We're most likely getting tied up here with Swamp Gaming showing what they're made of.
Can agree more. Good movement there by Scatter to get on top of Zelos when that Raging Royal Flush was available. Valentina already at 53%. Something needs to happen here quickly for Fly. And they need to commit heavily here with Zelos and 2Z. Vest potentially doing the same on the back line. Here goes the commitment. Valentina just running away for the moment, trying to farm that ult if possible. Vest able to find Forky. That's a good start for the side of Fly, who actually may take this point one. Zelos able to find Melophobia now, and the point is growing. 2Z able to take out Daze. Now looking towards Valentina, who does not have ultimate available yet, trying to escape and use some of that self-peel, and oh, come on now, Valentina built just a little bit different. She is able to get that trade, but even so, it is going to be point one Fly.
Valentina is so bloody good, man. It's so impressive to watch. It doesn't matter what strategist she's playing on, but really is setting the pace for strategists across the game. Definitely check out some of her YouTube and some of her streams to just try and learn how to play strategists. That being said, FlyQuest have been able to get their first point, but time is going to be against them here. They have to play pretty much perfectly if they want to try and get these 3 points. There's very little room for error, as now we will see Melophobia again getting into the nitty-gritty here, getting aggressive. Kraz also following up, taking down Ken, and FlyQuest down to 5.
Kraz playing hyper aggro. We've seen this a lot from teams on defense, electing to just essentially hold this garage, and it is truly working as Scatter finds one. Kraz another. Do we see a third? We do. Daze onto Melio, and FlyQuest, they got some confidence there in that fight. They're going to have to regroup and figure something out here quickly, because Swamp has ult advantage, they have time advantage, and they have not scooched the point an inch here from the side of Fly.
Yeah, Jolly and Melio maybe can work in tandem here to dive and create a little bit of space, but Swamp Gaming do have defensive ultimates to work with as well. Kraz is going to initiate things. Here comes Melophobia as well. Galactic Legend does get popped, but Invisible Boundary on the other side isn't going to matter. 2Z gets shut down, followed up onto Melio, and sadly, Melio did let the devil out, but didn't actually get anything with it.
Only 60 seconds left.
And we're going to see the retake force out a few ultimates there. Melophobia and the side of Forky. Valentina not quite at ult yet. Vess has some pressure on the backline. Zella's going to be slightly ahead of Valentina. Likely we'll see Raging Royal flushes on both sides. Valentina gets very low, able to escape in that moment. Jolly trying to find the backline now, is able to do just that. Onto Forky. Vess finds Valentina. That's both strategists. Now it's just a slow game. If they can buy time, they should win the fight. Scatter onto Ken. And as I say that, Kraz says, nah, I'm going big boy Hulk. Gonna chase down that backline. Vess able to find Daze though. Numbers still roughly even so far as Kraz finds Jolly. And the point still has not moved. Ken onto Melophobia, but still Kraz is there, and there's that pick they were waiting for.
Wham bam, thank you Kraz man, but will eventually go down as Swamp Gaming have to back off, but again they have delayed so much here to now put FlyQuest down to overtime as they start to move forward. We tick down before point 2, and there's still a long way to go here for FlyQuest. I said that to play perfect before. Now they literally have to play perfect. They can't afford any mistakes. So keen eye on ultimate usage here. Zelos is going to be the first one to pop the Raging Royal flush.
Wow.
Jolly will follow up, and FlyQuest are making this work. They are pushing this forward. Maybe there's still a chance of getting this second point.
Yeah, they need to save 2Z here to try to stop Valentina. The entirety of this next fight is on the back of, can they take out Valentina when that Raging Royal flush has been committed? So Valentina likely going to be playing incredibly safe, because you just can't go down once you've launched that ult. Daze with the Eye of Agamotto available. 2Z just waiting, and there is the commitment. Can they get on top? And yep, 2Z gets tackled out of the sky by Scatter right before that ult gets committed. Tina finds Melio, and that should do it at this point. Numbers up in their favor. Daze and Melophobia with ult available. Should they need to use it? There's the commitment now. One goes down. Do I see two out of Can I do? Is that a three-piece? Goodbye, and Swamp make this 1-1.
What a game, what a match we have. And even though FlyQuest, they tried their darndest towards the end there, but Swamp Gaming had just done enough damage on that initial point. We have a match on our hands, as we would expect. But Swamp Gaming, after making the change, Daze coming back in and not looking out of place whatsoever, as to be expected. Sadly, for FlyQuest, it means they're going to have to go to map 3 here, but I think when they came into this one, they would have been happy to take one map, let alone getting themselves to a map 3 and having the chance of maybe winning this entire thing. Valentina gets MVP, and maybe for good reason. As I was saying earlier, just really is leading the way with how strategists are playing at the moment.
Yeah, it was a great call there. 10 finals on the back line. Just matching Melophobia as a duelist. And, we heard Coach Fox essentially say, you can choose to ban out either the Elsa or you can go after Valentina on the Gambit. And you know what? I'm thinking Fly saying, maybe we should have got rid of the Gambit because that was an absolute problem.
A problem indeed, and now it's going to be back to try and figure out if FlyQuest can actually take down Swamp Gaming or have Swamp Gaming just come back from the grave here. There's only one way we can find out, and that's getting into map 3. But before we do that, let's go for a quick break. When we come back, ladies and gents, we will see the conclusion of FlyQuest versus Swamp Gaming.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. I think it's confirmed at this point. If you are the last match of the day, we have seen it quite literally every single day in week 1 and 2. It's going to be the most entertaining, and yet again, we find ourselves here with a entertaining matchup of FlyQuest versus Swamp Gaming. Swamp dropping their first game. Now it's 1-1, but I have to tell you guys, obviously moral victories are great, and if it wasn't the situation that FlyQuest is in, I think they'd be happy to take a map. But no, not at all, because if you're out of the playoffs, who cares that they were able to get one off Swamp Gaming, Gaskin? I mean, I think in my opinion, you look at it, and this is still just absolutely must-win territory for Fly to keep their mental strong.
I mean, it would even be more frustrating the fact that they've taken a map off arguably the best team in the group at this point when they let it slide in the early stages, and they should have probably won matchups against previous teams. And I'm sure if they matched up again, they might win those matches now that they've kind of worked out the nuts and bolts around their team. But sadly, yeah, it will all be forgotten. We will just remember that FlyQuest were eliminated and they didn't make it into playoffs during preseason. That will be the storyline going into the main season. So they have to change that narrative right here, right now against SG.
And we just said it, you know, not a lot of teams have a quick answer if they lose. Well, Swamp Gaming, they got the sub in. I mean, they got Gambit, Valentina. We can always compare her to Cooper, both of them just so elite. When they get what they want, they are MVPs on the team. But the one benefit of winning early map ship is that you get to pick last map to try to claim it in best of 3, right? So now it is Yggdrasil's path. This is going to be FlyQuest's map. And wow, can I state this? I think in year 1, we saw Yggdrasil all the time, man. Like, it was a constant map favorite. This is I think my first Yggdrasil of the preseason. Like, that's kind of crazy.
It's also one of those maps that you can run the triple comp should you desire to. I think that's a test of a team's strength. I think if teams can pull that off or have like some sort of composition that's very defensible and bunkery, it finds success here. So we'll see what they elect to run. But I'm with you guys, what you're saying before. If you ain't first, you're last mentality, right? Like, that's the thoughts of these teams right now. They just want to move forward. And granted, first in this situation is getting into the playoffs, and Fly, it's not going to be enough for them to get a map.
Okay, one word answer. Shib, then Gaskin. Who's winning? Putting you guys on the spot. Let's go.
I gotta go Swamp here. They're on a roll. They look too good.
He said one word. FlyQuest, baby.
Let's go. I'm going to go with Fly 2. Let's shake it up. It's FlyQuest versus Swamp Gaming. Match 3, our last of the day, unless we get a draw. And at this point, who freaking knows? Shib, Gaskin, take it away.
All right, my friend, it's been a pleasure working with you today so far. Our first set of 3, which honestly is kind of a rare occurrence. For some reason, whenever I'm casting, they just seem to go to 3s a lot more frequently. So here they are. Finally, we got the removal of Elsa on both sides, the removal of Loki, and the locks of Gambit once more.
Yeah, and I think the lesson learned of getting rid of that Loki was a very important one, because I think it was key for FlyQuest in the first game, the fact that it slipped through, and now Swamp Gaming is saying, nope, we have to deny that straight away. Daredevil and Rogue being hovered at the moment, and very quick picks onto both, because we know how dangerous they can both be. I think that definitely FlyQuest are scared of a little bit of Daredevil on the side of Swamp Gaming, and maybe for good reason, because of what we've seen. And I don't blame the lock on the Star-Lord as well. We just saw how important it was to have the Star-Lord available for Melophobia in particular, was utilizing it. But the real question is it going to be enough to get them the victory overall?
Yeah, it's a really good combining ultimate with Gambit, right? Galactic Legend is just so good at outputting damage. For those who maybe don't know, when you use Gambit, you deal 30% of the damage you've dealt to a target every 0.5 seconds. So if that ultimate doesn't miss and it's constantly dealing damage, you min-max the value of that ult. So Star-Lord is just one of those combining ultimates that is obscene, and they elect to remove it to the from the side of FlyQuest. So good decision there.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming recognized the power of it, and they want to deny it. Now, on the side of FlyQuest, again, they have the possibility of Vanpool, which, you know, as a Vanpool main myself, I always enjoy seeing. But this is going to come down to who kind of just has the meat behind them, because, you know, FlyQuest need to win this now. It's as simple as that. If they lose this, they are out of preseason. There is no ifs and buts. There is no maybe they scrape through if someone else wins or loses. They are done. For Swamp Gaming, they can deny FlyQuest's entry into playoffs, but also Swamp Gaming can solidify their spot as the number 1 in this group. They're pretty much already there, but they would like to go undefeated in terms of winning every single match. And as you said, and as Cozy was mentioning, I remember seeing this map so much last year, but now just seems to have kind of, people have been led astray and not enjoyed it as much, perhaps. But it looks like both these teams want to get some reps on it.
Yeah, a favorite of mine, personally, if I'm being honest. I love Yggdrasil. I think it's so fun to play and to watch. But yeah, we're going to see that triple comp that I was discussing on Swamp on defense, running the triple Vanguard. And instead of the triple strat, they're going to have Melophobia be the sole duelist. And that seems to be the new meta in terms of these holds. FlyQuest is going to be showing Melio on the Punisher, which does a decent job into some of this brawl. Pull out the shotgun around the cart and just try to deal as much damage to things like Kraz as possible, removing that strange shield when available too. Jolly back on that Hulk too.
Always great to see a little bit of Punisher action. Excited to see what Melio can do with him, as well as now Krazman going to go full knee-deep into the action with Thing, and will find Melio. Ken gets into it as well, and that is just going to be easy pickings. That is one of the easiest cleanup fights you've ever seen from Swamp Gaming, showing their dominance once more.
That was brutal to witness. That was disgusting by Kraz and gang. Valentina with a huge ante right there, using that FF combination to ensure that everyone gets purpled in the back line, making it very difficult to stay healthy, especially when Kraz is punching you right in the mouth. The whole team got to regroup now and try once more. Vest has ult available, did not go down in that fight, and that's the value to staying up with the Vanpool, like you're talking about. And there's that back line engagement immediately on a strat. And more commitment now into the front line, buying them more time. Jolly falls, but this time from the side of Daze, who's holding on here with the Strange. A lot of pushes already began here as this triple hold usually holds a little bit tighter, and you want to portal back onto this ramp, but it looks like it's not mattering because the cart's already heading backwards, and FlyQuest has to regroup.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of eyes on Melio here with ultimate almost charged. Can you make the difference? Do you have the support behind you as well? There's, of course, not going to be any Raging Royal Flush right now. Instead, on the other side is the Galactic Legend that comes through, and FlyQuest lose 3. There's going to be no time to use your ultimate if you're Melio right now. You're going to have to wait for the reset.
Yeah, I like what Fly did there, though. That was a double commitment on ults, and they just drop backwards. They use Scatter, they use Valentina. They say, hey, don't commit anything. Let's reset and go after it with Ken and Melio, likely going to combine in this next fight. Very similar to Star-Lord. Punisher does a good job in utilizing the advantage, and there's that combined duo of ultimates. Goodbye to the front line of Days. The portal will be set up. Ken able to find Kraz. Forky finds Melio, but Tuzi and Vest get a pick as well. Valentina finds Zelos, is still holding on to this cart. Do I see another? Ken, though, instead is able to find a pick. And that is FlyQuest up, but the portal will be starting up here in a moment.
I mean, it was the plan they were going for. Final Judgment eventually came out from FlyQuest alongside Raging Royal Flush as well. So now they'll be able to push this cart. But look at Swamp Gaming's economy. I mean, Forky, Kraz, Mello, Days all have ults to use here. So FlyQuest, they're definitely going to be against it, even trying to get this first point. It's certainly not going to be a comfortable one. Melio just maybe trying to take Melophobia out of the sky, but Galactic Legend already popped here.
Yeah, using the Meteor M to counter it just a little bit as best. He's able to find Kraz through the Mayhem, and that is a good start for the side of Fly. Trading 1 for 1, heading right towards the back line, using that ultimate immediately. Aya Agamotto gets committed. Does that find value? Yes, it does. Goodbye to Ken. Valentina going to be able to find that cleanup even through the boundary right there from the side of Fly. Jolly holding on here to an ultimate, is able to take out Days. Does have that clobbering time, and it could be huge. It does find Valentina right at the door, and for a moment I thought they might miss her, and it looks like they're not even able to get that cleanup. Scatter onto Vest, Zelos onto Melophobia. Is that going to be enough? It does give them enough time to take the point. Well done by Fly.
I was going to say, that was a must-win fight. They had to push that across the threshold. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a very tough situation. Losing that, we've already seen that Swamp Gaming could be one of those teams that pins you back into your spawn. There's the Strange Portal coming out now just to make sure the re-engage is going to be a little bit quicker rather than running via foot. FlyQuest down to just 5 with Jolly going down. So they are just going to back off, give this one up for now, and wait for the refresh.
We're going to see now the retake here from Swamp, the positioning, keeping this point tight, ensuring they min-max the amount of distance that's given up, and that is a crucial thing to take into ladder, folks. Try to play on cart as much as possible. If your team goes down, try to land on that cart before you go down, so the point isn't moving throughout that staggering time. There's the commitment now through the invisible boundary. A lot of clobbering going through the Haymaker. Scatter able to find Melio through the final judgment, and there is that Galactic Legend follow-up. Scatter onto Zelos. The entirety of Fly is falling now as Melophobia gets a two-piece. Days onto Jolly, and Swamp Gaming are still showing up.
Yeah, this is what we expect from Swamp Gaming, especially on the defensive side. They are so structured when they need to be, and timing their pushes excellently at the moment. FlyQuest struggling to get through when that initial pick does happen. We have noticed, though, on the other side, when Swamp Gaming are at player disadvantage, they sometimes still find a way through anyway. Aya Agamotto comes through. Days gets 3 in the end, and FlyQuest are going to be sent right back to the respawn here. Again, perfectly timed, perfectly executed. FlyQuest didn't even get a chance to think, and that is going to be more time ripped away from them on the clock here.
I mean, you can't express the value of using an Aya Agamotto on a team with Gambit ult in suit. If you're able to take the Gambit out and you hard focus Gambit throughout that chaos, the whole team loses the ult immediately. And that is the idea. Every time you play Strange into a Gambit, you want to hold that ult and try to make a play because it's game winning. And that was a massive play right there.
Huge play. What do FlyQuest have left in the tank then? Can they actually get any damage done? Melophobia says, wow. I don't think they can. And look at this pushback right back into respawn. And they are pinning them in here.
Yeah, I think we talked about the sun getting real low. The sun is burning hot right now for Swamp Gaming. Hulk is out, and they're mad, and they're popping off right now, and they look so clean. It clearly took it personally. Forced out a Meteor M just to get out of the door is a tough look, but you know what? You got to do what you got to do. This point's got to start moving. 45 seconds on the clock here. Days putting some pressure onto the front line. That is Tuzi, and is able to get that pick, using the shield to block some of the heals. Big brain play there. Aya Agamotto available to try to counteract if need be, but the invisible boundary is the only answer they need at the moment. Looks like Days, Valentina Do have ultimate with Melophobia in a moment. That combination, we know how good it can be. Days committing with it. Oh, wow. Another huge eye is able to find the back line. They clean up 2. And yeah, Swamp Gaming just look like their old form once again. And FlyQuest do have ults available, but I'm not sure it's enough to change this momentum with 16 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, one last chance. Raging Royal Flush and Invisible Boundary are up that they can use. Melio's about to get Phoenix Ultimate as well. So FlyQuest definitely have tools, but the real question is, can you use them against Swamp Gaming, who have looked so good so far? Is the initial pick going to go in their favor? Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Genji gets the first one, so FlyQuest are going to fall again here and into overtime. What do you have? 2 have gone down. Swamp Gaming just look flawless at the moment and having a field day with their defense. FlyQuest will fall only with a single point here, and Swamp Gaming know what they need to do. They just need to get it that little bit further than the first point.
Time to switch things up.
Yeah, I mean, just some really smart strategy here from the side of Swamp. They just look so dominant in these neutrals, and they use their ult so effectively and so efficiently. They never over-ult. It seems like in every fight they're coming out with ult advantage. We saw Fly commit a few times to try to change the tide, and when they didn't get those wins through ult advantage at that point, it's kind of all she wrote. So we will see now if Fly can find a composition on defense to hold up against Swamp and bide enough time to ensure they hold them right at point 1, or essentially point 1, because if they get that first point, it is just inches. It's absolute inches before it is game over.
We're going to need to see FlyQuest at their very best now, and they're going to have to beat Swamp Gaming at their own game, defending like champions and forcing them back to spawn. I mean, look at those stats. It was a one-sided affair. You could see it on your screen. You don't even need the stats to be able to tell you, but Melophobia was having a field day on Star-Lord. Scatter also doing an incredible job on the Vanpool as well. Well, what do FlyQuest have left? That's the real question. They've put so much into this one. They've done the unthinkable and taken a map off of Swamp Gaming. But is this just one step too far now? Will they be eliminated from preseason here, or do they have just one more twist in this tale?
Let the games begin, folks. It is a huge moment for Fly here, who absolutely needs this win to have a chance to make the playoffs. Everything on the line for them right now. Stage 1 here in this preseason. Begins early on, playing a little aggro, using that Yancey, but that's going to be off the back of Valentina finding Best instantaneously, playing so aggro on this hero. That's what you can do when you play a mean Gambit. Days onto Tuesday, Kraz onto Ken, and oh man, Swamp have not stopped, and the counter portal begins.
Yeah, I was going to say counter portal here to try and deny a potential comeback from the side of FlyQuest, and it might be all she wrote already, to be honest. And here we go, Swamp Gaming looking to try and deny. FlyQuest, sadly, on their return, are just getting absolutely bombarded by everything on the one side, and they will probably get first point, and they will. So first point is already secured, and with just, well, it's about to be secured. So much time still left here for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was a 1 meter touch. Well done, but it just puts you in such a dangerous spot that you're absolutely right. It was just about to be secured. It was any moment at that point as Valentina finds another onto Zelos, Kraz onto Ken. But folks, it is meters away. I'm not sure, unless they didn't commit portal, which I think they potentially did or thought about and canceled. I don't think they get there. That is a W. Oh my goodness, the last millisecond is the touch coming in, but it won't last too long, and that's going to do it. Swamp Gaming coming back after a loss on their first ever loss on Domination, and just absolutely sweeping Fly.
The Swamp Gaming stay undefeated here in this group. They do drop a map, but it doesn't matter in the end. As for FlyQuest, their journey ends here. They can't get more than the 1 win on the board, and sadly that means in this group table they are not going to be able to push themselves above the bottom 2. A little bit of a surprise, probably the biggest surprise so far in preseason, but there's definitely been lessons learned here for FlyQuest, I would say. But as we said, they're going to be a little bit sad about that one, Cozy, because they just kind of woke up a little bit too late here in preseason.
Yeah, listen, you got to respect, the effort. I think both teams, they got their turbulence, going in with the bumpy start, and then FlyQuest forced for the long layover, man. That was definitely really fun to see. I think it is going to instill confidence for FlyQuest moving forward. Obviously, every win matters. Even going to stage 1, where playoffs and kind of where you land overall will affect some seeding. So, you have that going, and you have mental, right? So those are the 2 things to focus. Man, can we talk about Days? I mean, it was funny. Sparksheep just highlighted him. talking about going to the Strange here and just completely just being the surgeon that he is, impressed with the team all around. But it looked like as soon as they were locked in, yeah, Swamp wasn't dropping another.
Yeah, when you do get Strange's combination there with Invis, it really does enable him to be a huge threat. It's whole new combinations of abilities because you essentially can pull folks right back into melee range, and Strange really does play the most effective at melee range, choosing his auto as more of like a shoddy, and then followed up with a melee, and then pop your E whenever you see an opportunity to get a KO. And now when you pop the E, pull him in again for a close melee should you need to. So just enables ever more combinations for his play, and he looks threatening out there. Really well done by Daze.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Gaskin, looking at what FlyQuest did before we move on to, I'm sure, a lot of love for Swamp Gaming. You know, anything you want to highlight before we kind of close the book on them? Because this game does exactly that going forward to the playoffs and as we head into what that looks like.
I mean, I think pushing Swamp Gaming to this point shows how much FlyQuest have grown throughout preseason. Sadly, it was just a little bit too late for them, but that doesn't mean it's going to be all doom and gloom. Once we do get into main season, I think that there is going to be a lot to be said about how well FlyQuest have learned throughout this preseason, and I do think they'll be back with a bang. It's going to be disappointing, I'm sure, for them to watch playoffs happen without them, but I'm excited to see how they progress moving through the season.
And that's why ship upsets are so impactful, right? When you have Cafe Rose open the entire tournament to that upset and getting the one over FlyQuest, like, those are the ones you are supposed to win, right? If you're FlyQuest as this org, and when you don't, then you have to win ones that maybe on paper you're not supposed to win. And so that's where things get so difficult moving forward. And I know FlyQuest as an org is going to, right the ship quite literally in the air as we see more for them after playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a testament to a lot of teams that, maybe get punched and they're unable to get back up. I think it took Fly a little bit of time to get back up. But when they did, they learned from that experience and they kept being vigilant and at least coming back and looking better as a unit, right? Whereas you look over here in Swamp, they got punched map 1 and they came back and just beat the opposition down into a pulp. They took it so personally, and that's a team that bounces back quickly. So you got to show love to Swamp, but I do agree, Fly as a team, they have looked so much better at the end of this preseason.
For sure, and they keep on, they don't attribute it to one person. We've continued to see that when Melo takes the interviews, right? We've heard from the coach as well, and, excited to see who we get here in a moment. But either way, I think this could end up in a weird way good for Swamp Gaming, right? Sometimes when you just play pure perfect, you can kind of look at, nothing to take away. And from the group of death, when you drop one, it does force you to adjust and see what that does look like, right? Overall, Gaskin?
Yeah, I think that it's almost putting yourself in that scenario where you've taken the loss. How do you respond to it? They've had the feeling of losing now, which I think you're right. I think it is an important lesson to learn. Maybe they weren't expecting to lose, but it might work out in the long run that it's very important for their development as a team as well, because you're not going to win every map. You're not always going to be perfect. There will be times where you struggle. There will be times where other teams find your weaknesses, find the maps that you're maybe not as good at, but it's about being able to respond and keeping the mentals high. So it was an important lesson learned for Swamp Gaming today, and ultimately they carry on being undefeated in matches. So who cares about one map? They gave FlyQuest a chance, but they're just going to be thinking about moving forward here and how they continue to dominate.
For me, I know they don't want to attribute it to one player, but want to pass it to both of you guys. If we were going to pick a player on Swamp that kind of feels like makes a lot of that difference, I want to go one by one. For myself, I think Kraz is just such a fun. I mean, talk about a person that I see as a Vanguard level up to the next level. What about you, Shib, and then go to Gaskin?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few I could mention, but I'll just say Daze. I think Daze came in and hasn't lost since, right? So can claim the title of still being undefeated, which is good for the ego and definitely keeps you confident moving forward.
Valentina, for me, I think that she's been fantastic regardless of where she is in terms of a strategist. Doesn't matter if it's White Fox, doesn't matter if it's Gambit. You can't really get rid of her, and she's been so impressive.
Well, let's welcome in the coach of Swamp Gaming right here, right now for the winners interview. And we've got a great one to end it on as we have them celebrate their victory. Hello, Coach. Welcome. How you doing?
Good. I mean, hard-fought game, but came away with the dub, so we're happy.
Absolutely. Hey, it's been a lot of fun to watch this team come together. I think for a team and the expectations you guys have, first to start things off, does dropping a map feel like a mistake, part of the process, kind of? Are you guys more focused on the win or the fact that you did give up one? Obviously, this is new territory per se for this team in this preseason.
No, I mean, we just kind of had to make it a little interesting, right? Spot on a map and then, take it a little serious after. But No, it was. I mean, it was a little bit of both, right? The draft wasn't great for me, and we made some mistakes. We need to get more value out of our ultimates. And the map was hard to play that into that comp. And spot them that, come back, change what we were planning on playing, and crush them after.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Question I have for you, that just an understanding state from my point. When do you decide to swap out duelists, or is that more so just to kind of throw a surprise factor at the teams?
It's kind of comp related, right? Like, we didn't think they were going to be, or I didn't think that they were going to be giving us Gambit. Most teams are banning and giving us Elsa. And so Amadian, we wanted to play Amadian there. He's one of the better Elsas in the league, and we had a strategy. We thought we knew what their ban line was going to be. But if they're going to force us on Gambit and triple tank, Danny's one of the best Stranges in the league, probably in the world. And you guys kind of saw it. He just drops nuke after nuke after nuke with those Strange ults, and can just solo win team fights, even into Gambit ults, just with that. And so it's a big advantage that we have. And so if teams want to force us onto triple tank, that's why you see a lot of teams give us Elsa instead of Gambit. Because we can play the Gambit dive, and we can play the triple tank as well when we get it. And it's hard to beat. We kind of slow the game down, draw it out, and then hit you fast, hit you hard, and blow up your whoever we want to.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I always enjoy chatting to a coach, folks, and I think that one of my questions often is, how does preparation look for you? Without giving too much tricks of the trade away, going into playoffs now, obviously a big focus is going to be the likes of Team Liquid Citadel. Do you look at their weaknesses, or do you look at their strengths, or both? What does prep look like?
I mean, well, I could talk about this match. Like, prep into this team was like, the idea behind that draft on first map was Zelos didn't show that he could play the Loki nor the Gambit. Ken was both their Gambit and their Loki player. And so we thought we'd make them a little uncomfortable. We thought we'd play dive into it, especially with Ken on ping. We thought we could just kill him before he even gets lamps off. They did a good job. The Hulk thing comp, that's if you're looking to make sure your backline lives, it's a good comp to play, with the bubble and the thing shift. So there was that, and so it was a good anti-strat by them. But yeah, going forward and into Liquid, it's more just about getting a matchup that we're comfortable on. We kind of know what we play. They're the team we probably scrim the most. We like those guys. They're fun to play against. They're a hard team. The only other team that we think is at our level. And I don't want to give it away too much what we do into them. We experiment a lot when we play them in scrims, and they get messy. They slap us. We come back, do a little bit better. Things like that. So.
Yeah, great insight. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
I mean, it almost just took away my next question. But first, I got to say, I'll keep it a buck. I love vocalness of coaches, and I love the personality coming. Dude, I'm a fan. It's fun to see this, in the sport. I think with rivals, having more rivalries, we have Sentinels, 100 Thieves, you and TLC, Coach Gator. Even though Gators are from Swamps, he dropped the Swamp ass, right? Swamp ass game, and I want to know from you. Right, it seems like you guys are cordial and friendly, but anything to say towards some of those words directed at you and the team?
Nah. We like the Liquid guys. We like we like them from all their staff. Days is dating their manager, and we've got good relationships with those guys. We're very friendly. We scrim them. We're planning on scrimming them a ton every week, right? And so, no, not too much trash talk coming from this way. I heard what Gator said. He texted me. We were talking today. No, it's all friendly here.
Oh, good, man. Well, it's always fun to see, right now the top two teams, going at it. And obviously I think a lot of people are going to expect to see that in the playoffs. I can tell you predictions are going to look a lot different going to stage one. Your team has definitely proved themselves heading into this thing. It's been a lot of fun to see the growth of this roster, of this team. You guys got a great one. Thank you so much for taking the interview, man. Celebrate yet another victory for the team and undefeated against the group.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, appreciate you guys.
Thanks for your time, man.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Well, there you have it. It's cool to see. That is one advantage of, being in different groups. You're able to scrim and not have to worry about it too much, right? So that's, cool that they're doing that at the high level. Gave him the opportunity, kept it a buck too. Love that, Shib. Always cool to see. I just think new personalities and teams and being formed.
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is if they do come out on top of their individual brackets, it's going to be very different in terms of seeding. They won't see each other for a while. It's theoretically the idea, right? So they can scrim a lot and potentially be ready for the grand finals together, which is just crazy to think about, essentially scrimming grand finals. But again, it's any given day in these brackets. Every team has shown up. So I feel comfortable saying that because there's times where teams that we consider to be a lower side of the bracket have looked better than the number one. So it's completely up in the air still.
For sure. I mean, hey, Gaskin, one thing they both have in common is I would say easily the two strongest backlines, right? I mean, that is something that has been a formula to find success. Having Cooper, having Valentin on the other end, obviously Forky Dog, Nero. These are just great players getting the job done. The unspoken heroes sometimes in Rivals.
Yeah, I think that it might just create a new generation of strategists to come through watching and be inspired. I certainly could use some in my ranked games as well. So if anyone wants to learn and watch those videos and become better, I would appreciate it. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch these teams. Everyone just putting their heart and soul into some of these matches. Obviously gutted for FlyQuest that they're our first team to officially be eliminated, I believe. So that's always a tough one to see. But, you know, you're going to bounce back, I'm sure. And I'm excited to see what they do in main season.
Yeah, for sure. It's been fun, especially to watch Valentina go from like rank demon to like your bro demon. Yeah, if you guys trying to smurf, you know, I might know a guy that wouldn't mind the extra help. No, but anyway, you know, it's been fun to watch. Group A, in this group of death, I think shake out. Obviously, that was about to shake things up if they did lose that a little bit. Obviously, in 100 Thieves, I think can take a bit more breath of an air, but that is going to heat things up as we continue down to find out the storyline. I mean, we got one more day to continue to find out what this looks like. You know, Shib, looking at it, predictions, none of us could have guessed this, but man, looking at your overall thoughts on what has been week 1 week.
Yeah, I honestly, I lost you at the end there for a moment, but so could you repear the end for me? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, just overall thoughts on week 2. We got the match results ready to go, but just wanted to hear from you about what you've seen so far the first 2 days.
Yeah, I think the key thing that kind of highlights everything I wanted to make a point on is there's so many teams right now that are at the exact same record that there's a lot of potential for who could go home starting tomorrow. And at today's results, a lot of 2-0s right here with 100 Thieves, and you know, taking Sentinels 2-0, TSM losing 0-2 into yeah we lost, shock, NRG coming out 2-0 against CRT, and you said Team Liquid 2-0 against Nightmare, and then finally at the end we had our first best of 3 series by showing up on map 1 and Dom and losing to Swamp at the end.
Yeah, drama Gask is always saved for the end, it seems like, on these results. And what was the match that stuck out to you the most?
You know, I think we learned quite a lot from Yeah We Lost and how they responded to their previous loss as well, taking down TSM 2-0 for me. I think every game had a little bit of something. We knew how important every match was as well today, so I think going into tomorrow, it's going to be a very similar scenario where it is win and go through or lose and go home, apart from FlyQuest, who I think are going to be the only team that is officially done and dusted at this point. But plenty to look forward to for tomorrow, that's for sure. And here is the lay of the land. Here's how it's looking here.
Yeah, absolutely. The team rankings, this is Group A, and it is kind of crazy how razor tight it is. Swamp obviously comfortably at the top, but then it is just a fight for the 2 there with multiple NRG, 100 Thieves, and Sentinels all battling for it. Obviously, having Sentinels versus NRG is going to just be absolute heat, which we'll obviously highlight when we look at those matches. Cafe Rose right there kind of finding themselves in a similar situation as what Fly went through. And going over to the other side, when we take a look at Group B and their rankings, and obviously TLC at the top there with 4 points, they still, looking at tomorrow, have Yeah We Lost, which I think is actually going to be a great game either way, just to kind of look at, what do you get when you have a team like that thrown against you. SSG, though, and Yeah We Lost already qualified, so just going to be a game of ego, if you will. Shib, do you expect to see something, crazy out of that game? Obviously 2 teams that qual, but a lot to play for.
Yeah, I think standings are super. Now it's so razor thin in a lot of these matchups that it's a lot of that stuff matters. So I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup without a doubt. And again, even on both sides, Group A is a little closer, but Group B, there's still very much could.
Absolutely, yep. And with Lunex right there, we still have a lot of fun. TSM, Nightmare, we already talked about kind of the 3-way tie with it all. So that is the team rankings. We saw the match results today. It has been an absolute legendary Week 2, day number 2. Upcoming matches, as we've highlighted, there they are. A lot of fun, even though we know how some of these are going to shake out, at least in standings and in playoffs. This is what you want when you're going into playoffs. This is what you want for the scene in preseason, that there's so much at stake to the last day, Gaskin.
Yeah, to kick us off with Nightmare versus TSM, we already heard earlier, like, Nightmare have to beat TSM and then rely on maybe Lunex beating SSG. Like, there's very much a lot that needs to be done and happening there. It's just crazy, the permutations that are going to happen on that side. A lot of people hoping someone else is going to lose and back and forth. Plenty to look forward to tomorrow. Nothing is guaranteed for so many of these teams, so they have to earn it here in these final matches tomorrow.
A lot of people can say that week 2, day 2 was a day full of a lot of memories. We got from wallpuncher.exe to just a lot of chaos between the matches. Been a fun one at that. You know, Ship, I gotta ask, man, when we try to put a bow on it, because for myself, at least in the going up to the playoffs, disappear, but not a lot of Reed Richards.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of disappear, not a lot of read, folks, but class is still in session and reality is about to be rewritten. At ESU, brilliance takes center stage. Rianne Lando dominates every debate with precision and unmatched intellect, while Dr. Denim Ket turns every lecture into a masterclass in bending the impossible. Together, they prove that knowledge isn't just power, it's control. And speaking of control, we saw a lot of Invis control today, without a doubt. But step into the spotlight with Invisible Woman's Rianne Lando, the debater, and Mr. Fantastic's Denim Ket, the professor costumes, where intellect becomes the ultimate weapon. Available now, folks, out as of April 2nd until the 30th. So make sure you cop that while you can. In a multiverse of chaos, the sharpest mind decides what's real.
And remember, everybody, the city never sleeps, but something beneath it just woke up. Was it cozy? No, it's Lower Manhattan, where iconic streets meet hidden depths, fight through open avenues, historic buildings, and quiet courtyards in the shade of the Alchemax building, then descend into secret labs pulsing with unstable energy beneath the surface. From street-level clashes to tight interiors and vertical engagements, every corner shifts the balance of power. This isn't just New York, it's what lies underneath it. Available in-game now. Go check it out, guys. Such an incredible map with a new mechanic as well to scan those ultimate charges. It's in Marvel Rivals now. The city is only the beginning.
And of course, we have brand new Twitch drops arriving right now with the preseason. Tune in to participating channels and watch your favorite streamers to earn exclusive rewards, including a spray, nameplate, emotes, and exclusive Gambit costumes going on from the 27th of March all the way to May 30th. Watch and support your favorite teams and follow the road to victory as the Ignite preseason heats up. And boys, it is heating up now as we are 1 day from the playoffs. It's been fun. We've talked about it all from the start of match 1 all the way to the chaotic end of match number 5. If you guys have been with us the entire time, just want to say thank you guys for watching the chaos unfold. Yesterday was pure chaos, more just, I would say, slightly above average chaos, Gaskin. Anything to close out from you, then Ship? It's been a fun one.
Personally, I just wanted to thank both of you for my first cast on Marvel Rivals. It's been a pleasure and really enjoyed it. You've made me feel very welcome, and the community have been very nice too. And thankfully, the games have been incredible, and I'm looking forward to more action tomorrow.
Nothing but love, my man. It was awesome, Cass, and beside you, I'm happy to have you on the team here. But yeah, I mean, these games, it's any given day with any given team, and I think that is why the Americas region is so fun to watch right now.
Absolutely, guys. Again, thank you so much. Have fun out there in your own ring games. We wish you luck, good elo, good teammates, and all that great stuff. So until tomorrow, happy rivaling, and we will see you then. Have a good night.